All right, we're live. Check the mic. Steve Palazzolo, Sam Monson. We're here all afternoon, Sam. Free agency. It's official. It's 12:01. All the stuff is happening. Let's go.
Teams have been able to legally tamper for the last minute.
For the minute, how do they not have deals already in place? I saw them tampering 2 weeks ago at the Combine.
No,
I saw it. It was already
can't
happening.
have possibly seen that. That would be illegal.
So here's what we're going to do. It's kind of like draft night. Yeah. Draft night has a lot more structure to it. There's an order. Sure. You know when stuff's coming. But we're just going to be here as long as it takes to live react to everything that's happening.
News going to be flying left, right, and center.
We'll do our best to keep it engaging, to keep it fun. We'll interact with you in the chat. But a big part of this is us staring at Twitter, too. Staring at news.
How do you propose to differentiate between the news and the agent-led propaganda that goes straight through the insiders?
We're just going to be honest here. When the same stupid text message gets copied and pasted by 8 different people, makes me think, why do we need 8?
All within a second of each other.
It's unbelievable. Who the agent was.
Do you think that the guy
what number, how high this player is at his position group from a money standpoint.
Do you think that, like, the slowest guy in the text chain, does the group text of insiders just start ragging on him? You got it. You were a second later than everybody else, loser.
Starting to think we don't need 10 insiders all posting the same exact text message.
Well, certainly if the job has now been reduced to simply relaying agent text, it does feel like that's a job that one person could achieve. We don't even need a person, really. Just drop it into some sort of AI. We could automate that, right?
Yeah, we probably could. Can we get, I don't know our best way. I don't know our best way of getting the news right now while staying engaged. We haven't actually planned that part out.
Why don't we start with some rumors, rumblings, if you like.
All right, what are the most recent rumblings here? Let's go.
Schefter says that the Falcons are expected to pursue Tua Tagovailoa.
Okay.
Now that 100% checked that was not a darn Schefter. That was the actual Adam Schefter.
I encourage everybody to make sure that you're not getting a darn Scheftered during this time. So they have.
It's difficult. Like, on the one hand, you were tweeting about this as well. Like, some guy posted something the other day. Like, the blue check mark thing has kind of ruined this for everybody, right? That you can just go and buy a blue check mark for $8 or whatever it is, and you too can look like Adam Schefter. Like, on the one hand, we
got the first news.
Extra time to check it out. On the other hand, why are idiots faking this stuff in the first place?
It's dumb. We got the first news, though. Here we go. The Indianapolis Colts are re-signing top free agent wide receiver Alec Pierce.
Wow.
On a 4-year, $116 million deal. So that's well over $25 million a year.
29 a year.
Yeah. Well, it's 29.
A lot over, yeah.
It is. We'll see what the actual numbers end up. We'll say that about every single contract. But what are your initial reactions? There were a lot of fan bases yearning for the deep threat that is Alec Pierce.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's re-signed this early into the process. Like, look, that's the number that's approaching where everybody thought it was going to go. Everyone has been talking about that $30 million a year number for Alec Pierce, and is he going to be worth that? There's going to be a lot of teams, or would have been a lot of teams, I think, that would be interested in Alec Pierce. And also, I guess because he's re-signing, that can be locked in. They don't have to wait 2 days to sign that. So they can actually get him off the market. I feel like that number would have gone higher if he'd hung around, waited, let the bidding war commence, sat back, put his feet up, chilled. But good for the Colts to get him back. I thought once he hit the open market, I thought that number would go to a place they didn't want to meet.
The number I kept citing during our free agent previews and everything that I think captures what he's doing a lot.
Yeah.
94th in receptions over the last 2 years, right. 26th in receiving yards because of the vertical ability that he has, almost 20 yards per catch over the last 2 years.
It's an important discussion because, there are people out there that are just saying, look at the number of catches he's had in the last couple of years. There's no way he's possibly worth $30 million a year. You're like, yeah, but those catches go for 20 yards per grab, and he's got like a 50-yard catch in most games.
Yeah.
Even with that ridiculous number of receptions, like his yards per route run number is much closer to like that bottom end wide receiver 1, top end wide receiver 2 number, right? It's like he's getting towards the 2 yards per route run figure over the last couple of years. And that's where, those bottom end wide receiver 1s, top end wide receivers 2 live. So it's he's in the Jameson Williams kind of bucket in terms of yards per route run. You're like, well, that type of receiver is getting up towards $30 million a year now.
Shout out to up-and-coming insider Pat McAfee on the report here. Pat McAfee show getting credit from Adam Schefter and company for this report with Alec Pierce. He's also live. He's going. I don't want to push people to the
entire
competition here or
internet
anything.
Right now is live.
He's going. He's head-to-head with us right now.
So last year, Alec Pierce averaged 2.1 yards per route run. So that's more than A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith from that Eagles offense. It's more than Justin Jefferson last year. It's more than Jameson Williams. Like that, and it's where is that?
In isolation,
16th in the NFL.
In isolation, yards per route run, great stat.
Right.
Very predictive. Is it too fragile for a deep threat? That would be the debate that you're having here. As Diana Rossini is reporting, the other teams interested and all the fan bases who wanted Alec Pierce, Patriots, Raiders, Chargers, 49ers, all expected. The report is that they expected Pierce to go back to the Colts, but they were all interested, right? But that was one of the questions you're asking. Can he maintain this? Can he be a 19, 20-yard per reception type of guy? That's usually tough to sustain. Or do you want him to be more than that? I think for the Colts in particular, though, right now, the number of times on the show that I cited all of their playmakers, well, they're all intact right now.
Yeah.
Pierce is the deep threat complement to Pittman, the possession receiver, to Josh Downs, the slot receiver, to Ty Warren, the do-it-all tight end, Jonathan Taylor coming out of the backfield, running it back with Danny Dimes once he's healthy. Now you have all of the pieces in place to maximize what you have in Daniel Jones, who's sitting here on the transition tag, still have to figure out exactly what that's going to look like going forward.
So the other interesting element to this, so number one, 2.1 is a career high for him last year. So I wouldn't necessarily expect him to repeat that. But the year before that was 1.8, which again is in that area of low-end wide receiver 1, high-end wide receiver 2. So you combine good efficiency in terms of yards per route run and the fact that he's a persistent deep threat. Like the fact that there's like a guaranteed 45 to 50 yard reception for Alec Pierce basically every game, as a defense, you need to respect that every single game, every single play. So that, I think, brings value above and beyond, he's only caught 45 passes this year or whatever. Like you have to think about it in those terms. But what's interesting is 29 a year-ish that's above the wide receiver franchise tag number. So the Colts could theoretically have used the franchise tag on Alec Pierce, kept him around for 27 this year, and just let Daniel Jones test the market, match whatever offer he gets if it's a good one, or just pivot to a guy like Kyler Murray for $1 million.
Interesting. This whole Kyler and Tua and all these QBs are nothing.
Like in a world where Daniel Jones is coming back off an Achilles injury and was already sort of declining hard before he got hurt, how much money is he worth relative to this collection of effectively free veteran quarterbacks that are out there?
Oh, man, it's a good question, man. Well, I mean, I saw somebody tweet it today, and imagine telling somebody 2 years ago that Malik Willis is the coveted quarterback over Tua in Kyler and Geno Smith. I mean, we were just talking. Sam Darnold is like, who's the next Sam Darnold reclamation project? We were all talking about Geno Smith. Oh, this is the guy. He's just been sitting, waiting for his time. Jets screwed him over, screwed him up. Give him a decade to figure it out, and he'll be back. I mean, things move very quickly here in the NFL, which is why none of these are necessarily, set in stone that everything's going to work. All right, here's some more news. New England Patriots, per multiple sources, are signing former Raven, former Titan, Draymond Jones. And so he, edge rusher, pass rusher, 3-year deal, $39 million per Jordan Schultz through Ari Mayrov, career high 7 sacks last year, Ari adds. Jones has been a solid pass rusher. He's moved around the defensive line just a little bit. And a second tier of edge rusher, I would say, but fills a massive need here for New England.
Yeah, sort of.
They have Caleb on Chase on as a free agent. They have Harold Landry coming back, but they definitely needed somebody rushing the passer. Jones got traded from the Titans to the Ravens in the middle of last season.
Yeah, and a guy who's one of those bigger bodied defensive linemen, so not like a like-for-like replacement for a guy like Caleb on Chase on, but a bigger body guy that you can be a little bit versatile with on that defensive line. Yeah, I mean, this is some of on the unspectacular end of the spectrum, but still a useful rotational body to add in.
No, he's a good solid player. I think there's still probably more work to do there for New England. Yeah, if they're in the comp pick formula for the chat, that would go toward the Ravens. And so that's part of I forget exactly what they traded for Draymond midseason, but that's part of their calculation in getting him, letting him walk is, the eventual comp pick coming back. I don't think it's a 3 or anything, but could be in that later round mix there. The other news coming out, we've got Eric Stokes, cornerback from the Raiders, returning to the Raiders, 3-year deal worth $30 million with $20 million guaranteed. Congrats to Athletes First negotiating this.
Congrats.
This is all A1 doing the work here. So, tons of playmakers needed on the defensive side of the ball. Stokes coming off, while the Raiders defense, the whole team was pretty bad last year. Sneaky good season for Eric Stokes, former Packer, former first rounder.
The best season since that rookie year. Where he, people I think forget that he looked really encouraging in his rookie season with the Packers. Like, he had a very solid rookie year for kind of an aggressive man cover type of specialist corner. Didn't have the interceptions, but had 9 pass breakups as a rookie. And then every year since that was just awful. Like, his following year, he got injured, collapsed in play, and then was just a mess for the last couple of years of his Packers career. And then last season, the first with Las Vegas, was arguably his best season period, but certainly the best season since that rookie year. And, I mean, he's still only 27, still a relatively young cornerback, or at least in his prime now. And if they think he's going to back that up again, $30 million with $20 guaranteed for 3 years, I mean, even if you factor that in as a 2-year deal, it's 2 years for $15 million a year, essentially. That's kind of a bargain for a starting cornerback in today's NFL if he's able to back up that level of play.
I think it's a good deal. I'll give you some of my advanced numbers on this.
Okay.
I got him in my 0 to 100 NFL projection model, a 67, which is pretty solid, and some recent comps using his last 2 years, just from a production standpoint. 2024 A.J. Terrell.
Okay.
2017 Ronald Darby. I don't know if you can remember back. I know you know Darby, but back to 2017. Right. Unfortunately, 2013 Brandon Browner's on there, but that was when he was good. By 15, he became the worst corner in the NFL.
Yes.
In 2024, Roger McCreary, different type of position, but similar production. So there we go. I can add some advanced numbers to this. Good move from the Raiders. Again, all of their moves should be about the next couple of years. Stokes is in the middle of, prime of his career. They need corners, they need pass rush, they need everything. So to keep him in-house, I think is a good move for the Raiders.
Yeah, and it's not, I think, the best cornerback market in the world this free agent period. It's one of the weaker positions, I would say, of free agency. There's a few guys out there that have got some sort of red flags in terms of buyer beware. Your guy, Nahshon Wright from the Bears last season, no sooner had you written him off as basically just a bad football player that he started making a game-changing turnover play every single week, and was a huge part of that Bears defense being as good as it was. But how unsustainable is that? And I certainly wouldn't want to be paying huge money to hope that he's able to do that for the second year in a row. Meanwhile, you can go a bit lower down on the sort of consensus free agent rankings if you look around the internet. And Eric Stokes is there, but you get a young player who's coming off a good year. I think a more sustainable good year because it was just, solid coverage. And someone that has now shown, impressive rookie year, impressive last year, isn't going to cost the earth. I think it's a good signing for a team that, remember, has no talent on defense.
So there we go. Alec Pierce back to the Colts. Eric Stokes back to the Raiders. The Patriots making the very first big free agent move from a player from another team, being Draymond Jones. There was no Titans connection there. Trying to connect the dots. And when you're going through all these moves and everything, you're trying to figure out who knows whom. One of the ones we didn't talk about, Olamide Zaccheaus, wide receiver going from the Bears to the Falcons. New Falcons general manager Ian Cunningham was just the assistant general manager with the Bears, so there's some familiarity there. Zaccheaus, I think, has been a dependable number 4 type of receiver. Always seems to, make some plays when given the opportunity. I think that's a good fit for the Falcons, who they need a 2 and a 3 still. You still want a couple guys above him to complement Drake London, but it's a nice addition for the Falcons.
Yeah, though I did think he was a bit disappointing last season for the Bears. Like, we were heading into the year, partly from watching them at training camp, but also partly preseason, the general hype surrounding this. It was like, hey, Because at the time, they draft Luther Burden. You're like, wow, Luther Burden could be the steal of the draft. And then all of a sudden, preseason arrives. You watch training camp. It's like, actually, Zaccheaus is going to be ahead of Luther Burden on the depth chart, and he's been balling. He's been making plays. He could be in for a sneaky good season for the Chicago offense based off expectations of the offense generally, but also how much he's actually playing. And he did have a lot of opportunity and really didn't do much with it last season. And then eventually, Burden did start to get more of the ball, jumped on the depth chart, became a much bigger playmaker for them. But generally speaking, I think you're right. For his career, he's made a lot of plays in the opportunities he's gotten. And then last season actually probably got a career high in terms of opportunity and really didn't maximize it.
Appreciate a new super fan. It's Shaky for joining.
It's Shaky.
Yeah.
Okay.
Broke it up. And Rick Z, 27, also super fan. Appreciate it. Don't forget, we've got these. We've got memberships. We have memberships with special perks. We go live, special feeds. Check out all the perks if you're not a member already. I got to sneeze.
No.
Talk about Trent Williams.
Talk about Trent Williams. Is there Trent Williams news?
Let's reset. No.
Generally vamp about Trent Williams.
We have Cole. I was going to talk more about Cole Holcomb's re-signing with the Steelers, 2 years, $5 million.
Bet you McAfee doesn't do that. I mean, this is why he's getting the big bucks from ESPN.
What does he do if he has to sneeze? He's got 15 people to throw it to.
Yeah, exactly.
He's probably got hand signals.
That's what I'm saying. They've got a cough button for him. They can kill his mic, all sorts of stuff.
We can't have a cough button for
levels of professionalism that we can't even dream of.
Mohall's always asking what we ate. Did you have a nice lunch to tide you over till 5 p.m. here?
Oh, we really want to do sure. I had a sandwich. The short version of this, I had a sandwich.
Was it good?
No, it wasn't.
Oh. So there's a longer version about your bad sandwich. Yeah.
Well, my wife went to the other Jungle Gyms, the further one, up north, right? Because she was looking for something specific. And they have stuff that the other one doesn't have. So she got this Irish batch bread, which is pretty much the best bread you can find on the planet. I remembered from the last time, though, there's a reason we don't get it or don't go out of our way to go get this stuff, because they bring it over, they freeze it. It doesn't react well to being frozen. So we got it. It's been defrosted. I used it for the sandwich, and it's like it's been sitting there for about 8 weeks. It's just stale. It's not good.
So bad
So
sandwich.
it didn't produce a good sandwich, even though theoretically cheese salami in a Irish batch bread loaf should be the king of sandwiches, and it just wasn't.
Sorry for your disappointment here.
Thank you.
I just had Chipotle myself. Something quick. Had to run an errand. Chipotle, came here, got my coffee, ready to go. Yeah. See if we make it through. See if we order wings halfway through the day. So the other big news, I was trying to reset here for a little bit. The big news we're waiting on is the 49ers being willing to trade Trent Williams. The original report came out as far as a disconnect on what they want to do salary-wise going forward for Trent Williams.
Yeah.
That came out at the Combine, and now we're looking at Trent Williams' watch. I threw out the theory that the Texans were going to be in the mix. That was before they made a bunch of O-line moves. I saw Brandon Thorne throw the Bears out there as an intriguing possibility, because I'll say again on the show, there's not a lot of teams with a massive left tackle specific need right now in the NFL.
Except for the acute ones, the Bears and the Panthers, who theoretically have a left tackle, but it's injured. Their left tackle is injured, and who knows for how long. Like the Bears in particular, I think Ryan Poles was saying like late in the season, so the chances of them getting Ozzie Trapillo back, and who knows what he'd be like then when they get him back. So the Bears might need a 1-year stopgap left tackle, which would be perfect for a guy like Trent Williams, assuming you're willing to pay that kind of money for that.
And so we did this on the show the other day, but the teams with the acute left tackle needs, the Packers, because their left tackle is a free agent, they don't tend to –
they might just reshuffle the interior offense or the offensive line.
Right. They might just go
a bunch of college left tackles on the roster.
Jordan Morgan could just be that guy. But on paper, they could have a need. There's really not a lot of teams with a specific need, right now left tackle need as I look up and down.
What would you give up for 1 year of Trent Williams on big money?
It can't be more than a 3, I don't think, right? I mean, as good as he is, you can't give up too much long term. And the Niners, I mean, if they're just at an impasse and they're done.
Particularly if you are bringing him in literally just for the 1 year. Like a team like Chicago or Carolina. I mean, maybe Carolina.
I'll tell you the other team that has the mass. Let me just go through the teams that have the need. Bears.
Yep.
You could say the Packers, depending on what they want to shuffle. The Lions now.
Yes.
After releasing Taylor Decker. So we're looking at the NFC North. They all need centers and apparently a left tackle. The entire NFC North.
Except the Vikings.
The Browns need every offensive lineman.
Yes.
Besides your right tackle. Mentioned the Bears. And that's pretty much it. And the Panthers in this weird situation where Ike Ekwonu's hurt.
Right.
He could be the long-term answer there, but they might need a stopgap for a year, whatever that looks like. That's just a left tackle. And just to reiterate my point, too, I think coming out of college, you take left and right tackles, you shuffle them any way you want. Once they're in the NFL, especially after about 4 or 5 years, you're a left or a right tackle for the most part. Every now and again, you get a swing tackle, but you don't want a long-term starting left tackle. Trent Williams isn't going to play right tackle for anybody.
No.
That has a right tackle need. That would be absurd.
Yes.
So specific left tackle needs are pretty tight around the NFL right now.
That's assuming Pittsburgh is happy with Dylan Cook being their left tackle, who played pretty well when he came out.
And Broderick Jones.
Broderick Jones, I think, is terrible. I think he needs to be benched,
I know what you
replaced,
think. I'm just telling you, they spent a first rounder on him 2 years ago. They
done.
might not agree. I know what you think. I don't know what they think.
They can't possibly think that Broderick Jones is anything other than cheeks right now. Dylan Cook was significantly better when he played. Dylan Cook should be their left tackle.
Dylan Cook had a lot of help, too.
Unless they've decided that they can upgrade at left tackle, is what I'm saying.
They were getting a lot of help with Rodgers getting rid of the ball pretty quickly.
But that's my point. Like, Broderick Jones looked ass even in that dynamic.
Oh, boy. Here we go. Huge news from Tom Pelissero. Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker III is signing with the Kansas City Chiefs. Going to the Chiefs, trying to bring the title back to Kansas City. There's your running back need.
Just another W for, what's his name, Ricky Scoops.
Oh, was Ricky on that?
I think so. He also was in a bunch of stuff that didn't happen, but, that's not how this works.
You throw a lot at it. Ricky Leaks gets full credit here for all of it.
Per Ricky.
Per Ricky.
Yeah.
Did he get proper credit from Tom Pelissero?
No, I don't think so.
Oh.
But the deal was negotiated by David Cantor and somebody of Aurora Sports Group.
That's good. Happy for them. Big day for them. So Kenneth Walker going to the Chiefs. I think this takes them out of the Jeremiah Love at 9 sweepstakes. I did mention throughout the offseason, I feel like they were going to make a free agent move that's going to remove that possibility. But here is Kenneth Walker, tough to tackle, likes to bounce out, big play hunting, and that's exactly what this offense has been missing.
Yeah.
With the run game.
I mean, I think this is one where you got to wait for the numbers, right, and figure out what they went to financially to make this happen. In isolation, simply plonking Kenneth Walker on this roster, yeah, absolutely. Huge upgrade, great move. Love it. How much did you have to pay to make that happen, though, is the big question that's going to determine whether or not I think that was a smart move or not. But, yeah, I mean, this should be a great fit for that offense. They tried to trade for Breece Hall last season during the year. Wouldn't go to a third-round pick. We're happy to do it for a fourth-round pick. So they've been trying to hunt for this kind of upgrade for a while. They finally get it done, but now let's see how much it costs.
See how much it costs, and then we always talk about, hey, if you're going to add a running back, you hope all the other pieces are in place. There's a question at right tackle right now, Jawan Taylor, officially released. You could say that there's a question at left tackle with Josh Simmons, but they just spent the first on him last year. He had multiple injuries, a period of time where he left the team. But let's say, he's locked in at left tackle. They have a great center in Creed Humphrey, a very good guard in Trey Smith. Mm-hmm. Like, they're solid up front, but there's still some questions. I think they'll sort that out, and then they're adding Walker. And just to repeat the stat, they had the fewest explosive plays in their run game of any team in the NFL last year. If you just add that piece to it, then that just helps open things up from a pass game perspective, a pass game that has struggled relative to the early Mahomes era. So this combination of Ken Walker coming in, Eric Bieniemy coming back, Matt Nagy leaving, pieces falling into place for the Chiefs to be back offensively, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, again, their offensive line, I think, is close enough that they can convince themselves that Kenneth Walker is absolutely the right guy to turbocharge that run game, which should help the offense overall. All of that I think is good. Now, it might not be if the offensive line does have bigger problems than we think it does, but I think it's close enough that you can talk yourself into that. It's all going to come down to what that money was.
This is why we do this, Sam. The chat has a method to fix your bread.
Oh, okay.
You wash it with water, toss it in the oven at about 350 plus for about 5 minutes.
Yeah, but it's like a sliced pan. It's not like a
sliced.
It's not like a baguette or whatever.
Got it.
Where that definitely works.
Got it.
I
Fair.
don't know that would work.
And Laura's, she's churning out bread and everything.
Yeah, but she does.
Days, right?
She's got a standard sort of sourdough loaf,
Yeah.
which is good, really very good.
Yeah.
But it's different than the batch bread.
Gotcha.
And
Yeah,
she
Kelly
specifically doesn't like batch bread.
I think everybody started baking bread around COVID time,
Right.
And Kelly got into it, so we have never-ending homemade bread.
Sure.
Yeah.
But it's the batch bread is a specific different
it.
type of thing. Just didn't work. So it's
I don't know what's happening
unfortunate.
with my algorithm on
It does
YouTube.
still toast well though, so we're still okay.
There you go. I'm getting Ireland advertisements thrown at me quite a bit here recently. Like, visit Ireland. People are working really hard to get me to visit the homeland, by the way.
I mean, we could have done it last year, and we didn't do it.
We didn't. We had work to do.
We failed.
I see 34% of the chat is on Trent Williams to the Lions.
Yeah.
Could you imagine Trent Williams and Penei Sewell on the same offensive line?
God, imagine being that if you're an edge rusher.
That would
Good
just be
luck.
fun. Just from a run game perspective. I don't know what happens on the interior three,
Doesn't even matter.
but man,
You're getting crushed on the edge.
figure something out.
That would be fun.
Get Penei
I mean,
playing
honestly,
tight end next to Trent.
It makes sense for the Lions, albeit you would think that they want a longer-term solution than that. It does make sense for the Bears if Trapillo is going to miss that amount of time, and they could be in on it as a short-term rental thing. They've got pick like 120 or something. I mean, if San Francisco would take that,
The Bears
that makes a lot of sense.
The Bears with their DJ Moore trade, 4 picks in the top, 75 to 100, whatever it is, and a lot of money freed up as well over the last couple of weeks. The Bears are pretty well set up to make some moves, both in the draft and free agency here.
Yep.
All right, man. We got some time here to reset.
We also got the Steelers re-signing Cole Holcomb, right?
We did touch on that for a minute
touched on-
because
we did that?
it was 2 years, $5 million. Did you want to go into more detail on Cole Holcomb?
No, not really.
Oh, okay. But that did happen.
Okay, cool. Got it.
That did happen.
Fair enough.
I thought it was whenever we had the time, it would be fun to reminisce about the way free agency used to be, which was the league year always starts second Wednesday in March
Yeah, it was just a frenzy 2 days later.
at 4 p.m. and it was the real frenzy, and it used to be in when we both started covering the NFL, we would blog about it. So it's and now that everybody's live, it used to be like everybody's going to write about free agency.
We all pivoted to video.
So we had this nonstop. We used to have a live running blog 24/7 when we were at PFF, and we would have shifts to keep an eye on it all the way through Saturday. Like there was still stuff happening from like Wednesday to Saturday. We'd have these shifts of when you were going to write and react to absolutely everything, but it was all written instead of being here live and interacting. But it was the same idea, but it was Wednesday at 4 instead. And then they started doing revealing deals Monday and Tuesday. And it was like, this is illegal. You can't. Right. It was like on the league, when the league year starts, Frank Gore's going to sign with the Eagles.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, was one of the famous ones that
didn't happen.
Flipped.
Right. Well, it's stupid.
And then it got to legal tampering, and now here we are on a Monday doing this.
It's such a weird dynamic where the NFL keeps trying to legislate for the illegal ways the teams keep doing things anyway when it comes to free agency. Like we've just said, we came out of a combine where like NFL officials are spending most of their week meeting with agents. You think that that's talked about only people on the roster, you know? Yeah. The guys that are free agents are not going to come up during those conversations. So like a month ago, teams are deep into this whole world of illegal tampering. But it's like, no, you can't tamper until 2 days before the thing. And then remember last year when the Falcons signed Kirk Cousins, right? And then Kirk Cousins came out in his press conference, was like, yeah, I had this great conversation with whoever. It turns out that's illegal. So now this year they've had to legislate that and be like, actually, it's okay. Instead of doing all your discussion with the agent, you can call a player. Only 5 of them, but you can call a player, for like an hour or something, right? It's like, but that's just because that was already happening. Like all you did is just legislate the thing that teams were doing anyway because it was dumb to penalize them for the thing that everyone's doing. Free agency is just it's a disaster.
All right, we got Ian Rappaport with some real news.
Real news.
And who did the deal. The Bucs finalizing a deal to re-sign standout tight end Cade Otton. I think tight end Cade Otton back to the Bucs.
Should we specifically make a point of not giving the agents credit for the transactional news that's taken place between insiders? Like we should cut it out of our discussion.
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah,
it's obnoxious.
Can we just
agents are now controlling the flow of information?
Agents are running all of it.
Yes.
To the point, I mean, we'll get back to Cade Otton in a minute here. But when players stop working out at the combine, I'm like, man, I really wish that it's agent's fault. When the insiders no longer have information and they're just conveying exactly what it's the agent's fault. It's all of them. They're just running football.
Well, particularly when, everyone's out here running analysis over what this means for the player. It doesn't mean anything. It just means the agent told him not to do it. Like, this is a guy that really should have worked out with his profile. It's a bit of a red flag that he didn't. No, it just means his agent said, don't do that.
Yeah.
Like when Washington ran his 4-3-3, his agent just told him to, hang the cleats up. You're done for the day, right? You can't, at that point, you can't run any analysis over why Washington didn't do it. He didn't do it because his agent told him not to do it.
Is this guy a dog? Is he afraid to compete? No, his agent said don't.
It's like literally his agent called him up on the phone and said, all right, take the boots off. You're finished for the day, right? And these guys just do what their agent tells them to do because the agent theoretically knows what he's doing. It's not his first go-around. So at that point, you can't analyze what the players, why did he decide? No, he didn't. He just did what his agent told him to do.
What does this say about his character? Nothing.
Right. Literally nothing other than he's willing to listen to his agent. He's coachable. That's what it says about him. He's willing to be coached by the guy who's in charge of this situation, apparently.
Puts his career in his hands. All right, so Cade Otton, back for the Bucs. They had a massive need at tight end. Zach Robinson in as offensive coordinator. Instead of going the free agent route or dealing with the draft, they bring Otton back, who's been a pretty solid receiver, runs the seam well. He's a pretty dependable receiver and a good tight end. Returning here to the Bucs.
Yeah, I think that's a solid move for them. He's an unspectacular player, but at times he was Baker Mayfield's favorite target last season. They clearly have some chemistry. He made some clutch plays for them. They were going to need to replace him at some point, so why not bring the guy back in the building that already has some pretty solid chemistry with your quarterback and just get it done. It's a decent move.
Below average run blocker. I'm curious to know. Remember when Zach was in Atlanta? They already had Kyle Pitts, and they went out and got Charlie Werner, the run-blocking tight end. I am curious to know what that – they have Payne Durham on the roster, if he's the guy, or if they go get someone else, like a Charlie Kolar, who I tried to give in our Fixing Every Team in 5 Minutes series. Do they try to go get someone who can make some of those on-the-move H-back type of blocks while also hanging as a Y tight end in line and doing what Zach likes to do there?
So this is the frustrating part of this day, though, is that we're going to do this in 3 stages. There's going to be the initial news, which is Team X assigned player Y, right? And you're going to have your reaction to that in a vacuum with no actual information of what the cost was. Then you're going to have, here's the numbers the agent is giving to the insiders, right? So this is the largest number possible. Here's what they're giving up. We're setting all kinds of records. It's the most money we've ever seen at this position. And then you're going to have the third and final wave, which is this is the guaranteed money and how it's structured and really what the deal actually is. So we're going to have to react to these things in 3 stages. So we now have stage 2. For the Kenneth Walker to the Chiefs deal, which is it's a 3-year, $43 million deal, which could be worth up to $45 million, and he gets $28.7 million guaranteed.
What is it again?
3 years, 43, which could be worth up to 45, of which 28.7 is guaranteed.
So if you're saying up to $15 million per year, it's not crazy. It's the top end, close to the top end of the running back 5 or 6.
Well, more importantly, the 28.7 is guaranteed. So it's probably something along the lines of a, 2-year, $15 million a year, less than that, $14 million a year type of deal, with a 3rd year of, bump on the back end.
Not bad for Walker.
No, certainly not. Not crazy. Like it's not, market resetting, but running back is this weird position now where it's tough to. It would does it make him the 3rd highest paid running back in the NFL with like Saquon's leading the way. Christian McCaffrey's the only guy within an arse's roar of Saquon Barkley, and then I think Derrick Henry's at 15, so he's in that ballpark depending on how you want to parse out these numbers.
This is
which is also, by the way, basically what the franchise number is for running backs. Like that's 14 point something is what Breece Hall's franchise number is.
And this is the Chiefs basically valuing, hey, look, we've talked about this in the Jeremiah Love discussion. Do they have other pieces to fill? Do they have a long-term question mark at receiver? Absolutely. They have the draft picks to attack those positions. Like if they got a Carnell Tate in this draft and you're coming out of here, you're like, well, Travis Kelce's coming back. You add Carnell Tate, you add Kenneth Walker. It could look pretty good there. They're middle of the pack as far as effective cap space right now and flexibility. So would you rather see them either attack the defensive line or corner or receiver or some of these other bigger need positions first? Probably. But they are well positioned in the draft, fourth most draft capital right now after the Trent McDuffie deal, to fill those spots, to get a Walker in there. And of all the teams who can think a little bit differently, the Mahomes factor does change everything, where if you just give him enough playmakers, enough options, a good enough offensive line, you should be able to create a high-end offense. And they're banking on the run game had holes to hit last year, but they were hit very slowly with Isaiah Pacheco and Kareem Hunt. And now we have a guy that can at least create some big plays and some explosives that this offense did not have.
Yeah, and remember, we also said coming out of the year, it was going to be interesting to see what the Chiefs think, like what were their learnings coming out of last year. Because the last time they had relative failure, it was very obvious what the failings were, and B, what their game plan was going to be all the way along. Now it's like we don't really know how they're going to have self-scouted coming out of last year. What do they think were the things that they really need to attack? Well, it becomes pretty clear that one of the things they think is that run game.
Wow, this is a fun one. Chiefs cornerback going to the Rams. Jaelan Watson, the free agent, is going to the Rams, which means they've traded for Trent McDuffie and signed Jaelan Watson. So they're going with Spags' 2 starting corners last year from the Chiefs going to the Rams. So we got a 3-year deal, Jaelan Watson to the Rams, negotiated by an agent.
Definitely negotiated by an agent. I can't remember how many. There's a couple players still out there doing their own agent thing. We got to
negotiated by Lamar Jackson.
Right. Yeah, that's interesting. Basically, bring it in the Chiefs secondary. I mean, look, cornerback was the Rams' biggest offseason need, and they've now addressed it with 2 corners from the Kansas City Chiefs, and presumably are now paying them a lot.
And still have pick 13. So the Rams, every mock draft that had the Rams taking a corner, sometimes 2 corners, that's off the board. I do wonder now, even more so, does Les get laser focused in the draft with pick 13 and say, look, I'm trading up. I'm going to go get my guy in the top 10. You add if they added a Caleb Downs.
But they also brought back Cameron Curl, right?
They did.
They re-signed, so they've re-signed.
They've
re-signed their safeties. They brought in 2 new corners. They can really just go, who do we think the best player is in this draft outside of quarterback? Let's go get him.
I could see him be laser focused. Go get Ruben Bain. Go get whoever you want and just add him to the mix.
None of these things are needs now. Like defensive end obviously isn't a need with Jared Verse, with Brian Young, Josiah Stewart wasn't a huge factor last year, but they drafted him. Like they've got a ton of guys there. The interior is stocked with Kobe Turner, Fisk, Poona Ford. The secondary we just talked about has been overhauled. They've got safeties. They've got slot corners. I mean, you could say maybe just a Sonny Styles upgrade. Like Nate Landman was really good, but would Sonny Styles coming in as a second linebacker turbocharge that group? Do they love one of these offensive linemen? Rob Havenstein, Stein, retired. McClendon did pretty well at right tackle, but do they like one of these offensive linemen as just here's the future for the next 10 years? This is a team now basically without any holes.
They're doing what we always say is easier said than done.
Free agency with no holes.
Leave free agency. Can you play a game next week?
Right.
If you're the Rams,
you can.
The complete opposite, by the way, as we back up a little bit, the complete opposite of where they were in 2022 when Zach was Zach was like taking reps at QB during minicamp because they had like 30 people under contract to the Rams. The reset from Super Bowl champions in 2021, it was really 2023 when they had almost nobody returning on the roster, and they had Aaron Donald coming back. They drafted Puka Nacua and hit on that and got this thing back on track. What an unbelievable turnaround by the Rams, to the point where every starting spot is filled by somebody that you feel pretty good about, to the point, you get into the draft at pick 13 and you're picking the best player available. I got Watson as a 78 in my scale here out of 100. That's very good at corner. Compares favorably to Sam Shields, 2014, when he was good. Antonio Cromartie in 2013. Akello Witherspoon in 2022. Trumaine Johnson in 2018.
Big Sky.
A lot of former Rams here.
Unfortunately, a better nickname than player, I think. But
he had that. He did
have one great year.
He had a 1 or 2 game stretch.
But Big Sky was an elite
he was good.
level name.
So Watson's been a very good player for the Chiefs, and now it's Watson and McDuffie as the starting corners for the Rams here. And as PFF just posted, career high 74.9 PFF grade
It's a great point, though, that this is a team that is positioned with the 13th overall pick, with draft capital generally, and with a recent history of trying to trade up aggressively for, impact players and no holes to fill anymore. Like, the Rams are now one of the biggest X factors in the entire draft because they can go get whoever they want. They don't need anything. They can just go find a player they think is awesome and throw an offer on the table to make it happen. Oh, here we go. Here's news. Big news.
Okay, read it.
Couple of big news, but the most important one. Jaelan Phillips, according to Adam Schefter, has agreed to a 4-year, $120 million deal with the Carolina Panthers.
There we go.
The doctor gets his guy in the house. $80 million in guarantees.
So Jaelan Phillips to the Panthers. We talked about the work that they did on the defensive line last year. And let's go back. We kept citing the Milton Williams, not failure, but they missed out on Milton Williams, right? They got outbid.
It was a failure to get him because,
albeit
a self-imposed one.
Right. It just
they drew the line.
It comes across differently as, they didn't get him. They wouldn't be able to make this move without it, right?
Sure.
So if you look at it from a 2-year window perspective, they added Turk Wharton last year and a couple other players. They draft Nick Scorton. They draft Princely Umanmielen, and now add Jaelan Phillips. That is how you attack the defensive line over a 2-year window if you're the Panthers. A massive need going into last year, a need this year, although not as strong because they got better, and now they add Jaelan Phillips. The question with him, out of 5 years in the NFL, only 2 years where he's pretty much started from start to finish, over 800 snaps. But when healthy, good run defender, solid pass rusher, and one of the top edge rushers on the market here.
That's the thing. He's not even 27 years old yet. He's an elite physical specimen. He's got size, he's got speed, he's got athleticism, he's got versatility as well. You saw him move around the defensive line for Philadelphia. Miami did some of that as well. I mean, he's theoretically the sort of perfect prime free agent, but he's got that injury history in his career, which extends into his college career. So he's not the sort of perfect clean prospect. But, 800-plus snaps, 900 snaps almost last season in total between the two teams. You saw what impact he made for Philadelphia when he came in. Like, he made a significant impact for them, had a bunch of games where he got a ton of pressure. I mean, he should absolutely upgrade Carolina's pass rush in a serious way. And then you still got the potential development from a Nick Scorton, from a Princely Umanmielen as well. That group could get a lot better.
Oh, wow. Lots going on here. By the way, I have Jaelan Phillips as an 81 in my system. Again, that's really strong, comparable to a couple previous seasons of Chase Young, 2024 Adafe Owe, and some early career Marcus Davenport when he was very good, 2020 and 21. You could also compare maybe the injury history to Davenport as well, potentially. All right, we've got a trade. So I have to change everything I say about the Colts now because of the trade.
Well, you don't. They were intact. They no longer are.
The Colts are trading Michael Pittman Jr. To the Steelers, per Diana Rossini in The Athletic.
That's wild.
That's some real news here.
It really is.
So,
now, start with the Steelers. I love that for them. I mean, he's everything DK Metcalf isn't.
Oh, absolutely. It's a perfect complement to DK. We still have no idea if Aaron Rodgers is coming back or what the Steelers are going to do at the quarterback position.
But this is like, remember last year, now who knows, maybe they'll deal away DK Metcalf and never have more than one good wide receiver at a time. But remember, like this time a year ago, it's like, wow, DK Metcalf plus George Pickens, that could be awesome. Now it's DK Metcalf plus Michael Pittman, that should be awesome, pending, another move to derail that. But they're perfect complementary receivers. DK Metcalf is the big, athletic, vertical receiver who's just got all this sort of special physical traits, and Michael Pittman is the guy that's got all of the, high volume, contested catch plus type of stuff. You put those two together, you've got the perfect duo.
Tom Pelissero saying it's a late round pick, flop, or swap. So it's really not for much.
No, that's
for the Steelers.
I mean, obviously he's got to get paid, right? His thing's coming up.
He's been paid.
He's been paid.
I mean, he's already on a decent.
Then why is the compensation that low?
Pittman. We're working on it real time here. Where's his contract right now?
3 years, $68 million, signed 2014. So he'll want re-upping soon.
Oh yeah, so he's heading into the last year of his deal.
Yeah.
$22 million base salary is what Pittsburgh would be inheriting here.
Right.
And that's $5 million dead for the Colts.
Right, but he'll want, he's coming due renegotiation, shall we say. Like, he's going to want to get paid again. Now, whether they'll do that or if they just play him on the final year of that deal, let him, walk for the comp pick. I mean, if the compensation is really that little, then you can get into that world where you're like, we'll keep him for a year, let him leave in free agency, and we end up as a wash.
Well, it mentioned with the Steelers too, right? So let's say, if they went the Kyler Murray route and you had literally the cheapest possible quarterback you could have, you can go nuts.
Well, then,
with all your money for the rest, at least for this year,
well, then
on the rest of the roster.
Well, then you can either just play him for the 1 year and let him walk, but then you could re-up him now, front load the deal, right? Take advantage of the fact that Kyler Murray's playing for nothing effectively for your roster, and shovel all the money into this year's cap for Michael Pittman in a multi-year deal that ties him there for 3-4 years.
And most teams don't front load because of the time value of money, and they'd rather have all of that. But you front load it only because you're locked into 1 year of the cheapest quarterback possible.
And obviously you can't do that until you get that set in stone. So, until they sign one of these quarterbacks that is the 1 year for nothing type of deal.
To be clear, all of this is till Wednesday. Ending.
Right. Well, there's that too.
We'll do this show Wednesday too.
But also, from that point of view, it doesn't really matter because you have him under contract. His deal doesn't need to get done now. Like, it can wait until you sign that quarterback. But it does become an option if and when they sign somebody like Kyler. They could now do some creative stuff with Michael Pittman's contract because of what Kyler's contract lets him do.
A number from the 33rd team main account here. Jaelan Phillips generated pressure on 18.8% of his pass rush snaps in 2025. That's the fourth highest rate among players with 250-plus pass rush reps, behind only Will Anderson Jr., Nick Bonito, and Micah Parsons. So you can see what Jaelan Phillips is capable of when he's out there across the Eagles and the Dolphins previously in his career. So we got a lot. Oh, man, so much going on right now. I love it. Appreciate everybody for joining us live here. Last year, we were debating whether or not to do this live, to just throw out some videos reacting. The live, it's like treat it like the draft. Let's just hang out.
We're going head-to-head with the entire internet, who's all doing a live extravaganza show for free agency. It's just warfare out there. Everybody.
Jared's defending my model in the chat. Was somebody trashing it? He said, don't speak negatively of it.
Somebody was asking what it was named and was suggesting a bunch of silly names. Now, none of them were necessarily worse than the PVM.
PVM's just my production number.
Oh, okay.
Which is MVP backwards.
Do you have a name for the model overall?
Yeah, so I have my draft one, I call it a draft score.
Okay.
And then if my NFL projections, I call it NFL score. And for college, I call it a portal score.
Okay.
So they're all scores. They're all scores.
Yeah.
The Dolphins are making moves.
Wow.
Is Diana the only one breaking all the news here today?
She's out there. She's doing it.
Diana Rossini. The Dolphins are signing former Packers quarterback Malik Willis. Sources tell The Athletic.
Yeah.
Malik Willis to the Dolphins. Now, if we go back to, I can read this out just because it's funny. I texted Bobby.
Is that how on and off the record works? If it's funny, you're allowed to put it on the record?
It's because it doesn't
reflect badly.
It's not incriminating.
Okay.
I asked if I said, Bobby, are you going to Indy? He's the Dolphins offensive coordinator. He said, no, I'm going to be grinding on scheme and stuff, right? So they stayed back working on the playbook and the whole thing. And I said, more leak, our tight end. You call it the yoink play. I said, we always joked with Bobby, just call tight end leak, right? Where you fake on one side and you stumble out on the other side. It's always wide open. And then I said, Malik Willis, even. Ha, ha, ha. I only got an LOL from Bobby. So they went with Malik Willis.
You were lucky to get that much, to be honest.
Ha, ha. Pretty funny.
So this offense, you've got Devon Achane, who's amazing. You've got Jalen Waddle, who's very good and pretty versatile. You've got Patrick Paul and Aaron Brewer on the offensive line, who are good. Austin Jackson, who's maybe passable at right tackle. And then two gaps where the guard should be. Let's call them traffic cones for the moment because that's about what they have been. You've got no real wide receiver 2 to speak of. You've got no real tight end to speak of. And now you've just put Malik Willis on that team. So on the one hand, look, again, this is going to be, let's see what the number is, right? But generally speaking, I would I would be of the camp that I want to roll the dice on Malik Willis. I think what we've seen from him as a spot starter in Green Bay has been so impressive and so much better than it was in Tennessee. I'm willing to see what he can do as a starter and take my chances with that. Now, is there a number where that ceases to become my analysis? Absolutely. So we'll wait to see what the contract looks like.
Early reports from Rap Sheet: the Dolphins are paying 3 years, $67.5 million with $45 million
it's
fully
right where
guaranteed.
I said it should be.
Yeah,
The $45 million is the number, right? Because what I said is that if the guaranteed money is effectively a year and a half of like Darnold money, right? That's where it should be. So even if he's a train wreck, right? Even if this lasts 1 year, then your only damage, your punitive damage, is effectively a year and a half of Sam Darnold money at the quarterback position to gamble that Malik Willis is the dude, right? And if he is the guy, then you've got him for 2 years at, $45 million guaranteed, whatever that shakes out to with the non-guaranteed money in year 2, and then you can re-up him to the actual long-term contract. Like, it's the perfect contract for him. Love that move. Nailed it. I nailed the contract,
that you saw the numbers.
And the Dolphins nailed the move.
We started to hear reports that Malik Willis, he was a $40 million guy. He's getting all this money. Yeah. That's a good hedge right there.
So that's going to end up.
That's a good deal.
Right, that's going to end up shaking out to being like less than $30 million a year for 2 years, right? And then they'll figure out in year 2.
And it doesn't change everything that you said. The fact that the guard position.
No. I mean, that's still,
They have serious issues up front. They have only Jaelan Waddle as a pass catcher. They've got serious work to do up and down both sides of that roster. But it's not like he's a 1-year flyer, right? You've got a 3-year deal to figure this out, right? But you still have to think of the Dolphins as being in rebuilding mode. And then you look at the dominoes of, was Arizona going to be in the mix here? Were the Steelers going to be in the mix here with Malik Willis? We don't know. Like some of those teams that still have a quarterback need. We thought it could have been Arizona. Where are the connections? Mike LaFleur in Arizona, all the Packers being in Miami now. So is the Packers connection, Malik Willis going from Green Bay to Miami, where Jeff Hafley came from, and John Eric Sullivan and everything.
It's basically, but it's a 1-year audition for him to basically be the quarterback in Miami going forward. Like, he gets 1 year to show that he can be the guy. If he is the guy, he'll get another year, and then they'll work on a long-term extension for him. If he's not the guy, they'll get rid of him next offseason, and all it's cost them is 1 year of starting quarterback money and then an extra half year of starting quarterback money as the punishment for screwing it up, which I think is basically an entirely fair approach to what Malik Willis is right now, which is a gamble. But if you get it right, you end up with a quarterback on a bargain for 2 years, right? If you get it wrong, you paid him starting quarterback money for a year, so that doesn't matter anyway. Like, if that's already a sunk cost. And then the only thing it's cost you additionally is half a year of starting quarterback money, which I think that's an entirely fair compromise for that gamble, right? If you get it right, you work out well. If you get it wrong, he works out well. No harm, no foul.
We asked for years, where are the mid-tier quarterback contracts?
Yeah.
When you have, and ironically it's Miami, when you have a Tua Tagovailoa here, and he's a reasonable starter and puts up above average starting numbers, immediately it's like, got to pay him 50. You got to pay him 50. That's next. He's the next guy up. This has been the last decade. Joe Flacco won the Super Bowl. Got to make him the highest. He was the highest paid quarterback for a minute in the NFL because he won the Super Bowl in a world that Peyton Manning and Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers existed. And it started about 15 years ago. Next man up's top. Next man up's the top paid guy. And now you have, in the same life cycle here, the $50 million guy gets cut, and they find a way to get the mid-tier quarterback deal, which is perfect, right? Malik Willis, first couple of years in Tennessee, couldn't play, wasn't ready, showed no signs of anything, and then he goes to Green Bay and looks outstanding and looks great in relief, throws the ball well, runs well, and he's very good, and it looks like the perfect guy to take a flyer on. But you can't do it at $40 or $50 million, so the fact that they were able to do it at a little over 20 per and $45 million guaranteed, I think it's good for everybody, good for the league, and a good deal for the Dolphins.
So the chat asks a question, which I think is a good one worth answering. Starscream 11203 says, so here's the question. The Jets got clowned for giving Fields $30 million guaranteed, and he's put more on tape than Willis has to this point, so why aren't the Dolphins getting clowned? I would answer that quickly in two different ways. Number one, they will get clowned by a bunch of people that make exactly that point. Number two, I think it's different, though, because so Fields, you're right, if you take the totality of his career, you could find more positive from Fields' tape than you can from Malik Willis so far. But he'd also shown a lot of bad on that tape.
He had more opportunities.
He'd had 4 years of effectively really small incremental steps forward in his career, right? And at that point, you're like, you are at best an average quarterback who we're hoping can take a big leap to be viable, right? Malik Willis has got a lot less on his tape, but what we've seen from him recently has been a lot better than that rank average play. Like, he's looked very good the last few games. But the sample size is way smaller. So it's just a different gamble. On the other hand, on one hand, you're taking a guy who's got really quite a lot of tape, but a fairly fixed level of just being meh, versus a guy who's got hardly any tape, but it looked very good recently.
Let me give you a similar comparison, because last year we said Geno Smith and Sam Darnold. Geno Smith had put more good on tape than Sam Darnold, but the point I made was the most recent Sam Darnold season was better than any season Geno Smith put on tape. So you could have made that argument last year at this time. Sam Darnold has 1 good year, Geno Smith has 3 reasonable years, but Sam Darnold's 1 good year was better. I would argue Malik Willis, in a very small sample size, showed the ability to win from the pocket and use his legs better than Fields did at any point.
Right.
The other part of that is when we say people clowned on this or whatever, like, everything gets clowned on, right? People are making fun of the Dolphins for this or that.
We also said that was a good move for the Jets.
We said at the time that's a perfect hedge by the Jets. When we're viewing it through the lens of there's like a 10% chance that this works out, right? Which is very low percentage. It probably won't work, but it's a cheap. It's not breaking the bank.
Process-wise, was a good move.
Yeah.
Process-wise, I think this is also a good move. Again, it doesn't mean I'm basically saying I would roll the dice on Malik Willis. I've seen quite a lot from him. Not quite a lot. I've seen enough from him in his small sample size that I would be confident giving him a shot as a starter, and I think he's earned that shot. And I'm kind of quietly optimistic about what that would look like. But I mean, he might bomb. It might be terrible. That's entirely plausible based off the fact how small this sample size is. But if it doesn't work out, it's cost you 1.5 years of quarterback money, which is reasonable. Okay, we're into phase 2 of the Michael Pittman thing. The Steelers have given Michael Pittman a new 3-year, $59 million deal, according to Mike Garafolo.
So is that ripping up the final? Because that's under $20 million per year. He was just at $22 per year. Is he taking a pay cut with a couple extra years tacked on? Is that how I'm reading that, or is that an extension off of his final year here?
It doesn't say. So I would assume.
Either way, it's a reasonable price for Pittman.
Yeah.
It's a reasonable price for Pittman to pair with DK, where, again, the Steelers over the next couple of years are probably not going to be spending a lot of money for the QB, whether it's through the draft or whether it's a Kyler reclamation project. So you've got money to spend. I like it.
From the Steelers' point of view, I think that's great. I mean, if that's a low-round pick to get him and then $20 million a year, 23 a year?
Yeah.
Did I say it was 69? $59 million a year. So less than 20 a year. That's great business from their point of view.
So it sounds like it's an extension off that deal. It's not bad.
Still pretty good.
It's an extension, so you get 1 more year of 22, 3 more years right under 20.
And
so 4 more years of Pittman into his early 30s.
Yeah.
Into his early 30s
Correct.
is the only questionable part here.
Right. But from that kind of cost, that's good business. Plus, who knows? Wide receiver aging curves is always kind of more complicated than you think it will be, but a guy who was never relying on speed in the first place theoretically shouldn't miss it when it isn't there anymore.
And if there is like a bidding war for Kyler Murray between the Steelers and the Vikings, you're giving yourself, hey, who you throwing to? You got DK and Pittman. So you're at least giving yourself a better supporting cast to help,
which
in
is all it
negotiations.
Comes down to. The bidding war only comes down to who gives him the better situation. Because nobody's going to go to the amount of money he's due for the Cardinals anyway. So from Kyler's perspective, nothing changes financially, right? Literally the only thing prospective teams have to offer him is pathway to a long-term gig and supporting cast, right?
Yeah.
Like who am I throwing to? Who's my offensive line? Who's my coach? So yeah, the Steelers acquiring players like Michael Pittman can only help them outbid is the wrong way of phrasing it, but rival the Minnesota Vikings as a destination.
The Jets have made a move. Pass rusher Joseph Asai, former Bengal, $36 million over 3 years, going to the Jets. So remember, they just traded Jermaine Johnson. they have a major question at edge rusher. Asai is the guy, I've put him in this group of Arden Key, Arnold Ebiketie. There's some number 3 type of pass rushers that I would consider they're more like number 3s. They can be low-end 2s. So Asai might be starting for the Jets here at that kind of money, but I'd rather him be a 3. But, he's a good, solid football player that, as you're rebuilding the defensive line, love to have him as a part of it.
Yeah, did we get yeah, there you go, $36 million a year over 3 for the Jets. Now, again, the vital number is always the one that's not there. It's the guaranteed number, but that's decent money for
another pass rusher. Kingsley Enagbare is going to the Jets as well, former Packer. Now, that's a 1-year, $10 million deal. So now the Jets have added 2 pass rushers, and they're sitting here with pick number 2. The assumption is that they're picking a pass rusher. It could be David Bailey, could be Reuben Bain, could be Arvell Reese there. I wonder, none of these moves are keeping them from drafting one of those guys. It's just interesting that they're filling those starting spots. They already have Will McDonald as well returning, so that's, 3 players in that rotation there.
Yeah, none of them are keeping you away from drafting one of those top-tier edge rushers, but it is exactly what we always preach to do, which is don't pigeonhole yourself into having to do it, right? Like if they didn't sign either of these guys, you would roll the draft. You're like, you now have to take one of those guys at number 2 overall. They probably will anyway, just because that's where the value of this draft is. But theoretically, they've now put themselves in a position where they could go and decide Carnell Tate's the best non-quarterback in this draft. We're taking him at 2 overall. And instead of taking Reuben Bain, David Bailey, Arvell Reese or whatever, or Sonny Styles. Sonny Styles is the best player in this draft, so we're taking him at 2. We're not taking one of the defensive linemen. We'll come back and get him later. You could do that now if you wanted to.
But you're not just going Styles. Now, look, you may have already made these evaluations and say, we like Styles over these pass rushers, but you're not picking the linebacker because you just got Kingsley and Enagbare on a 1-year deal.
You've at least given yourself the position or the ability to now go in a different direction if you needed to.
Of course. So that's great. Lots happening. It's all going down right here. If you're just tuning in, you can rewind and see some of the other reactions that we had to some of the various signings, Malik Willis, everything that's going down.
Here, we missed this one, didn't we? Isaiah Likely is signing a 3-year, $40 million deal with the New York Giants, worth up to $47.5 million, apparently. Sources tell The Athletic, and that's from Diana Rossini.
Is she winning all the breaking news?
She is. Diana Rossini is currently winning free agency.
She's got her own text chain here. Wow. Working hard at the combine.
She's set up a side chain with just cut them all out.
So this is the first John Harbaugh impact here, going from the Ravens to the Giants. Personnel control, and Isaiah Likely going to the Giants. They already have Theo Johnson there. That's a nice little compliment to Johnson, who's got a little bit more size, can run the seam a little bit, hold his own as a run blocker, but a weapon for Jackson Dart.
Yes, and an interesting one of obviously the Ravens have been fans of Isaiah Likely since they drafted him, but he's been sort of trapped in this world of he's obviously good, but how valuable is he? How much of an important piece of that offense is he? How much of a tight end 1, if you like, even though it's a sort of slightly amorphous concept now? $3 million for 3 years, $40 million is pretty significant money for that tight. He obviously intends to use him and covets him.
Would love to see what happens at wide receiver 2 now for the Giants. I'm a big Carnell Tate fan, and I'll just say, if they have Neighbors as a 1, I would love it. I would love a Carnell Tate, but you've got Likely and Theo Johnson at tight end, Scadaboo in the backfield, Tyrone Tracy in the backfield. They're racking up some playmakers there. I want to see what they do at receiver, though, with Wandale Robinson hitting free agency and Neighbors coming off of his injury. I'd love to see a nice big compliment there.
And it also presumably sends Bellinger as a free agent, right? It sends Bellinger almost certainly then to free agency because presumably they're not re-signing him now if they've signed Isaiah Likely.
It's not every move, but so many of these moves with all of the coaching changes and everything, so many are going to be just tied to previous coaching staffs and everything. Right. Wow. We have a reunion per Tom Pelissero. The Jets are moving. They've signed their former draft pick, Demario Davis, on a 2-year, $22 million deal. Demario Davis out of New Orleans, heading into year 15 in his career, turning 37.
That's crazy.
Shout out to the agents for negotiating.
Yeah, who we want to mention.
Demario Davis going back to the Jets, where he was drafted in 2012, the legendary linebacker class of 2012 that featured Luke Kuechly and the still active Bobby Wagner, Levante David, and Demario Davis.
That's crazy.
Davis goes back to where it all began and where he had the worst years of his career.
Yes.
In New York with the Jets.
That's kind of fascinating. Maybe the mark. 2-year, $22 million a year, 15 guaranteed. It's not like there's no market for him. That's decent money for a linebacker still. Demario Davis still playing as well as he is at 37 is crazy. He's still really, really good. Actually, that entire linebacker class, not only were they incredibly good, the longevity with that group is nuts. Bobby Wagner is still really good, albeit can't do some of the things he did earlier in his career. You sort of have to be aware of what he is now and not ask him to do some things. But if you don't ask him to do those things, he's amazingly good. Demario Davis is just amazing. It's the top to bottom. You saw him walking around the Super Bowl. The dude still looks in incredible shape. Levante David's had really the first year of his career where he started to not look the way he looked previously. The fact that he's going back to the Jets is pretty fascinating, where A, you're right, he didn't have the best years of his career, and B, it's not like you would say that's a good situation right now.
So a couple questions in the chat. Real quick, with Demario Davis, I think he could still play.
Yes.
All-around player, good against the run.
The Jets have now added
good coverage feel and everything, as a veteran would, but he's still athletic enough to make plays. And now the Jets are in this. They've added Minkah Fitzpatrick, Demario Davis, Kingsley Enagbare, and Joseph Asai. Mm-hmm. This is starting to feel like a combination of what the Commanders did 2 years ago. Remember when they got Jaden Daniels and they competed quickly with a whole bunch of veteran additions. But what the Commanders did, they did draft in volume that year, but then a year later traded a bunch of their picks and ended up being, low volume drafting, and they don't have a great young nucleus. The Jets are trying to do both because they have incredible draft capital and they're not breaking the bank for free agents, but they're getting a whole lot of 1 and 2 year free agents right now, or players that they're trading for, and a guy like Minkah Fitzpatrick. So it does feel like they're going competitive rebuild here for the Jets. Now, my biggest question in that building this offseason was, how much is Aaron Glenn trying to compete right now? How much is Darren Muji going to be thinking about the next 2 years? Mm-hmm. Are we starting to see that? Or do you think this is a unified front where they're saying, let's do both? Because this feels like a little bit of we're half in, we're half out.
It does. Some of these moves definitely feel like they are Aaron Glenn influence moves. And that, maybe internal, the Jets have basically been saying, we have total confidence in Aaron Glenn. We think he's the right guy. And from the outside, it's been difficult to see what that's been based on, because maybe he is. Maybe he's amazing, but it really is hard to identify literally anything from the outside that would say, there's Aaron Glenn doing a good job in year one, right? The Jets were terrible. The defense was terrible. It felt like they kind of mailed in the last portion of the season. It's not like and nobody was looking at the scheme and saying, man, this is lights out stuff. Everything was bad. And they fired everybody except Aaron Glenn at the end of it all. So it's like, man, everyone sort of assumed Aaron Glenn looks like he's basically a lame duck head coach going into this year. But maybe they're telling the truth, and they really do think that Aaron Glenn is the right guy. And so they're starting to give him a little bit of what he wants. I'm going to need some veteran leadership on the back end because all of our good players are traded away. We can, add some young youth to it as well, the nucleus to go forward. But I'm going to need a couple of veterans. And now you got Minkah and you got Demario Davis. You got 2/3 of your defense, two of the 3 levels of your defense now has a veteran presence added to it.
All right, the Jets are going to be worth talking about. We'll circle back to the overall Jets discussion there. A lot of smaller signings. John Simpson. Where did he end up? Let me come back to that.
I see that.
John Simpson, John Ridgway, Neville Gallimore. We'll come back to that. The one we know, Mitchell Trubisky, reunited with Brian Daboll, now going to be the backup in Tennessee for Cam Ward. The person, I don't know if he listens to us or if he just follows us on Twitter, but there's one Trubisky truther out there who said that's the next reclamation project.
Yeah.
He will not be this year, but I think he's
you don't know that.
Fine as a reasonable backup. Right? You think he's competing with Cam Ward?
No. But, okay. Cam Ward might tear his Achilles 4 snaps into his week 1, and then the Biss goes out there and balls out. You don't know.
Could happen.
Stranger things have happened in the NFL. Not many, admittedly.
I always wanted to believe in the Bisk.
Yeah.
We've got tight end Austin Hooper to the Falcons.
Yep.
Back to the Falcons? Was he with the Falcons before?
Yes.
Wow, I forgot that. Memory hold that one. 1 year, $3.25 million per rap sheet.
Austin Hooper's entire career is sort of memory holdable.
Wow, he started with them then. I just messed up my brain. Wow, I messed up. Yeah, it was with Matt Ryan. What am I doing? That's like my era. This one's more intriguing for me though. Vikings And James Pierre, cornerback James Pierre from the Steelers, 2-year, $8.5 million deal. Super cheap.
Yeah.
Here.
Very cheap. That's
the agent negotiated it. And James Pierre, who's had a sneaky good year for the Steelers last year, perhaps filling one of those cornerback needs in Minnesota.
Yeah, though. 2 years, 8.5 with 3.7 guaranteed. I mean, that's backup
nothing.
money. It's backup money.
I know.
It's not even starting money. Like that's depth.
I think he can compete for a start. He's got good size, got good ball skills.
He absolutely can because their CB2 spot right now is wide open. But again, it's a little bit like the Jets move where it's like that's so you don't have to force Avion Terrell in the first round if you don't love it, right?
I got him as a sneaky 82 on a small sample size in the model. This is a perfect buy low by the Minnesota Vikings with James Pierre.
No, good process. Again, like that stops you having to force cornerback in round 1 if you don't love them.
Yeah, he had a good made a lot of plays on the ball last year.
Simpson
small
was to
sample,
the Ravens.
But very good.
John Simpson was to the Ravens.
To the Ravens. Okay.
So plugging one of those guard spots.
So there you go. To fill a spot at guard, still have the Linderbaum question at center. Mm-hmm. Maybe the other guard spot, still a question. But if you're back to, 3/5 of the offensive line, Ronnie Stanley at left tackle, Roger Rosengarten at right tackle, still 2 more question marks to either upgrade or fill. But yeah, that's a good move for Baltimore to get that done.
Yep.
And then what was the other piece the latest news here. Kenneth Gainwell, Steelers running back, former Eagle, signing with the Bucs on a 2-year, $14 million deal.
Team MVP. He becomes the first team MVP to then leave the team the subsequent year. I think I'm right in saying that.
Of which team?
I think it was
of the Steelers.
I think it was any team, but certainly, let's say the Steelers to begin with, just to be safe. But I actually think the data point was.
Where did you hear that?
Somebody tweeted it, so it's got to be true.
Does every team give out their own MVP?
Yeah. Maybe it was. Yeah.
How is this even in the public record? There's no way that's real. Why
would the internet ever lie about something like this?
There's no way that's real.
Why would the internet lie about this?
You telling me Albert Hainsworth wasn't Titans team MVP the year that he left and went to Washington?
It would have been to or
whatever the time period.
Somebody else.
Yeah. Stop. That is not. First off, that is not the compliment I expected to see for Bucky Irving. But I love Gainwell as a player. I was thinking maybe an Allgeier ends up, as the compliment to Bucky. But now you have 2 running backs who can catch the ball out of the backfield. And Gainwell had a really nice year for Pittsburgh. Him and Jaelan Warren were the hard
I found the tweet. I'm misremembering slightly. Pro Football Talk says Steelers running back Kenneth Gainwell has now become, the first team MVP. Now, again, this is unspecific, to immediately exit in free agency since quarterback Neil O'Donnell in 1999.
So for the Steelers. O'Donnell went to the Titans in 99 after leaving the Steelers. Yeah. So it's a Pittsburgh tweet.
It's non-specific every single time they make this point, including within the text of the article. But yes, sure. If Gainwell leaves, he'll be the first team MVP. But again, doesn't specify the Steelers to exit in free agency since 1996 when Neil O'Donnell defected for the Jets.
He brought, while we're here, he brought the Steelers to the Super Bowl in 95. Uh-huh. And that was when Uncle Anthony was screaming at Neil O'Donnell because he kept firing the ball to Larry Brown, made Larry Brown the Super Bowl MVP. Uncle Anthony's pissed. He's like, he's on the take, get him out of here. And Neil O'Donnell flips that into a free agent deal with the Jets and then does nothing with the Jets. Uncle Anthony.
It's interesting that Uncle Anthony was so
justified,
so attuned to who was on the take. And
he was just did he have multiple TVs going? He was working it in the 90s down at the club, whatever the club was in East Boston. You'd go to the club.
It's like
Uncle Anthony was locked in, though.
The game that I love and you've never been a fan of, the Mutant League Football, right?
Yeah.
One of the things you can do on that is bribe the ref.
Oh, you can,
right?
Yeah.
But the problem is, if the opponent then bribes the ref after you bribe the ref, then your bribe ceases to become a thing, right? So you think you've bribed the ref, which means that if they break off a big play, it gets called back by a penalty, whatever, only to discover that they've then bribed the ref after you, and your bribe has been useless, and you got hosed. Maybe that was what was happening here.
Could have been what happened. But Neil O'Donnell. So that was clearly a Steelers tweet from Pro Football Talk. Let's get back focused here. Jordan Schultz has news. It's going to hurt some of our offseason plans. Former Lions linebacker Alex Anzalone is going to sign with the Bucs on a 2-year, $17 million deal. So A massive need for the Bucs at linebacker.
Dominoes.
Savachier Dennis struggled mightily in coverage last year. Almost every big play was against him. Good run defender. Levante David, class of 2012, still hoping to play. Is he still going to be with the Bucs? Do you roll with David and Anzalone maybe for 1 year here? But Anzalone, 2-year deal, good coverage player, had a really nice run with the Lions, turned into a pretty good linebacker in a year where, as we've said many times, the linebackers are plentiful to be had here in free agency.
Yeah, I mean, that could have the knock-on effect for both of our favorite offseason moves. It could mean the end of Levante David in Tampa Bay. As we said, this is the first year where you could realistically look at his play and say, man, he's dropped off. Maybe now it's time. And then it could also mean Sonny Styles doesn't get drafted if he's available at their spot as well. So two of our favorite moves for the Bucs may not be things anymore.
And the one thing that can we get a report on the Barbarian? Is he back in Jacksonville? We were trying to set up Anzalone and the Barbarian and Wingard, and we were trying to set up the defense in Jacksonville to disguise. The hair disguise plan was not.
Oh, we think of the confusion. I don't know what guy is out there. Is that the safety? Is it the linebacker? Is it the edge rusher? They're all the same.
I'll just say this to Anthony, who's doing unbelievable work for us,
yes,
feeding us the information. Shout out to Anthony. Don't put any more punter information in there. I don't care. I don't care.
No, you do.
I'm just kidding.
We have one punter fan who really, I don't know why.
We do it for him. Do it for him. But can we get our? Can we get Punt God in here?
God knows why that guy still listens to us.
Punt Analysis God.
Because you actively disdain any form of special teams talk. But former Vikings punter Ryan Wright is signing a 4-year, $14 million deal that includes $8 million guaranteed with the Saints.
Yeah.
Your analysis.
Lateral move. Every punter's a lateral move. I don't know. I haven't done the advanced analytics on the punt game yet.
I will say, you always talk about how the offensive line is the thing that PFF does best in the entire world. I actually think punting is the best thing.
It's true. Whatever the grades say, I trust it. Not the college ones because it can't do the rugby punts as well, but the NFL punting grades are outstanding. So
in large part,
whatever the grades say, I trust it.
In large part driven by former Vikings punter Chris Cluey, actually. But I think PFF's punting data is actually...
And the Giants signed former Raven Jordan Stout to punt. 3-year, $12.3 million deal. I'll just assume John Harbaugh knows what he's doing.
So for what it's worth, Ryan Wright was the number 6 graded punter at PFF.
Great move by who? The Saints. Great move by the Saints.
Whereas actually the Saints punter was graded number 27. So a massive upgrade.
Good move by the Saints.
Not lateral at all. Diagonal.
What do we have on Stout?
Stout?
Because he goes to the Giants. He's following Harbaugh, too. Likely and Stout.
Stout is... Ooh. Stout was the number 35 graded punter.
Blame Joe Shane. Joe Shane's fault.
If
it doesn't work, it's Joe Shane's fault.
Which is actually interesting because his yards per attempt is through the roof at 50. So
good kick coverage.
Well, this is why. So he led the NFL actually in
his what was 50
yards. His gross average
was 50.
Yes,
that can't be right.
It's right.
There's a chance that
it's not. It's right. His gross average was 50. His net average was 44.9, which led the NFL.
I think all those numbers are wrong.
How are
That's an insane. Nobody's averaging 50 per punt.
I mean, maybe he's punting from way back at his own 20.
Oh, jeez.
They didn't get much going.
You can't trust PFF's.
Somebody set a record last year for
stats for punters.
Didn't somebody set a record for gross average last year?
Now you got me going to Pro Football Reference, looking up punters.
Check out punter average.
Yeah, Stout was 45.9 yards per punt. The number. Oh no, it was 50. That's insane.
Right.
What? Man, I stopped paying attention to punting 10 years ago. All of a sudden, all the numbers are different.
It's almost hard to believe you don't have a feel for the numbers with how much you really keep your finger on the pulse of the punting game.
But the grades weren't good for him?
So this is my point. This is why the PFF grading is actually Stout is a perfect example of why the PFF grading for punt. Oh, I'm shilling for the old company. Is why the PFF punting grades are actually good because his gross and his net numbers were fantastic, but his grade is ass, which means his hang time was cheeks or his direction was cheeks or some combination of both.
He was out-kicking his coverage potentially, right? Because it matters if you kick it 65 yards and it's like a 4.2 hang time, you're going to get a big return.
The Irish.
But it didn't matter. Showed up in the net.
The great Irish punter, Daniel Whelan from the Packers. said that his it might be Rich Bisaccia, right, the Green Bay, but he's like they basically say you've got distance, direction, hang time. Those are the three things you need, right?
Yeah.
And he goes, and you only really need two of them. Two of the three, you've done your job. Was basically the way they frame it, which is now PFF has a fourth. It's got like a matrix.
Yeah, it depends on where you're punting from.
So it's a combination of all those things, right? That you need those things together to form a decent punt. Simply burying it as far as you can down the field is not actually the job of a punter.
Right. And then you've got the whole, like, if it bounces inside the 5 and it sticks, it's probably luck.
Right.
But nobody wants to hear that.
No.
All right, that's enough on the punters. If
For the next 10 years.
our punt analysis god wants to chime in, though, happy to relay.
You won't be happy to relay that.
Oh, Sam will relay into that information.
Yeah.
The Bears signed defensive tackle Neville Gallimore to a 2-year, $12 million deal. That's a backup rotational deal for Gallimore. Adds depth to the Bears.
Yeah.
And then Laramie Tunsil, Commanders left tackle, signs a 2-year, $60.2 million contract extension. So Washington left tackle, getting the extension there, Tunsil locked in Washington for a few extra years here.
Yep, which I think was fairly expected once they made the trade for him. I think that was always likely to happen. Here you go. The Commanders are signing veteran cornerback Amik Robertson, your favorite, to a 2-year, $16 million deal with $9.3 million guaranteed.
Commanders, there we go.
Per Tom Pelissero and a bunch of agents.
Amik Robertson and Mike Sanderstil in the same backfield. Talk about high energy. That's solid. I like that. I like Amik. I think he's feisty on the outside, solid deal at $16 million per year. And then we have the Bears signing Super Bowl winning safety Kobe Bryant. So the Bears losing both safeties to free agency, Jaquan Brisker and Kevin Byard. Not losing them, but they're both on the market right now. And they go outside the organization to bring in Kobe Bryant with no terms, but Bryant's been a pretty good player for the Seahawks.
Yeah. No, I think that's a pretty solid move for them. Interesting given the kind of choice. Presumably this is a replacement for Jaquan Brisker. So choosing, now maybe it's significantly cheaper. Again, we've got to wait for phase 2 of the reactions to actually analyze that. But if they've gotten significantly cheaper and gone with Bryant instead of Brisker, okay, that's a discussion. But just moving from Brisker to Bryant doesn't feel great for them.
Let me add a different level of value to the show here by stealing somebody's stuff and giving him proper credit. Nick Corti from Over the Cap. He is like the world's foremost compensatory pick expert. Other than those within a building.
Yeah.
So he's the best at figuring out, he figured out the compensatory pick formula. And for those who aren't aware, all of these free agent signings will affect next year's draft. So every time you have one of your players signed, you could be eligible for a comp pick for next year. Or if you sign someone, it could cross off your opportunity to pick one up. So he's going through and he's saying, based off this deal, the projection is, here's what the team's going to get next year. So I'll just go through a couple of them. The Draymond Jones signing could earn the Ravens a 5th in 2027. The Seahawks will get a 5th for Kenneth Walker next year. And again, this is why some teams are willing to let players walk, is, you get something in return. Chiefs should be getting a 4 or 5 for Jalen Watson, but that ends up canceling with some of their signings.
Mm-hmm.
Malik Willis could be getting a 4th right now. It could turn into a 3 for the Green Bay Packers, letting him walk. So think about what happened there. They traded a 7 for Malik Willis, got some really good backup play out of him, and they're going to get a 3rd or a 4th compensatory pick for him coming out. Isaiah Likely could get a 5th for the Ravens, and the Steelers get a 7 for James Pierre. That's a good deal. And the Colts could get a 6 or a 7 for Neville Gallimore going to Chicago. There's a few more, but I just thought that it's just another interesting long-term angle to take. When you start losing players, there are draft picks to be had on the other end.
Well, there you go. There's the other domino from the New York Giants signing Isaiah Likely. Daniel Bellinger does indeed head to free agency, and Daniel Bellinger is signing with the Tennessee Titans.
Bellinger to the Titans. They have Chigakonkwo
hitting free agency.
Is a free agent. They have a need there. I don't think Bellinger is necessarily the starter, but a move to add depth at tight end in Tennessee.
I think he's a solid addition. I think he's fine as a tight end 2 on a team.
Yep.
So I don't think that's bad business from the Titans. Again, pending, how much they're paying him.
While the news dies down a touch, got to ask if you've ever wanted to go to the NBA Finals. Well, now's your chance. Courtesy of FanDuel, all you have to do is use your profit boost on an NBA future, and you'll be entered for a shot to win an NBA Finals trip for two. NBA futures lets you lock in your pick for who you think will go all the way, whether it's a team to win the championship or a conference title. Visit FanDuel.com/33rd to get started. Play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 plus at present in select states. For Kansas and affiliation with Kansas Star Casino, or 18 plus at present in D.C., Kentucky, or Wyoming. No purchase necessary. Limit one entry for Profit Boost token. Often required. Must apply Profit Boost token on select market. Restrictions apply. See full terms, including methods of entry at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call an Andrew Gambler. Visit fanduel.com/RG. Call 1-888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/Chattanooga, Connecticut, or visit mdgamblinghelp.org in Maryland. Hope is here. Visit gamblinghelplinema.org or call 800-327-5050 for 24/7 support in Massachusetts, or call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY in New York. Perfect. News has hit a bit of a lull here. The Jets feel like one of the biggest stories here today with some of their secondary. The move, they brought in starters, right? They're filling out their roster with starters. But they've got the most draft capital in the NFL over the next 2 years. So there's such a reset of the Jets roster coming up here. And they've just brought in a lot of veterans for a team that's rebuilding. And again, I wonder if that is a unified all-around strategy in the building, or if that's a bit of a hedge to do this competitive rebuild, because you have the draft picks too, right? You have enough draft picks that you're not trying to fully tank here. And you can't afford to have another 2 or 3 win season potentially.
Well, also the elephant in the room is, what are they doing at quarterback? Because you can't competitively rebuild if you have no quarterback whatsoever. I mean, I get it. Are they giving Justin Fields one more crack at the whip, or are they trying to find something else? At which point, who's that going to be? Because no amount of Demario Davis or Micah Fitzpatrick's of the world is realistically moving the needle if your quarterback is Brady Cook.
Yeah. So, just to recap what the Jets did: traded for Micah Fitzpatrick, a 7, locked him up for 3 extra years, brought in Joseph Asai and Kingsley Enagbare on 3 and 1 year deals, respectively. Both veterans, both better as third edge rush types, I would say. And then Demario Davis, the 37-year-old former Jets draft pick from 2012. What were you doing in 2012? Getting married? Did you have a 1-year-old at the time?
No, she's 2013, so also getting married.
Yeah, getting married, didn't have a kid. Yeah, it was 4 kids ago. A lot different in 2012. My first full year, full time with PFF. My first year not playing baseball. That was when Demario Davis got drafted. So they're bringing him in. So a rebuilding.
Still playing football in 2012.
Look at that. You were still a football player.
Yeah.
You and Demario. It's like you passed the torch to Mario and Wagner and Levante David. So it was a while ago, man, and that's what the Jets are doing. So they're getting older, but not in lieu of draft capital, but in addition to. So it's an intriguing spot to be, because they've gotten better player-wise.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, they have to fill out a roster. At some point, you got to have players on the team. It is interesting that they've really hammered the defensive side of the ball, which is, to be fair, where the majority of the gaps are. But you still don't have a quarterback to speak of. You still have, assuming we're not expecting a giant leap forward in Adonai Mitchell, which at this point I would say is a safe assumption, they only really have one wide receiver. So the offense needs some work in addition to the defensive work.
Any other surprises here? I think the Chiefs are a story now in a year where they're going to lose both starting corners, but they have a running back.
Yeah.
It's fascinating, because that's not going to feel good.
No.
But you got to look at the offense getting into better shape with Walker. If you said in a vacuum, you're going to lose your 2 starting corners, you're going to add a running back. Now you do get a lot of picks for one of those 2 starting corners.
Sure. But you now need, they now either need to spend free agency identifying the corner that they want to bring in minimum, or that one of those picks has to be used on a corner. Right now, their 2 cornerbacks are Noel Williams, last year's rookie, who, to be fair, looked very good, and then Christian Fulton, a former failure of a starting cornerback you don't want him to be starting for you next year if you expect to be winning a Super Bowl. So this team either needs to, look at the free agent landscape and be like, all right, who are we going for? Are we going for a Reek Woolen, Jamel Dean, Nashawn Wright, who are we bringing in? Or you have to use one of those first-round picks on a corner. I mean, even for a team, I know there's a lot of Chiefs fans who are out there being like, man, look at all these. Every time we draft a corner, we hit a home run. You're like, yeah, but, I don't know that you can bank on being able to just pick any third-round cornerback and go, we're good with him starting next year.
Right. Not necessarily as an immediate starter, but I do think teams should know their strengths and weaknesses. And if it is one of your strengths to draft and develop corners, you might lean into that a little bit more. Like the Steelers have always drafted receivers well, whereas like the Patriots under Belichick were awful at that, so you can't rely on it. So you have to know those strengths and weaknesses and how much the history actually matters.
Definitely think you should understand if you clearly stink at drafting a position, right? Like the Patriots and wide receivers. Just don't ever do that again. Just bring them in.
Don't leave it up to chance.
Go get veterans, right?
Yeah.
At this point you're terrible at that. I think the risk with doing it the other way around is it's such a low strike rate generally that all it takes is like bucking that trend by like 1 or 2, and suddenly you're like, man, we're awesome at this. We can pick receivers or corners or whatever out of the sky. It doesn't matter. We can always ace it. I think that's probably not true.
All right, we do have some more news here. The Lions filling their center spot with former Panther Cade Mays. Ari's calling it a 3-year, $25 million deal. Ari Mayroff. I don't know if he's the only one reporting this.
I mean, it doesn't matter. He's unimpeachable as a source.
Oh, yeah, he's great. 33rd team zone. Ari Mayroff. 3-year, $25 million deal for Cade Mays. Solid. We're into the second and third wave of centers here. Tyler Linderbaum still on the market and probably in furious talks with the Commanders, the Raiders, everyone that's trying to woo him.
Well, somebody had tallied it up heading into free agency. I think he said there were 7 teams still in need of a starting center, and really he was the only top-tier guy available once McGovern re-signed with Buffalo. It's like It's Tyler Linderbaum or bust, and this is bust, right? Not that he's a disaster, but like this is the type of drop-off you're talking about if you don't get Linderbaum. So the teams that are still in that, I mean, this is why I feel like his market has got to be through the roof, because the drop-off is huge. And there's a bunch of teams obviously looking at that and going, I mean, it's already at a number we're not comfortable with. We're going somewhere else.
We got Mays as a solid pass protector, okay, a little below average in the run game, but you've got a starting caliber center here for a position that was not great for them, with Graham Glasgow trying to fill in for Frank Ragnow last year.
Yeah. I mean,
but puts the Lions, they have a need at probably tackle, and they had one at center. So you at least fill one of those spots. You have left tackle, right guard, and overall line depth to attack them.
It's a solid sort of, let's just make sure this isn't a catastrophe move for them. So it's fine. It's nothing spectacular, but it's a good, let's stave off disaster move.
Future comp picks?
No, I don't think that was the best TV we've ever done in the world, but
I like it.
You can if you like. If you want to read out lists, that's okay.
I think it's a way to balance this, because what happens is a lot of people only look at what did my team do and blah, and my team's not making any moves, and there's a few people that just need some hope that you have more picks to play with in the mock draft sims next year. When time happens. When you lose a player this year, and you need to know
they say, it's never too early to talk draft. I feel like talking next year's draft before this year's draft has happened is probably a little too soon. Way too early mock drafts the day after the draft. I mean,
Breece Hall returning with the franchise tag. So a lot of short-term moves mixed in with a team that's set up for long-term. Can't wait to see how that plays out for the Jets. Mm-hmm. Do we have it official on Travis Kelce back to the Chiefs as well?
Not yet, I don't think. The Breece Hall thing is kind of strange. I mean, I suppose only 1 year, so what the hell? But like,
are they buying time for a long-term deal here?
I don't know. That's a confusing thing, because generally, if the first thing you do in terms of a rebuild type of thing is, I mean, you're getting rid of an expensive running back. That would be like one of the first things you're doing. Now, if you want to bring him in long-term, but then you're talking about a long-term big money contract for a second contract running back, and those haven't tended to fare that well recently. And it's not like Breece Hall's career so far has been nothing but smooth sailing. Like, we've had a great rookie year and then 2 pretty rough years and then a bounce back last year. That's different to some of the other running backs that have made the second contract, justified and worthwhile, where they've been basically unstoppable all the way through. I don't know. If I'm the Jets, I would be using this offseason as an opportunity to let Breece Hall go get paid somewhere else.
Yeah, especially his contemporary, the co-second round pick, him and Kenneth Walker were what picks apart in the 2022 draft, both in the second round, both hitting free agency at the same time. Hall gets the franchise tag, Walker gets the 3-year, $45 million guaranteed by the Chiefs.
Look at this, 41 years of age. Nick Folk is back for his 20th NFL season, signing with the Atlanta Falcons in a dome.
In a dome, great. We all need a nice indoor place.
To a 2-year deal. Now, I think that's just kind of the way kickers are structured.
Semantics. Good for Zennials everywhere that he's still going.
Good for people who can remember the 1980s.
Calais Campbell was holding it down for us. Jason Peters was doing it for a while, but Nick Folk might be our last hope here.
Yeah.
Anyone else in their 40s still playing besides Rodgers?
Didn't somebody come back at the end of last season that was geriatric?
Rodgers is Gen X, I think. No, he's younger than us.
Yeah. I think somebody came back, though. Maybe I don't think it was Nick Folk. Someone else is old.
Even Rich Hill's retiring this year.
Even Rich Hill.
At 45. Man, what a run.
Maonanu's still up and kicking, though.
Who?
Maonanu, the New Zealand rugby
Mercedes
great.
Lewis came back.
Maonanu's 43 years old, right?
Wow.
43 years old. Last year, he went back and played like top-flight French rugby, which is like the most physically demanding rugby out there. 43 out there getting like annihilated by monstrous French forwards. Craziness.
Mercedes Lewis was the guy that came back.
That
for
was
us.
it. Yeah, there you go.
He still needs to come back and catch a 3-yard pass so he could be the number 2 receiver in their 40s. No, he needs 7 yards to pass Brady. Phillip Rivers, of course, came back as well, yes.
Maonanu is 2 months older than I am. He's actually older than me.
Wow.
And he was out there playing top-flight French rugby last year.
Incredible. All right, where do you want to go? What do we have here?
We got any more news? Teams have offered Mike Evans north of $27 million a year per Greg Auman. That's getting into steep money for Tampa Bay to match.
Oh, wow. North of $27 million. Would Buffalo still be playing that game? Or are they just done because they got DJ Moore? Can't right now.
No, I don't think they're in at all. But that's now like
I'd rather Evans at that price than Moore.
My assumption all the way along is that the Bucs will re-sign Mike Evans, having sort of allowed him to explore the free agent marketplace. But if that's where the marketplace is going, I don't know if Tampa Bay is going to go there.
I also don't think they are either. I mean, they set up you hear all the reports coming out like he's ready to hit the market. His agent saying he's going to. I think something went down when they were like, "All right, go get it. Go get your money."
Yeah, I assume their number was significantly lower than that, and they, it's like an impasse, right? Like teams sometimes do this where you're like, "Look, we think you're off with your valuation of yourself, so go talk to people. Like, let us match. If you think." But go find out what the market is, and I think they assume they're going to find out the market is a lot softer than they think it is, and then they'll come back and they'll go, see, we were kind of in the same place, now let's do the deal again. But actually, it looks like this time around, Tampa Bay may have been saying, hey, we think your number is this, and I think you're crazy thinking you're going to get way more than that. Go talk to people. And he went out to the market, and it turns out the market's a lot stronger than they thought it was. And so suddenly they're left with the choice of, well, if you want to keep him, it's going to cost you $28 million a year, and they're probably not doing that with their receiving core.
Yeah, I mean they're in a pretty good shape even without him.
Right.
The money on Daniel Bellinger, former Giant tight end, signing with the Titans, 3 years, $24 million.
Okay.
Former 4th rounder, 88 catches in his career, but the connection with Brian Daboll.
Yeah.
I mean every Titans move so far has been like, do you know Brian or do you know Robert Saleh, the head coach?
I was going to say, which seems to be. I mean, it's interesting that Daboll's got that much sway personnel-wise that, I mean, I'm not saying he's making the moves, but they're making moves that he would want.
Yeah, I mean, I'm torn on that because we used to rail against that as a thing.
Yeah.
As I've gotten older, I kind of get it. It's more of just a business thing. I think it's just the familiarity and knowing what you get. Like there's value in hiring someone that you've worked with before, right? If you've worked with enough people where if I had to hire someone or if I got to choose my future coworkers, having a history with them helps. And I know from a coaching perspective, it helps. But I also wonder how much the coach gets skewed by, he's a good locker room guy, he's a good kid, he's a good this, and you lose in the evaluation process what you really need. So I'm back and forth on it. I get it. I also don't want to build my entire roster of a bunch of former Giants and whoever Robert Saleh had. If Robert Saleh is bringing in Jermaine Johnson from the Jets, You're bringing in Bellinger from the Giants. What other former Giant did they? It's someone else in there too, I think. Like if the Titans build their whole roster by people that used to play with the Jets or the Giants, like it's probably not going to be that good.
Yeah.
And it's going to be more expensive than those guys were 4 years ago.
To me, it's more like I just don't love – I would be kind of interested in doing it if the guy that has the connection – like John Harbaugh, it makes some sense, right? The dude's been a really, really good head coach for like 15-plus years, and now he's got personnel decisions – or he's got personnel authority, rather, and it kind of makes sense to be like, all right, let's defer to John a bit and let him bring in guys he's comfortable with, and that's the best way this works. Yeah. I feel a little bit less good about it when it's like Brian Daboll, whose entire career is sort of like, is he actually good or not? You know, it's like, is it great to have all the guys that he likes coming into the building, or is it better to be like, you know, we like you, Brian, that's why we've hired you. On the other hand, here's the thing, like, here are the guys we want you to make better, you know? You've already kind of taken a swing at the bisque, and it didn't work out great. So how about you let us find you a backup quarterback instead?
Apologize that we missed on some fullback news here.
Oh, no.
Patriots agreed to terms with former Bills fullback / tight end, right? Reggie Gilliam.
Yeah.
3-year deal worth up to $12 million. $6 million guaranteed by an agent. So Reggie Gilliam going to the Patriots, one of the few. Now, Josh McDaniels, one of the few offensive coordinators that will put a running back in front of his regular running back. We used to call that a fullback.
We did.
He's one of the few
back in the day
coaches who will still use a fullback. The other one, Mike McDaniel, he already brought Alec Ingold out there. Kyle Shanahan uses this archaic position as well. So Reggie Gilliam was the guy. He'd just start catching like a scramble drill touchdown from Josh Allen. Yeah. You're like, he's ruining fantasy. Nobody plays Reggie Gilliam. What are you doing?
Reggie Gilliam was arguably like an all-pro level fullback last year if it wasn't for the fact that fullbacks have now become such an extinct species that basically the only people anybody votes for are Kyle Juszczyk and Patrick Ricard, because those are like the only two fullbacks they can name, right? Juszczyk is the one that gets used the most and is actually, you know, versatile and does everything. And then Ricard is the big 300-pounder that just becomes a comedy meme every time he does anything in Baltimore. So those are the guys that get the all-pro votes. Whereas actually Gilliam, you know, arguably deserved it last year.
So there we go. Fullback.
So where did he sign?
New England.
Oh, nice.
To play Josh McDaniels. If your name is McDaniel or McDaniels, you still use a fullback. That's the analytics on that.
Got it.
In the NFL. They are 67% of the offensive coordinators that use a fullback.
All right.
Heading into year 2. I mean, stick with us all 5 hours of free agency, breaking it all down.
He's like their what was the German guy's name that the Patriots used for years?
Oh,
Jakob
Johnson.
Yeah, there you go.
Jakob Johnson.
There you go.
See, they haven't had a fullback in a while.
He's their new Jakob Johnson.
There we go. Fullback still in use here. Big names still out there. Trey Hendrickson, Odafe Owe, haven't heard anything on them. Tyler Linderbaum, who we mentioned. Mike Evans, who we just got the report, looking for a $27 million plus per year.
Offered $27 million plus.
Well, here we go. Here's the domino.
Dominoes?
The Las Vegas Raiders, per Adam Schefter, are signing Tyler Linderbaum.
Yeah.
They have reached agreement on a record deal, 3 years, $81 million, including $60 million guaranteed. Highest paid interior offensive lineman in the NFL. Not just center. The center market is much lower than the guard market, and now Linderbaum is getting out-earning all guards and centers at this point, going to the Raiders.
Yeah. There were people out there that thought that he would not exceed because the centers that it signed had been signing for like lower than people expect them to, which tends to happen for guys that do it before free agency. Connor McGovern, when he signed his deal, there were people out there going, "Oh, anybody saying, you know, Linderbaum's going to break this is just lowering the market number." Like, no, because it's reducing the number of people that are options for the 7 teams that still need a center. Linderbaum's number is going through the roof, and that's what happened. And we've been saying for a while, it makes sense for the Raiders to be the team that goes out and overpays for a guy like Linderbaum because you're drafting Mendoza number 1, make the dude's life as easy as possible, right? And particularly a center, because now you don't have to worry about line blocks. Mendoza, you can take that off his plate theoretically, let Linderbaum do all that stuff. Plus, he's a really good center. It upgrades the offensive line. Like, it's a perfect spot for the Raiders to throw a bit more money at it than you would in other circumstances and just eliminate it as a concern.
Linderbaum is an outstanding run blocker.
Yes.
When he came out, he looked like the perfect zone blocking center, right? His movement skills, little undersized relative to some others. And he was the type of guy you said, put him in Shanahan, McVay, McDaniel, put him in whoever's scheme. He's perfect zone blocking center. But he goes to the Ravens, who are more of a gap run blocking team. And my point at the time was all of a sudden you actually have some more run game flexibility. We started to see some of that. So he can do it all. And it was one of those things where I think you overrate the fit sometimes and just realize Linderbaum fits everywhere. He's a little bit less good from a pass protection standpoint, but still very good in that area. So he's one of the best centers in the league. He's in his prime. And now the trickle-down effect.
Going to a Kubiak offense now.
And going to the fit, right? So I don't care where he landed, but if you had found the perfect fit where the guy, what does a good reach block do? It essentially changes the math the same way a good running quarterback does. If you can reach the nose tackle on an outside zone scheme, you win a gap. You essentially win an extra gap in the run game. Linderbaum is as good as it gets at that particular block, which is the Kubiak, Shanahan staple.
So that's
the fit is outstanding. And my point was the fit wasn't outstanding for the Ravens, and he was still one of the best players in the NFL.
Linderbaum has already been one of the best centers in the game, and conceivably is now going to an offense that's a significantly better fit for him than the one he's been in since he's been in the NFL. So another reason why I think you could potentially push the number higher than you would in other circumstances, because he might be a better player in your offense than he was for the team that he was at before. I would assume this pushes JPJ out to guard. They were kind of doing that anyway. That's still a bit up in the air because I just don't know if they trust him or not.
Let me bring this up really quick. So there's a residual effect here. First off, congrats Ashton Genty.
Yes.
Because when you do gain that one gap on a wide zone scheme, Genty's the beneficiary. Given JPJ has been better at center than guard.
Sure.
And for whatever's happened, 2 different coaching staffs, now a third in 3 years for him. We always liked him, thought he was good. Whatever happened last year, do you think there could be a market to trade him now?
Yeah.
With all the center needs across the NFL.
Yep.
You still have the guard problem. You still have the guard question.
Right.
But because he's better at center than guard, all right, we'll still attack. You could draft a guard at 14, which we did in our mock draft. So you still have 2 guard needs, maybe a right tackle need, depending on how much you believe in DJ Glaze. I'd say it's a need still. So there's still more work to be done. But the foundation for the Raiders, Colton Miller back at left tackle, Linderbaum at center, and I do wonder if JPJ actually does have some trade value now for all these center needy teams.
Oh, if you just missed out on Linderbaum and you still have this acute need at center, I'd absolutely be picking up the phone and seeing if the Raiders would be willing to move him. I would imagine they'll be happy to play him at one guard spot and keep going. It's worth bringing up, it was Pete Carroll's son on the coaching the offensive line last year. That didn't go well really across the board. Maybe some of the disconnect there was because of that. On the other hand, as you said, it's been multiple coaching staffs now that have found sort of some issue with JPJ. Maybe there's something there in terms of, forget the play on the field, but maybe there's something off field that they don't like, attitude, whatever it is. Either way, they might be willing to just cut bait on him as a player and ship him out somewhere else and let another team figure it out. So if they need to, I imagine the plan is to move him to one of the guard spots and let him roll there. But 100%, if I was a team in need of a center, I'd be picking up the phone because suddenly the options, now that Linderbaum is gone, are not great, right? And that was the concern with all this is it wasn't brilliant to begin with once you get beyond Linderbaum. But now, if you, what's the name? Justice has a kind of consensus free agent board, if you like. He's taken a bunch of people's free agent rankings and put them together as an overall board. Linderbaum was at the top of the board, basically, number 2 on the consensus list. Cade Mays was the next center up, and he was at 67. And then the only other guy that basically appears on the consensus rankings is Ethan Posich, who's down at 147. So,
injuries.
McGovern's gone, right? Yep. Mays is already signed. Linderbaum's now signed. Posich is coming off a worse season with some injuries under his belt, and he's the only guy left that you would take a swing at. So, again, if you need a center, your options just dried up fast.
AFC West is now home to the 2 highest paid centers in the NFL. Ari Meirov, our colleague here at 33rd Team, has broken it down. Number 1, Tyler Linderbaum, $27 million per year. Number 2 is Creed Humphrey at $18 million per year. You could say it's resetting the center market, but it's also like, who else is going to get paid this much? Right. And then it ends up being a really fascinating move by the Ravens, who said, we can't tag you at that price. We'll figure it out, though. They thought they were going to figure it out, and the Raiders just went well above and beyond. $27 million, that's more than Milton Williams per year at defensive tackle. We're talking big-time money here.
Yeah, it is. It's absolutely big-time money. And it's something, again, like this is a couple of sort of fairly major institutional departures from Baltimore. Like they traded the 2 first-round picks to the Raiders for Max Crosby. They also let a really good player hit free agency. Seemingly, the tag makes things tricky, but I think they felt they were going to get him back for most of the way. But the second he was going to get exposed to the market, they were never going to go to that number.
My timeline suggests that JPJ is better at guard. We've seen this a lot with NFL players. James Daniels, Cody Whitehair, guys that just like flipped back and forth and always seemingly had a better position. For the record, I would be fine with playing him at guard. I'm saying if I am a team that needs a center, I'm calling the Raiders.
Yes.
But if he is going to play right guard for the Raiders, then you're looking at, okay, right tackle, left guard. How do we get better at those 2 spots? And we could do the 1-season overhaul here for that O-line. So still more work to do for the Raiders, but they get the best center on the market in Tyler Linderbaum.
I mean, it's a great move for 2 of their most important players, which are the incoming Fernando Mendoza once they make that pick in the draft, and then Ashton Genty, who they spent a top 10 draft pick on last year and looked horrendous because he had nowhere to go at any point. Right? It's great for both of those players, which is important for them.
So big move for the Raiders. Love it, and still more work to be done. But I think if they keep JPJ at guard, 3/5 of their offensive line, feeling pretty good about. You could deal with DJ Glaze at right tackle, but I would still look to upgrade those 2 spots. But a big move here, getting Linderbaum, who I think makes an immediate, massive impact on that run game. Ashton Genty, the biggest beneficiary of the entire day, I'd say, for free agency with this signing.
And it's easier to fill the guard spot than it is a center spot. Like if that's your weakness, these teams that we're talking about, like there's a bunch of teams heading into this free agency that needed arguably all 3 interior offensive lineman spots to be addressed, right? The Chargers get ahead of the game by signing a guy before free agency even starts, and then the Raiders throw huge money at Linderbaum to get that done because there's more guard availability. You can go get a guard easier than that. You realistically, if you have a center and you only need 1 guard, right? You can deal with a problem in the other
there's
spot.
A good list of starting caliber cheap guards that
Meanwhile,
you can
there's none of them for center left anyway, basically.
Well done by the Raiders.
Yeah.
Other news here, we get the Arizona Cardinals signing former Falcon running back Tyler Allgeier, 2 years, $12.25 million.
That's really fascinating because they just reworked James Conner's deal to bring him back. He's getting on in years, and he's coming off an injury, but they kind of just specifically reworked him to make sure that they keep him in the building this year. So
new coaching staff. No,
that's a great duo now, though. Allgeier and James Conner.
Mike LaFleur. So I think LaFleur, because of the name and the connections all the way through, you think wide zone because it's McVay and Shanahan and the whole deal. The Rams, though, had been running a lot more duo and more downhill type of scheme. I think Allgeier can do both. I think he's an excellent zone runner. He's got, no fumbles? Is that the jinxing stat here? Mm-hmm. Doesn't fumble. He's not necessarily explosive, but he always gets what's there, finishes well. I think he's pretty good around the goal line. But I think he can run downhill duo. He can run your wide zone stuff and just get what's there and, finish strong, catches the ball pretty well out of the backfield as well. So I like Allgeier, liked him coming out. I think he had a nice career with the Falcons, and he just got phased out a little bit as Bijan became an absolute superstar over the last 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, did he even get phased out that much? Or
a little bit.
He's just less spectacular than Bijan.
There were more, right. I love Allgeier. I wouldn't give him too many carries. Like there were games early in Bijan's career where they were almost 50-50 at times, and that just happened less and less.
Yeah.
Remember how many times, though, we talked about the Falcons, and it was like Bijan goes over 100, and Allgeier's got his 50 or 60, and they were a really good 1-2 punch at running back.
Yeah, I still think they would. I mean, he's just been incredibly good, just so consistent. You're right. He's not, like, devastatingly explosive, but he's just consistently going to maximize what's there. I think that's a great fit, a great duo now in Arizona with him and James Conner. if you're a run defense, you are not going to enjoy dealing with those two guys for the course of a game. Like, you're going to know you were in a football game at the end of that.
Love it. I just have to respond to this really quick. So I'm like, the JPJ thing, I'm saying from through the lens of a team that's desperate at center, I'm calling the Raiders. I'm not saying the Raiders should do this move. I'm saying the teams that have a massive need at center, like Drew Dahlman just retired for the Bears, and the Lions made their move, and like there are teams that are desperate at center.
I mean, the assumption is that they're just going to plug him in at guard and start him as one of their five. But if they're like, they weren't starting him for periods of last year for no particularly good reason. So if they've just decided that there's something amiss with Jackson Powers-Johnson and he's not necessarily a guy they can rely on as a starter, then absolutely flip him for a draft pick.
A true market reset at center, Brad Spielberger says. The previous record for center as far as APY as a percentage of the cap at signing is 7.4%. And Linderbaum is going to be up close to 8.96%. And only a 3-year deal. Is he going to be the Kirk Cousins of centers? He's going to be a free agent in 3 years, making $35 million probably. Linderbaum? It's only a 3-year deal.
Yeah.
All right, man. How's the chat doing? How we doing? Almost 2 hours into this. I was just saying the biggest dominoes to fall, Linderbaum and Trey Hendrickson and a couple others. But that's one of the big ones.
And as somebody pointed out last year, the biggest domino to fall, arguably last year, was the Milton Williams thing, and that came in at 2:15 p.m.
2:15. All right.
So we still got 18 minutes until the biggest news drops.
Oh, there we go. We've got the New Orleans Saints making a move. Running back Travis Etienne. We got Etienne Estime together here, battling for snaps now. Does that hurt Estime's?
Also, Alvin Kamara, right?
Yeah, I mean, Kamara's there too, but it's Estime's job. Etienne going to the Saints. Interesting player. Been very durable. Missed only 2 games in his career, I believe it is, and only 4.2 yards per carry for Etienne, who's seen as an explosive, get-on-the-perimeter type of player, which I still think is his best skill set, but I also wonder how much that allows them to just use him in that way. Use him as a speed player, get him on the edge, create some big plays. Etienne to the Saints. Been inconsistent as a runner, but he could catch the ball out of the backfield. Good all-around player.
Yeah, and I think he is that, explosive perimeter wide zone guy. I think his problem is he's just not particularly good between the tackles. So now you have kind of a one-dimensional explosive wide zone type of player, and that's just easier to defend than a guy who isn't as one-dimensional. So I think that's the thing they're battling with is, all right, he's good if we can get him running wide zone and there's space to be had, and he can turn these gaps into significant plays, but can we be good enough between the tackles? Can he be good enough between the tackles that we can keep defenses off balance?
So some more of the running back dominoes here. When you look at the top running back free agents, you've got Ken Walker signing, Travis Etienne signing, Tyler Allgeier signs, Kenneth Gainwell signs. So we got Walker going to the Chiefs, Etienne now to the Saints, Allgeier to the Cardinals, and Gainwell to the Bucs. You still have players like Rashad White out there, Rico.
Dowdle.
Where's our button?
Don't have one yet.
J.K. Dobbins is your 1-year flyer.
Yeah.
Now, as all this stuff's happening, you always have fan bases. I see Pern out there. Do something. Poke him with a stick.
Is he alive?
Broncos. Well, Broncos fans want them to do something.
Oh, here we go.
All right. More Giants signing with the Titans.
Dayball making more moves.
Former Giants star, Jordan Schultz says. Wide receiver Wandale Robinson signing with the Titans. Brian Daboll just getting the band back together in Tennessee.
Brian Daboll just apparently has all personnel control in Tennessee. All right. That part is getting kind of interesting. Just in terms of, the Titans need wide receiver help. So, yeah, look, Wandale's an interesting receiver based off most of his career. He's been this high volume underneath, slot weapon, chain moving type of player. Then last season, all of a sudden, his average at the target almost doubled, and he had a ton of deep catches on his resume. And not just deep catches like, oh, look, there's Wandale wide open down the field, let's get the ball to him. Like contested catches on deep targets for a guy that's under 5'9" in height. I'm not saying that's going to be his game every single season, but it sort of showed there's more to it than just this high volume underneath guy. So for Tennessee, who had, this collection of receivers like Calvin Ridley, who's not a number one, the rookies in Ayomaner and DK last year, like those are useful players on the depth chart, but neither one of them like commanded the group yet. Maybe they will in year 2. I mean, sure. Wandale's an upgrade. So, again, pending what the money is, it's a good addition.
So you've got, like Wandale went from like a fantasy meme where he would have 10 catches for 42 yards, right? He had like early Jaelan Waddle career where Waddle was just catching shallow crosses and screens. That was Robinson for a few years. High volume receptions going to nowhere. And you're right, like the ability to show a little verticality to his game last year, a little bit, the ability to run the seam, catch the ball in traffic, just showed a lot more. So, it's an intriguing fit here. I mean, we're laughing at the fact that that's the third Giants now that they've brought.
There you go.
Or like a Daboll connection. But a 4-year, $70 million deal. Healthy money, but it's like high-end wide receiver 2 money.
Yeah, 17 and a half a year for that's again there were people saying his number was going to go well north of 20, so I think that's solid.
Wide receiver 2s a couple years ago finally broke 10, 12, 13 million. And when I say wide receiver 2, I guess I don't include, it's tough to include like a T. Higgins in that. Like there are some legitimate high-end wide receiver 2 money type of receivers, and Wandale's not doing that. But
no, I don't think that's crazy money for him. I mean, it's big money for him. Like they need to maintain his role as a significant part of that offense. But if they do that and he does continue what he did last year, then that's a reasonable sum of money for him.
So we're expecting Ridley to be gone, I believe. What else do we have here at receiver? Alec Pierce and Chimera DK as a vertical threat. I think just add one more piece. And you're feeling a lot better about Cam Ward's weapons there.
Yeah, you are. Like, I mean, they still have work to be done, but the running backs are good. The offensive line has been moving in the right direction. Wandale is a good addition to that receiving core. You find one more high-end guy and you're in business.
We have former Patriots defensive tackle, nose tackle, Kearis Tonga, signing with the Chiefs. 3 years, $21 million. Chiefs have been looking for that big-bodied run stopper for a couple years now, to the point where they brought back Derek Nottie from the Jets. I believe it was before this season, right, in the preseason. So this could be their guy at nose tackle that they've been looking for. Tonga to the Chiefs, 3 years, $21 million.
Yeah, he had a kind of sort of underground little support group of stands on Twitter that used to post Kearis Tonga clips.
Patriots media loves him.
Yeah.
Generally.
Right. And so did their sort of, film Twitter group of people.
Yeah. What were the actual, let me see what my actual numbers have on him. Because he feels like he's, he's solid up front against the run, but maybe not as good as people love.
Yeah.
It's fine. He's good.
Maybe not as good as people think.
So I have him above. So he is one of those. This is what I thought. The people who have, so Tonga, who has that type of reputation, got an above-average pass rush win rate last year, right around average against solid players, pressure percentage, above-average positive plays in the run game, below-average negatives. So they'll get beat, get moved, but can create some havoc up front at 338 pounds. It does feel like a need that the Chiefs have had these last couple of years. Not a bad signing, and $7 million a year. We'll see what the actual terms are.
So the Chiefs are pivoting to the run game on both sides of the ball.
They are. Well, I mean, look, you asked about like what are their learnings, what are their findings, or what do they feel they want to get better against the run. There were definitely games over the last couple of years where teams could run on them and run clock.
Yeah.
And so I do feel like they're in more whack-a-mole mode because they have corners to fix. They still have pass rush to figure out. They have long-term receiver questions. I think short-term they're okay. Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy, Travis Kelce. They have long-term questions to answer there, which maybe happens in the draft. But in the short term, you're right. They're run game both sides of the ball here.
Yeah. It's turning into an interesting sort of way of building a team. I mean, Nick Bolton is a very run-focused linebacker as opposed to a coverage guy. So it does appear to be a direction that they're moving in deliberately on both sides of the ball. Here's a surprising one. Jahan Dotson signs on a 2-year deal with the Falcons, $15 million worth up to 17, including the important number, $10 million fully guaranteed. Jahan Dotson in the last 3 years has averaged 0.8 yards per route run, then 0.55, and then 0.6 yards per route run. That is a truly horrific level of production for a guy to then get $10 million guaranteed money.
So they got him and Zacchaeus right now to compete with David Sills. So they still need a 2, right? Like he's not going to be the 2. So
that's just a lot of like $10 million guaranteed dollars for that level of production.
Is it that bad as for a wide receiver at 3?
Yes.
He's got enough believers.
Why? Sell me on Jahan Dotson. Like I'm 5. Explain to me why it's good.
He had the big play in the Super Bowl.
Okay, got it.
The big play against the Chiefs.
That's what I've missed
in the Super Bowl.
The whole way.
Oh, man. I mean,
right run. 0.6 would rank last year.
Him and Zacchaeus as the 3-4, and you still need an impact number 2 here.
How many pages do I need to scroll through?
To get what?
To get to where 0.6 ranks you. That ranks you 189th in the NFL, which is just behind Jonathan Mingo.
Because he has A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith.
No, it's not. That's yards per route run.
Yeah, I mean, you're still out on the field with those guys. They're still going to...
No.
You haven't looked at the advanced yards per route adjustments that adjust for receivers on the field and everything?
You think that was also the case?
It probably moves it up 0.1.
Yes. You think that was also what was dragging him down in Washington?
He had the big play in the Super Bowl.
He did. He did have the big play in the Super Bowl. However, other than that, he's been one of the least efficient receivers in the game over the last 3 years.
Falcons don't have a lot of options this offseason.
But that's a lot of money for a guy that, has shown nothing for a while. Like, that's really inefficient.
So that's the latest. Dotson. So the Falcons don't have a ton of money to play with, and, the receivers 3 and 4, Zacchaeus and Dotson, still need a compliment to London.
Receivers 3 and 4 secured. Job done. Nailed it.
What else do you want them to do?
I don't mind adding receivers 3 or 4. I just think $10 million guaranteed dollars is a lot for a guy that's done almost nothing in the last 3 years. It kind of is, though. $10 million guaranteed is not an insignificant sum of money for a wide receiver 4.
Yeah, 2 years up to $17 million over 2 years. Yeah, you're right.
Like Andre Iosivas, who himself has done basically nothing since they kind of anointed him as, hey, this guy could become wide receiver 3 and become important.
He's selling the hot mustard, though, on the billboards.
He averaged 0.8 yards per route run last season.
Okay, so that's good perspective more, with the other dudes on the field.
Right, 0.2 more than Dotson, and Iosivas was seen as disappointing at that number. Like, it's a really terrible figure. It's not hyperbole.
Can't tell when the chat's just hoping or lying or guessing about stuff, but yeah, or actually reporting news.
Speaking it into existence, manifesting.
Yeah. Somebody said Pitts to Pittsburgh. It's like, well, so he's already been tagged.
He can't go unless they trade for him.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening. Be interesting.
I guess they could rescind it, but that feels unlikely.
Sam beat what? We're a little over 2 hours in. Hanging in there. We haven't shut up yet.
Only 6 minutes until the big news breaks, if it sticks to last year's cadence.
The Millen Williams, the news broke, but we were getting reports all along the way, which was kind of fun. Which was like Panthers are in the lead and Patriots.
Right.
Like we were getting some updates that like it's going down.
Yeah.
And we're going to get some news soon, but we don't know who's going to win this thing. And I think there was a point where it felt like people thought the Panthers were going to.
I think Carolina thought they had it done, and then the Patriots. It's like the Patriots came in with one more. Oh, it's just a money thing. Here's some more money. They won't match.
Splash for the Saints, per Rappaport.
Oh yeah,
it's not a copy and paste. He got this out there quickly.
Oh wow.
Splash for the Saints, signing former Bills guard David Edwards.
He actually got his own news this time. Is that what we're saying?
Good for a rap sheet.
Wow, you don't see that these days from insiders.
I don't even know. Is it even a splash if I don't know who negotiated it?
I mean, where do you even get it from if you don't just copy and paste it from the agent's text? They're signing. Okay, yeah. Well, we've been saying for a while that offensive line, I think, did need still needed attention still. They've done a pretty good job. They've thrown a lot at it in recent years with back-to-back first-round draft picks, right, in Fuaga and then Banks last year. I think both those guys are pretty solid. The interior is still a work in progress, and this helps.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Saints look pretty healthy up front, and healthy is in air quotes because Eric McCoy is a big part of this. He has not been healthy.
Right.
But if he is out there, now it's really good. I mean, we talked to our friend Nick Underhill, Mike Triplett, both friends from New Orleans football. They were crowdsourcing options at guard for the Saints. I was answering a lot of the second-tier type of guards, but they're going to spend on David Edwards. I imagine it's a pretty penny for a guard position.
Pretty penny.
Yeah, I imagine it's some money at the guard position. But if you're talking 2 young tackles, Edwards at guard, McCoy when healthy is excellent at center, then your only question is you're 6 of Cesar Ruiz being a below-average guard at right guard. Do you want to try to upgrade that and move on from him? And you're actually, forget creep back toward average, you're creeping into like top 10 offensive line territory. It's a funny dynamic because the O-line, we use the phrase creep back toward average and fill with these average players. But there's 5 starters, and maneuvering 1 or 2 of them makes a massive difference, assuming health. And so it's a blow for the Bills, who have to replace him. They've got McGovern back. They've got 1 spot left. But for the Saints, add a good, dependable starter who's been excellent over the last couple of years. And I think you're 1 player away from creeping into that like top 8 to 10 offensive line category.
At a time
where Tyler Shuck on a first-year contract.
Yeah, with Tyler Shuck having looked very good last year in a relatively low sample size, but with a pretty bad situation around him. If you can really, if he is for real, and if what he showed last year is who he's going to be, and you make the situation around him a lot better, I mean, the Saints could get better fast.
The model's got a couple comps for David Edwards over the last couple of years, be it Kevin Dotson across multiple different seasons, and Sam Cosmi across multiple different seasons.
Who's become a very good player.
Damian Lewis from 2023. So you're talking like the above average guard, not elite, but above average guard. And that's what he's been the last couple of years. PVM has him as a plus player each of the last 2 years after a couple below average. PVM. 4 years with the Rams, 3 with the Bills. David Edwards now a Saint and solidifying that offensive line.
Schrager just pointed out another wrinkle that I'd forgotten about with the Linderbaum thing is not only did they turn down the option effectively to franchise tag him, they didn't pick up his 5th-year option. So they could have had him for 1 more year on the 5th-year option, then chose not to bring him back for 1 more year on an admittedly inflated franchise tag number for interior offensive linemen, and then ultimately he goes to get absolute bang from the Raiders.
So they'll still get a high-end comp pick.
Yeah. But the point is they had 2 separate opportunities to keep him in the building for...
But they could have kept him around much cheaper.
Right. For basically the same, if not less money. Definitely less the first time around, and then the same effectively the second time around than the Raiders gave him.
Oh, man. What do you think of these numbers? The Raiders making another big move here. Wide receiver Jaelan Naylor, 3 years, $35 million. Whoa. $23 million guaranteed for him. So if you're comparing Jahan Dotson as a wide receiver 3, Naylor has been the 3 for Minnesota. Granted, a very good 3, I think. A guy that creates some big plays, and while you're thinking about Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison, it's like, oh, there's Jaelan Naylor making plays in the red zone or creating explosives. That's a lot of money for the Raiders to be a weapon for Mendoza.
These are the ones that are wild. Like every year you sort of, when we talk about, free agent previews or whatever, you kind of identify a player or two, and you're like, man, that would be my low, bargain basement addition for this team, and then he ends up getting 30-something million.
And the NFL's like, we agree.
Yeah.
Here's all this
to the
money.
tune of $35 million over 3 years. Like I think Naylor was surprisingly good for Minnesota last year. I thought that was a real kind of jump forward from him, and a career year. And another guy, by the way, to put the Jahan Dotson thing into context, averaged 1.0506 yards per route run over the last 2 years, with 2 much better guys ahead of him on the depth chart. So he's a pretty big, rangy, vertical speedster who made a bunch of plays for the Vikings last year, despite the quarterback situation when not a lot of other people were. On the one hand, I like this signing in that I think he's an ascending player and is someone that I think is sort of good to be rewarded coming off the back of that season. On the other hand, that is quite a lot of money, and I didn't expect him to get that amount.
Added to the mix with Trey Tucker, who had an outstanding season last year, very touchdown heavy, regression candidate, but a great season from Trey Tucker. Jack Besh, who disappointed as a second rounder. Dante Thornton, who disappointed as a fourth rounder. Now everybody disappointed for the Raiders. So how much do you, other than Trey Tucker, how much do you blame that? But Naylor comes in, adds some depth. Is he a little redundant to Tucker? I don't know. They've got some speed now. Even though he ran 4.5, he just plays fast.
That's a lot of speed.
Yeah. Philip Dorsett, speaking of speed, is technically on the roster right now as well. Yeah. I see him as a backup. Wow. To go with Brock Bowers and Michael Mayer.
So this is the thing, though. Bowers missed most of last season injured. And even when he came back, he wasn't quite the player that he was before injury. Like, he came back when he was sort of cleared as opposed to when he was 100%. So in this world of, this is clearly a depth chart crying out for a number one receiver. But if you factor in that Brock Bowers is their number one receiver, like, everyone else could look a lot better than they did last year if Bowers comes back looking 100%. It's kind of like when the 49ers had those games where George Kittle was their number one receiver, right? It looks different. It's not the same as a receiving core that doesn't have an elite receiving tight end and is also crying out for number one receiver. Like, I think there's definitely a world where that trio of receivers, Jack Besh, Trey Tucker, and Dante Thornton, with Jalen Naylor added to it, actually looks pretty good if Mendoza's good out of the gate, and more importantly, Brock Bowers is back to his unstoppable self at tight end.
Bowers is the key there. But it's not flashy name-wise beyond Bowers, but I can see what you're talking about effectiveness-wise. The Jets going back, another one-year deal here. Interesting strategy. David Onyemata, former Falcon, former Saint, 1 year, $10.5 million, 9.65 guaranteed. Onyemata was I thought, an excellent free agent signing for the Falcons 3 years ago. 2 excellent seasons, one in the middle wasn't as good, but disruptive, good run defender, can rush the passer a little bit, and another veteran addition to the Jets defensive line.
So now you've got like established veteran leader at each level of that defense. Micah Fitzpatrick, Demario Davis, and now David Onyemata. You got one at every level, plus the younger additions they made up front as well.
Joseph Asai, Kingsley Enagbare. That's 3. Look at sorry to interrupt.
But they do appear to be prioritizing that leadership area.
Their defensive line in the last 2 weeks now has been reshaped with Asai and Enagbare on the edge, Onyemata just now, and then Tavondre Sweat as the big-bodied nose tackle. So that's 4 veteran additions. It's already much more competitive than it was last year, plus the other Demario Davis and Micah Fitzpatrick, who you said. What a mix of players there that they have. Onyemata reuniting with Demario Davis, former Saints teammates.
Yeah, it's an interesting strategy to sort of clearly prioritize that veteran element of the thing. I'm not saying at the expense of other things. Like, all 3 of those guys are still pretty good players, but clearly they are going after like a long-time established veterans.
And they are. And again, not at the mercy of picks. They're not losing picks to make these moves. So they'll have this combination of youth, but it's a lot of 1 and 2 year deals, right? So this is where it's like this
Nick Caserio thing again.
Yeah, it's this. They're not necessarily. I love players who are going to be a part of the rebuild and signing them long term. Like, if you signed a Wandale Robinson at this point in his career, or Linderbaum, when the Raiders signed Linderbaum, like, he's a part of the rebuild. He's here for 3 years at least. It's at least somewhat long term, so you have to pay him again. But a 1 and 2 year deals are going to just make you more competitive right now, and then give the youth some time to develop, and then you move on. But they have money to spend, and they're spending it.
Yeah. You had enough of a break, so I need to get your take on more punter news. According to Tom Palazzolo, the Giants are releasing veteran punter Jamie Gillan. So the Scottish Hammer is now a free agent.
We know the Scots would never long for this league. Right?
I see. That's your take, huh?
Yeah.
He was just a fraudulent Scotsman.
An Irishman's probably going to steal his job.
Well, Daniel Whelan's.
Almost certainly.
He's one of the best punters in the NFL. I don't see Jamie Gillan doing that. Not coming off a great year, if you want to, again, default back to the PFF grading, though this is one.
Whatever the grades say.
This is one where the grading also matches the overall caveman numbers.
Except for the 50 yards per punt. Man.
You got to remember, though, that that's the first year of the K-balls as well. So, of course, the numbers are
yeah. I didn't think through that one at all.
No, this is what I'm saying. It's almost like your lack of attention to the position for the last 10 years has somewhat blunted your otherwise razor-sharp insights into punting.
Big loss for Gordon. Big win for the next Irish punter that replaces him.
That takes his job.
Yes.
Yeah.
Chat reminds us that Aaron Glenn was in New Orleans with all these players as well.
Also true.
Yeah. So, again, it feels like there's let's not embarrass ourselves this year. Let's not sacrifice the future, which is a good way to build a team. I'm fine with that. Like, I don't think every team that doesn't have a QB and has all these picks needs to literally tank and try to be bad.
Right.
But, yeah, the Jets are looking to be way more competitive this year, maybe intercept a pass, and still keep all their picks for the future. Jason's agreeing with what I'm saying. Jason Fitzgerald over the cap. So here's what our friends are responding to. On the David Onyemata deal, Greg Rosenthal says the Jets' approach so far feels like a team on the cusp of a title trying to get over the top with short-term signings. And Jason Fitzgerald, a Jets fan, but also runs over the cap, understands the cap extremely well, team building. He says these are all one-year Band-Aids to try to save jobs.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like I do feel some of this half in, half out here.
But it's not like it doesn't quite make sense in those terms because the general consensus appears to be that the GM, the personnel guy, his job is safe anyway, right? So the only job you're saving with this is Aaron Glenn's job, and why, you know what I mean? Like those are disconnected incentives. Aaron Glenn should absolutely be trying to make these moves to save his job, but would Muji give him this type of would he say yes to this many moves to save Aaron Glenn's job if he didn't think that they were also the right moves for this year anyway? Like that only makes sense to me if Aaron Glenn had final personnel say, which he doesn't.
He doesn't, but that's part of managing at the GM. You can't look. We're looking at this completely differently from the outside in. We feel like Glenn struggled. You've conveyed it, I think, properly before. We're like, I don't think they're looking at it like, man, this is his last year, even if that's the reality.
Right.
So but it does feel like they're.
Do you think that Aaron Glenn lobbying for his job or the interests that serve his job in the short term is convincing Muji because he also thinks that Aaron Glenn is going to be there long term?
Yeah, like it's not. It's just all part of like the day to day and everything. If you were the GM. You're not going to be like, screw you, coach, man. Like, we're going to suck. Like, we're probably going to suck this year, so I'm not going to make these moves at all. But it's part of the team building effort where you say, can we have our cake and eat it too? Can we be in a good spot for 27? Can we be competitive in 26? And so you're doing both. And then if there's always the coach connections, it's not like Aaron Glenn's like, man, we got to get Onyemata or we're in trouble, or we've got to get Demario Davis because it's just normal conversations. You go to bat for the players that you know. And you say, we're willing to take a few short-term options here without sacrificing the long-term, and that's what you come away with a strategy. But for people who think Aaron Glenn is in a must-win season, of course it looks a little sketchy that you're making these short-term moves when you're clearly 2 years away from really competing.
I just think that most of the time, if a team that is fully rebuilding, fully tearing it down, like a full system reset, you do a couple of things. You assemble a ton of draft capital, check, right? They've done that. You trade away the players that have high value for draft capital. They've already done that. And then you shed the bad contracts on the roster so that you also have a ton of cap space to play with. And, these things can all ascend together and create a really good team at the right time, right? And they've kind of done that. Like, there aren't that many bad contracts in this roster. Fields at some point is an interesting thing, but they don't have a quarterback yet, so I think that's TBD until they do that. And then it's Breece Hall, which, again, we talked about. That's kind of a curious one in this world of rebuilding. I'm not sure that's a move I would make. But outside of that, I mean, Minkah Fitzpatrick is the next highest salary cap number on the team, and you just traded for him, and he's potentially a medium-term solution for this team. But, I'm just not sure what else you would be wanting them to do with this money, right? Like, you don't have a quarterback yet. Are you saying that you've got to fill out the roster, right? You got to have players on the team. So where do you want them? Are you saying you can only bring in young players on 5-year contracts and anything else is a short-term deal that's just there to save guys' jobs? Like, I'm just not sure what the alternative game plan is supposed to look like.
Yeah, I mean, it should be more of those players, and I'm not saying that they're done. But Minkah Fitzpatrick, Joseph Asai, Kingsley Enagbari, Demario Davis, David Onyemata, only Asai is more than 2 years.
Sure.
Minka.
But if those three guys are there to provide the veteran structure for a defense that then adds three young players in the draft, like if David Bailey and blah blah blah, if their first like 2 or 3 draft picks are all on defense, and suddenly you've got this young defensive core with a veteran spine to it, is that bad just because they were short-term deals?
No, I get it. I don't hate it as a strategy. It's just it's a interesting one for a team because we tend to think in very binary terms, right? Black and white. You're rebuilding. You have young players. You're close to the Super Bowl. You have veteran players, and that's how you build. And the Jets are doing a little bit of both, and I think they'll be far more competitive in the short term, which is fine, without sacrificing the future, which is the most important thing. You don't want to sacrifice the future to make these moves. I'll tell you what, it hurts though. It's like if I have a defensive tackle need and I am a team that's close, I would love to have a David Onyemata or a Demario Davis. If I have a linebacker need, Davis or Asai as my third edge rusher.
Right.
And they're stealing a lot of these players from the more competitive teams that probably need them.
But that's why I'm like, it feels harsh to just sort of dismiss it as these are only moves you make for short-term desperation. Like they're adding good players to a team that has no leadership right now. So yeah. I reject the premise. I feel like these are better moves than they're being given credit for.
And tell Greg that it's okay to do short-term deals. I mean, we were all over Caserio for early. People who don't remember or weren't listening to us then. Early Texans under Nick Caserio was a bunch of special teamers and role players, and all of their moves were like third, fourth, fifth wave of free agent moves. And they would bring in like 20 to 25 players in an offseason, and it's like, all right, they're resetting the culture, and then they did it again. It was like, when are they going to start making moves? And it took the Deshaun Watson trade. Once they finally traded Watson, and then got Derek Stingley at 3 overall, got some impact players, and then it's like now they're going to be aggressive, right? They got Will Anderson, and then they brick by brick started adding some star power to that roster. But for a couple of years with Watson, it felt like before they traded him, they were spinning their wheels a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like that's the thing. You could kind of explain it away by it felt like they were basically just treading water until they could get rid of Deshaun Watson. And then once they could do that, it's like, all right, now we can see what the plan actually is. This one's a little different because I think there is a more coherent structure to this. At least humans pattern match. Like I recognize a pattern in this, even if it's not actually real. So I feel better about it.
Jets are making a lot of moves, though. Anyone not making moves that you're surprised about? We haven't heard a ton from Washington. We heard we were going to hear a lot from Washington. Are they going to go? Are they all in on Trey Hendrickson?
Possibly. I mean, that's a big one, right?
They were supposed to be in on Linderbaum. If they're out on that, do they go Hendrickson here?
Big dominoes that haven't fallen, right? Definitely the Trey Hendrickson thing. That's a pretty big one. We got Malik Willis. We're now waiting on these 1-year cheap quarterbacks. Kyler Murray, I think, is a pretty big domino. The Geno Smith, Kirk Cousins, Tua world as well of who exactly is going to be starting out of this group.
Do we have to officially wait? Because Kyler's not officially released yet, him, Tua, and maybe Geno. Like, you have to wait until Wednesday. Can they announce those things, or do we have to literally wait until the calendar?
That's a good point. Can you talk to the guys if they're actually on it? No, because
their release is not immediate. Like Biotish is
you can't
released.
Sign him, but surely you can talk to him now.
I would think so. I think we'd at least hear
technically
some
they're
reports.
not free agents either, so it's not the same as an impending free agent. But I would assume you must be able to talk to them.
Like Biotish's release was immediate.
Yes, so he
all of these other QBs are as of the day.
Yeah, anyone that was cut already was fair game the second they were cut. Free agents, like nobody's technically a free agent for another 2 days. So these are all deals in theory. Those guys are different because they're not even free agents. They're going to be released, but they haven't yet. But my assumption is you can talk to them immediately.
A domino has fallen.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to find out what the answer to that question is.
Domino's dropped. Mike Evans, Sam.
Yes?
San Francisco 49ers.
Oh!
Mike Evans will no longer be a Buc. 49ers are signing Mike Evans. It was negotiated by multiple agents.
Great.
3-year deal to give Brock Purdy a big-time weapon. Mike Evans, can he still play? Can he be an impact player here for Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers?
Yeah, I think so, right? Like, he's still a very good player. Maybe he's diminished and not quite what he has been, but I still think he makes an impact when he's on the field. Plus, this 49ers offense was all of a sudden not looking as strong as it had been previously. I think that's a good insurance policy for them short term.
Yeah, I agree, man. I'm in on Evans. It's funny, my Mike Evans analysis. So much of his what he is for his career and as an all-time player. I know a lot of people say slam dunk Hall of Famer, and he had all this consistency in his career. I don't think he's ever been this completely dominant top 10 wide receiver, but he does that in spurts. I think he's awesome at winning on the outside with size and speed. I mean, he always plays fast. I think he ran 4.5, but he's always played fast, gotten open down the field, wins at the catch point, and he's been incredibly consistent. And he's got this balance of week-to-week consistency, but there are games that he could just take over. And he's outstanding in the red zone, right? Not every big-bodied receiver. Evans it's actually not.
He's the one
EV
guy
to throw fades to him.
The one guy
right?
who you can actually throw a red zone fade to and have it not be hateful.
And just like Devontae Adams last year, where you could run slant or fade in the red zone and it was pretty much going to work, Evans has that type of ability. So he's excellent in the red zone. I think that part of his game, too, will age well. We always ask about wide receivers aging. If you lose a step or if you lose part of your game, do you have enough to win in other ways? I think he has enough body control and ability to win at the catch point and red zone ability to win in short areas. And I still think he's good enough to win on the outside in between the 20s. And then last year was the first year he dealt with extensive injuries. Previous points in his career, hamstrings come and go, misses a couple games here and there. That's a concern. Year after year, hamstrings pop up. He'll come out of games banged up, but he'll come back in. Like it feels like he's always on the cusp of getting injured, but he's been really tough and battled through those things. Last year, the collarbone, head injury, like a lot of things added up last year, but that was really just one season. So the question is, okay, is that the trend now because he's older, or is that an anomaly against an otherwise really durable career?
I'm more concerned by the hamstring injuries. Like the fact that those are, I think, repeatedly surfacing for him is a bit of an issue. He was, I think, unlucky that he came back and like immediately popped his collarbone. Like the second his hamstring was 100% good to go, he then went on a deep ball, laid out to catch it, hit the ground, and his collarbone just went nope. I think that's just unlucky, right? That can happen on any given play, and it just happened to be like immediately after he returned from his hamstring, and then so suddenly you've got like a ruined season, basically. But that play is why he's still a good signing for a team like San Francisco. He still threatens defenses in a way not that many receivers do. He's still got the speed to go deep. He's huge. You don't have a DB that can match up with him in terms of size and physicality and those kinds of things. So he is going to threaten a defense the way nobody else on that 49ers roster does at the moment, even if Ricky Pearsall takes a big step forward. Like none of the receivers they have do what Mike Evans does right now, which means he's still a useful addition to this team.
And the Niners are back to having a good group of playmakers with Evans in there. Pearsall is a speed receiver who can stretch the field. And then you mentioned George Kittle a little while ago. Dude is still dominant. Like when he is out there, he can absolutely take over a game. And Kittle's so good, even just playing as part of Shanahan's offense. They haven't even gone out of their way to necessarily feature him or create mismatches. He's just that good. He gets his big plays because he's George Kittle, one of the best all-around tight ends in the league. So Mike Evans, Ricky Pearsall, George Kittle, Demarcus Robinson as a 3 or whatever else they end up wanting to do there. You got to feel pretty good about where the Niners are, even with Juwan Jennings leaving the building and the Brandon Ayuk saga. The Niners revamping the receiving core. I think Evans has at least 1 or 2 more good years in him. It's a 3-year deal. See the actual terms, but I think you can get a couple years out of him. So the only slowdown was last year's injuries that you mentioned.
Yeah, and then again, we're going to find out what the number is. But the reports earlier were that teams were offering more than $27 million a year for them. Again, my assumption all the way along would be that Tampa Bay was going to let him explore the market. The market would come back with something modest enough that the Bucs could match, and he would stay in Tampa Bay. If that's where the market went, if the market went north of $27 million a year, I think the Bucs are right to walk away. Again, he's still a good player. He still absolutely makes this Tampa Bay receiving core better with him there, but they should feel comfortable with the group without him. I mean, McMillan, Tez Johnson, Emeka Ibuka, Chris Godwin, see what he comes back with the draft still upcoming to maybe target a more specific vertical threat, that's the one kind of skill set that you don't feel great about from that group, that should still be a very good receiving core.
Do the Bucs immediately become a team like the Bills, who seemingly have a whole bunch of middle of the field / slot weapons, and you need that X?
Yeah,
outside?
Except less so X and more so just get me a guy that can run vertical.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even care necessarily if I just need one guy that can threaten them over the top, and then I'm comfortable with this group.
Godwin's getting older.
Yeah.
And
just so many injuries.
Ibuka, right. And Ibuka was one of the players that you kind of comp him to Godwin or Cooper Kupp type, coming out, slot, could play outside type
There's
of player.
a lot of redundancy within this core.
Jaelan McMillan, similar. Tez Johnson, more of a gimmick type player. They do bring Cade Otton back as a tight end. So, yeah, I think you don't need a like-for-like Mike Evans replacement, but somebody to stretch the field a little bit on the outside.
And that's where, like, I feel like you feel okay about this draft if you're like, I don't necessarily need an all-round number 1 X. I just need someone that I think can win outside vertically.
Yes. So, aggressive move for the 49ers and Bucs.
Like, that's where a guy like Bryce Lance, say. Like, do you think Bryce Lance can be an all-round superstar number 1 wide receiver that plays the X and wins in all ways? Yeah, maybe not. Do you think that Bryce Young can line up outside and run 50 yards downfield fast and scare a DB? Yes. I think he can do that.
That's all he's going to do. That's his job.
But you know what I mean? Like, that's the difference between the, like, oh, man, this draft seems light on those number 1 X guys. That's the the delineation that I think the Bucs need to be like focused on. Is I don't need the first guy, I need the second guy, and you might be able to get him in the 3rd round.
All right, so big move for the Niners, Bucs. That's why you pick Emeka Ibuka in the 1st round when you seemingly don't have a wide receiver need a year ago. It happens quickly. Evans has been a Buck for life. It seemed like they wanted to keep him around. They love him in Tampa, love him in the community. I think he's loved it there. I honestly didn't think he'd ever leave.
Same. And I don't think he would have if it had, like, I don't know if he was surprised by the market, but this is one where it's like, we're going to let, you've earned the right to explore the marketplace. You've been a great servant of the team. One of the reasons we're going to let you explore the marketplace is we think the market is closer to us than what you want. But the market came back and said, actually, no, we need Mike Evans. So we're willing to go to, $28 million a year, whatever the number ends up being. And at that point, it's like, as much as I would love to be a Buck for life, there's a lot of millions that I'm leaving on the table to do that. And, players, I don't think you can ever criticize a player for accepting many more millions to go play the last couple of years somewhere else.
Adam Schefter says it did not come down to money for Mike Evans.
Didn't it?
The Bucs made a very strong offer, but per Schefter via whoever wanted to tell Schefter this.
There you go.
It came down to a desire for a new challenge as Evans enters the last years of his career.
Yes.
Competitor.
Look, we'll wait to see what that number actually is, but my assumption would be if that number is, $28 million a year plus, then I think that was just a higher number than the Bucs were willing to go anywhere near, at which point you don't even need, like, this is PR spin from an agent. Like, you don't even need to put that out there. Just say, look, it came down to like this many million difference between the two of them, and if that was the offer on the table, then fair play to him. Go take the money. You've only got a couple more years of this. Take whatever money's on the table.
I don't, even though it's agent speak and everything, I don't, knowing the way Evans plays, because he kind of took a bit of a hometown discount last time around with Tampa Bay. I think the fact that Tampa's loaded with young receivers to take his job, and the fact that he's now the guy in San Francisco to complement Ricky Pearsall probably was a part of it.
But that's why I'm saying I think it probably also came down to quite a lot of millions in difference. And if that's the case, then nobody should begrudge him going for more millions. Like, there's a level. I understand it from a fan perspective. You should want your players to stay in the building. But look, it's a business. NFL owners treat these guys like disposable garbage constantly. So you can't really begrudge a player for getting every last dollar out of his career than he can.
All right, we've got some. Happy for Mike Evans. We have some numbers on Kobe Bryant, former Seahawks safety, going to Chicago. 3 years, $40 million deal.
It's going to be four reaction phases for Kobe Bryant, because we need the initial signing, we need the number, we need the official number with the real. Actually, this is 2 and 1, so that's okay. We're back to 3 again. But then we're going to need Brisker's deal too, in order to discover what we really think about this move.
25.75 guaranteed though. 3 years, $40 million. 25.75 guaranteed. A huge deal for the former Super Bowl champ.
Huge deal. So that's a good it's a good contract for him. Like, if we didn't have the Brisker element, I would say that's perfectly fine, decent move, good player, solid addition to a defense. I want to see what Brisker gets because I would prefer Brisker as a player.
And issues with Brisker, concussion history, and what have you. I'm a Brisker fan as well. I know he was a little up and down for the Bears. Mm-hmm. More Bears news, though. They have come to terms with free agent linebacker Devin Bush coming off of his career year, 3 years, $30 million for Bush, who was outstanding last year for the Browns.
Yes.
At linebacker.
Indeed. Fantastic for them last year. And actually really good the sort of bit before, the year before that, in a much smaller role. And it was like, is that
it started to turn.
Yeah, well, it was like, is that just a small sample size? What happens if he has to start? And then he got the starting job and he still played really well. So he's back-to-back really great years for him. But everything outside of that specific defensive system, Jim Schwartz in Cleveland, has been actively pretty bad for Devin Bush.
I'll give you my PVM breakdowns, the way I eval his season.
Okay.
So in my 7 evaluation buckets here. As a rookie, average, missed time, below average second year, full season backup level play in his third year, full season below average. The next year was missed some time, so it was backup. And then the last 2 years, about 500 snaps, high end, which is right near the top. And then last year, elite on 873 snaps. So to your point, the last year and a half basically of play has been much better.
Yeah.
Last year was outstanding. I mean, he was a playmaker. He was everything that you wanted coming out of Michigan. It it took him 7 years to get there.
Right.
And there's a few linebackers where I mentioned Devondre Campbell when we did our free agent breakdown and everything. There are some players who, like Tremaine Edmonds, even when he hit the market in 2022, it's like you had a whole bunch of average years and then you had this one peak year that you've never really gotten back to. Ironically, it was with the Bears where he signed, and Edmonds is now out in Chicago and never really got back to the level of play that he had in 2022 with the Bills. So that's the question for Devin Bush. Flies to the ball, excellent against the run the last couple of years, and has all the ability to make plays in coverage with his athletic profile. But he's going to go to the Bears filling a major need at linebacker.
Yeah. So the question becomes, what does he look like outside of that Jim Schwartz system where he's been so good, when every other defense that he was a part of, he had looked not so good at all. And that's the big buyer beware, flag all over him. And then also, how does that relate specifically to Chicago's defense, this Dennis Allen defense, and what is he going to look like in that system?
Based off the last 2 years of comps, they're all good, though. Based off the way he's played the last year, projecting going forward, you're talking Fred Warner, 2023, JOK, former Brown, now expected to retire, right? Ernest Jones coming out of 2024. This year's Devin Lloyd, free agent, comparable with Bush. So 3 years, $30 million. Pretty good for a player who, if you could easily make the argument, has figured it out and he's good now in perpetuity, but you still have in the back of your mind the beginning of his career and the slow start that he had, because he was, drafted in the first round, much like Devin Bush, supposed to be this athletic freak at linebacker and just never materialized until later in his career. But if you're getting what he's given you the last 2 years, what he's given particularly the Browns last year, then it's a really good signing here for the Bears.
Yeah. I mean, the concern would be, Jim Schwartz's defense is one of the most extreme in the NFL in terms of stylistically different from other defenses. It is maybe the most see ball, get ball defense in the NFL. We're going to line up in the exact same way most of the time, and we're just going to rely on out-executing you, on being better than you are at, releasing our guys, just play fast and play aggressive and be better than you are, out-execute you guys. And that's, generally speaking, something that isn't the way most of the NFL does things anymore. Like, that's the way the Packers used to win games in the 60s, right? Like, it's generally been phased out fairly extreme levels at the NFL level, but Schwartz does that. I mean, I'm not saying he's like a 1960s level rudimentary type of system, but I'm saying more than any other defense in football, that's what stylistically that defense operates in. And that coincides with the sudden turnaround in Devin Bush's performance. Can he keep that going outside of that system?
It's a fair question when a player has all that success just with one team, one system,
right,
and then going elsewhere. One coach.
Yeah.
Can you replicate it? But great season last year for Devin Bush on an excellent Cleveland Browns defense. All right, what do we have next here? Oh, man. Who said Mike Evans versus the substation? Was that Anthony? Is that your...
That's harsh.
Man, that's
brutal.
Dude, imagine...
Dude's hamstring's going to snap into like a day at a training camp.
Not fair. Malik Willis, 3 years, $67.5 million, $45 million guaranteed, $23.5 million this year. I can't say who said that. Over the OTC's enemies.
Oh no, you out quoting the
well, it got dropped in our
evil
chat.
empire.
Anthony doesn't know we don't talk.
We only use OTC.
We only use OT. We're OTC exclusive. OTC exclusive.
I have
Breer's got it.
I have an update from important people within the league. I reached out to find out the answer to our when can you tamper with quarterbacks such as Kyler Murray, who are going to be cut, but are not yet cut. When the team publicly says they'll release them, they can be tampered with.
Did the team announce yet?
Yeah, I believe all those quarterbacks we talked about.
I saw the Dolphins announced it
right.
earlier.
So I think officially, Kyler Murray, Tua, all these Geno, these quarterbacks can all be tampered with legally right now.
I can eat, right? It's like a marathon show.
It doesn't look like anything I say is going to stop you from eating, so
should I not?
Have at it.
I'll wait.
No, you can go, because then that gives me the green light to eat at bar later.
Yeah, you can eat a bar.
Yeah.
I'll wait on the beef jerky, though, for now.
The jerky.
Where are you, Jeff Rubies? We would have crushed some steaks here during our free agent extravaganza, almost 3 hours in here. You know I have to eat every 3 hours. How do I make it through draft night?
You're like a strongman, only without the impressive athletic accomplishments at the end of it. You're going to consume 11,000 calories a day with a meal every 2 hours.
Used to be athletic for a 6'10" pitcher. Used to be. It's going fast here today.
Yeah,
still no word on Trey Hendrickson.
No. So okay, We at some point we were talking about dominoes that needed to fall, and then got sidetracked. Shockingly,
I'm interested in Dallas Goedert. It's not like a big domino, but him and David Njoku at tight end.
That was how we got onto the quarterback thing, right? The quarterbacks that can be legally tampered with are dominoes to fall.
They are.
I think wide receiver, we got Mike Evans, we got Alec Pierce, Rashid Shaheed, Juwan Jennings, Romeo Dobbs, that kind of tier 2 wide receivers, and then after those guys, Wandale already got his deal done. But that group, I think, is a potential domino to fall. Dallas Goedert, as you mentioned, David Njoku would be another one that I would be interested in for tight end. We haven't had Rasheed Walker yet, right? That's a pretty big domino in the offensive tackle marketplace, as is Braden Smith, I would say, at right tackle. That's probably it from that point of view. We got David Edwards. Your guy, Isaac Seumalo, who you wanted to put everywhere. And then the other wild card X factor is Elijah Vera-Tucker. Much bigger injury concern potentially at the other side, but he could also get top of the market money because he's been very good when he's been healthy. We got Linderbaum at center. Defensive line, we got David Onyemata. It's a little bit rough on the interior. Edge rusher, Hendrickson, as he said. Jaelan Phillips already went. And then Odafe Owe was the other big domino to fall among the edge rusher market. Off-the-ball linebacker, Devin Lloyd being the big one. Quay Walker's the big wild card there because I think he puts this in his article, actually, Justice. The most controversial free agent of this class is Quay Walker, who's a top 10 free agent on some lists and not a top 100 player on others.
I'm going to guess PFF has him in the not top 100.
Possibly.
And everyone else is like, this dude starts and makes a lot of tackles.
But I think generally he's still seen as quite a wildly, divisive. Divisive, that's the word I'm looking for. Player in terms of he's always been a better athlete than football player, and I think remains that. But because he's a good athlete and starts a lot, will get a lot of tackles.
Do you want to know where I have him?
Sure.
I got an 18.
Yikes.
He was a 36 for me last year. This is a predictive number for future performance. 36 last year. And this year's an 18.
18's pretty bad.
I got him with 2 average seasons out of 4 and 2 poor/backup seasons. Yikes. With full snap counts pretty much, right? He played at least 800 snaps in all 4 seasons. Right. So 4 years starting. I got him 2 average seasons playing the run, below average overall.
So those are the big dominoes still to fall that we're waiting on overall. Plus any trades or anything like that goes down.
Oh, the rapper made it to the mic. Sorry. Just give me a mute button someday.
We really do need a. It seems easy enough. I see other people with cough buttons and stuff. It seems
without
fine.
static.
It seems fine. I don't know why ours doesn't work that way. Maybe it was the old studio. Maybe the new studio is better.
Because you built it.
I mean, I don't know if I built the studio as much as just threw some tiles on the wall and nailed up a couple of signs. I didn't so much build the tech, you know?
Cough button's coming soon. What else do we want to reset here? Let's go back through. We've talked about the Jets quite a bit, and I think we've got enough. Oh, we didn't talk about the Steelers signing here.
Who they say?
Jamel Dean.
Oh,
at corner. Was that official? Did we get that through? Or was that fake? Can we get official word on Jamel Dean?
Let's see. Let's see what happens when he throws his name into Twitter.
I think it was. Jamel Dean. I'll give you my breakdown as well. He feels like a Steelers type of corner.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, absolutely.
What a good, consistent play. So the same way I read out Quay Walker's.
Yes. Tom Pelissero, the Steelers have agreed with cornerback Jamel Dean on a 3-year, $36.75 million deal. Sources tell him and Rap Sheet.
He's just been a good, consistent player. And I think he was always seen as the less than Carlton Davis on the other side. I got Dean as his seasons elite, high end, plus.
I swear to God, he gets.
That's a 70th or 80th percentile player at his position.
I honestly think he suffers from an aesthetic problem.
Looking like a linebacker?
Right. People look at him and think there's no way that a guy shaped that way is a high-end NFL cornerback. Like, he just looks like a big, slow, plodding player, and he isn't. He's fast. He's good. He's powerful, sure, and he sometimes looks like he's built like a running back.
He ran a 4.3.
I know, which shocked everybody because he looks like a linebacker right there.
He ran a 4.3 with a 41-inch vertical.
Right, he's a legit athlete, but he just doesn't look like one. I honestly think people look at him and like, there's just no way. So they just assume he's worse than he is.
Excellent career for Jamel Dean with the Bucs. Great third-round pick. Almost got him at pick 100, pick 94. And so I love this for the Steelers. I think he's outstanding, has been an excellent player over the last few years. Some of my comps include Marshawn Lattimore of 2022, Denzel Ward of 2021. So like in their prime, Lattimore and Ward, that's the type of production he's had historically and the type of production that projects forward. I think he's physical and fast, and he's just been underrated. And the Bucs, they were trying to future-proof their roster with Zion McCollum's development the last couple of years, drafting Benjamin Morrison, Jacob Parrish last year. So they're getting younger at corner. But there was a period where Carlton Davis and Jamel Dean, two former Auburn teammates who were physical and could press. Like when they decided to press, they could really shut down outside receivers.
I think it's a really good signing for Pittsburgh. From Tampa Bay's point of view, it does potentially open up that hole on the roster. Maybe they like Benjamin Morrison to take a step forward year two, or project Jacob Parrish to play outside as well, which, is a tough ask maybe for a guy built like that. The draft is still upcoming, so they could address it there as well. But as of right now, the spot that used to belong to Jamel Dean is currently effectively unoccupied and potentially a weakness.
And I'll say this, Jamel Dean and Joey Porter Jr.
That's some physicality on the outside.
I'm just saying, there's a Jalen Ramsey still there.
At
safety. I'm just saying they disappointed in the back seven last year. I thought the Steelers, overall the defense disappointed. They had a few games where they forced a bunch of turnovers. It's going to be a new system. Everything's new. But the same talent that made us optimistic about the Steelers' defense last year is very much intact. Cameron Hayward's a year older, but man, he's still going. T.J. Watt, a year older, but still very good. And they're three deep on the edge. But at the ability, if they want to play press man with Joey Porter and Jamel Dean, good luck.
Yeah.
To opposing offenses. And then Jalen Ramsey, who I thought really took to playing downhill as a, robber, free safety type. So intriguing defense for Pittsburgh. And like I said before, they're going to be cheap at quarterback. They're going to be very cheap at quarterback, and they've got money to spend across the rest of the roster. Fascinated to see what they do if they completely load up both sides of the ball. Already made the trade for Michael Pittman Jr., have a ton of draft capital. Steelers have a chance to make a move. We'll see what happens at quarterback. They got to figure that out, but there's a chance that they're in really good shape next year. Maybe Aaron Rodgers is the best bet for them. Who knows?
Let me throw you a couple of contract numbers at you for your reactions on those. I don't want to do the Mike Evans one yet because we've only got the less important number. The ETN deal, was 4-year, $52 million from their point of view. What do you think to that one for the Saints?
I don't love it for him.
As in from their perspective?
Yeah, from the Saints' perspective. That's for 4 years, $52 million.
Which is like 13 a year.
Yeah. I don't think he's that type of player.
That's the classic one where it's like second-year contract. Second contract for a guy that's going to get paid, let's say, big but not spectacular money at the position at running back. I want that guy to be a really, really good player. Otherwise, I'm going to gamble I can get 80% of his production for a fraction of that money in the draft. I wouldn't do that deal if I'm the Saints.
He's a good player. He can catch the ball out of the backfield. I don't detest it. I don't think it's the most egregious overpay, but I think I'd rather Walker for that type of money, and that's a little bit below where Walker is.
Or even, so you could either get...
I'd rather roll with the youth movement and draft pick.
Well, you can either get significantly cheaper in this free agent period and just go for a different, lesser type of player who will probably give you 80% of the production.
I would rather play in the second wave of running backs in this free agent class.
Yes. Or you could go, to hell with this, I'm paying a rookie almost nothing and hoping he gives me, 80% of that production. Either way, I'm not doing that contract for a guy unless I think he's genuinely one of the top 5 running backs in the league.
So you agree, bit of an overpay there?
Yeah. What else was the other one we saw? The Jaelan Watson contract. Jaelan Watson's deal will include $26.5 million fully guaranteed at signing. He gets a $12.75 million signing bonus. Salary, blah, blah, blah. What's the total thing of that? The rest of that's okay. It's just that's a full contract breakdown for him. But $11 million of his $13.99 in 2027 is fully guaranteed, yada, yada. But basically $26.5 fully guaranteed at signing.
I think that's a good deal.
Yes.
Former 7th-round pick, continuing to get better. It makes sense with the trajectory of his career. He's got size and length on the outside. Runs well enough. I think it adds press man versatility. The only question there would be if this matters. Because the Rams are doubling down on this. Spags and the Chiefs defense, are they just really good at developing corners and just for their scheme? In other words, does L'Jarius Sneed's failure in Tennessee scare you at all? The fact that the Chiefs never lock anybody up.
Yeah, I feel like Sneed specifically was much more injury related than it was, oh, look, he went away from Spags, and he was a product of Spags' defense, and he was always a fraud. I feel like he just got so many injuries. Like, you looked at him play now, it's like he can't really run around anymore. He's getting smoked by people that aren't spectacular athletes. Like that Sneed didn't look like that in Kansas City. This is not, oh, look, Spags is gone. Now the guy's forgotten how to play football. It's like the dude can't run anymore.
So I've got Watson, and we got some other news to get to here in a second. I got Watson as a 78, which is solid, very good, actually very good from a predictive standpoint. McDuffie is a 92. Predictive number leads to future success. So McDuffie, the elite player that we thought, getting paid as such. Watson as that number 2 looks really good.
Yes. Here's where I need your data.
Yeah. Give me a player.
The Browns, needing all of the offensive linemen, have signed Chargers guard Zion Johnson. So if you need an offensive lineman, you want to reach for the worst in the NFL, their offensive line. And they've signed Zion Johnson to a 3-year, $49.5 million deal, which includes $32.4 million guaranteed per his agents. Zion Johnson was a player that a lot of people said was going to get paid coming off this offensive line, a former first-round draft pick, right? And for some reason seems to have quite a few supporters, even though it's hard to know why. So what does the data say, Stephen?
I got him as a 21.
Out of how many, Stephen?
100. 0 to 100 system for me, 21. In that range, that player becomes a solid or better player 23% of the time, historically. So we call it 23, maybe even less than that. I've got him with 1 average season out of 4. And it was not this past year.
PFF grading would suggest something similar. Has never been particularly above average either as a run blocker or a pass blocker. About the best thing you can say about him is he's played a lot.
Durable. Yes. Over 1,000 snaps
every year.
He's played all the snaps.
Yeah.
It's an interesting year for the Browns because because Titus Howard's like in the 30s for me as well. They're both starters.
Right.
And so they needed literally 5 starters.
Well, this is a classic. This is like This is like free agency from. This is exactly what I said doesn't happen anymore. This is like free agency from like '04, where offensive lineman signs for a team, and whatever the equivalent of the insiders was back there would just announce, guy started 16 games, ergo he's good. Like, but yeah, how? When he played those 16 games, when he started those 16 games, was he good in those 16 games, or did he just start for a team for 16 games, right? Like, there was no knowledge of whether or not the offensive lineman was any good or not. This is just Zion Johnson's played 16 games for 4 straight seasons, and he's 26, he's a former first-round draft pick. Therefore, he must be worth.
That's not literally what's happening, though. They're putting their scouts on it, and they seem to like him. Now, the one thing I would say for this to work out, I mention this all the time, if offensive linemen are going to break out, it's this time of their career. The fact that he hasn't yet may be a little concerning.
Right.
But I am doing this over a decade, Sam. I'm more hesitant to say, it's a bad O-line signing because he's never played well. Because the Eric Fishers and Donovan Smiths of the world, they do happen.
Sure.
And they do get better.
I will also say that it is a lot less money than, say, Aaron Banks last year, who got, it was a fake contract in terms of the numbers. But he 4-year, $77 million was the numbers.
I didn't like the Banks deal either.
No. But and that's what I'm saying. That was one of the most ridiculed moves of last offseason, right? It's like, why would you possibly give Aaron Banks 4 years, $77 million? Now, in truth, they didn't really, because it was like what were they on the hook for? A lot less than that, right? But the point is, when your defense of a contract is, no, actually, we can get out of this really quickly. I mean, you probably haven't signed a good player when that's what you're saying. So in the Aaron Banks world of things, 3 years, $50 million is a lot less than that. So it's, it's not even as bad as the worst contract last year looked like, but it's still in the same bucket of like, why did you give this guy that kind of money?
Maybe they can get out of it sooner.
I'm sure they can, but my point being, when you're defending a contract of like, no, if he stinks, it's really easy to get out of this contract. It's like, yeah, but would you not just get a player where you can say, we're confident he doesn't stink?
You'd prefer that.
I would. And I think, again, I kind of joked about it to begin with, but I would be unlikely to source my offensive lineman from the worst offensive line in the NFL, generally. Maybe that offensive line has a diamond in the rough that they're letting walk.
Played with an MVP candidate.
That they're letting walk, right? Like, the worst offensive line in the NFL is letting him leave, right? That immediately should be a bit of a red flag. But maybe that's possible, but I wouldn't be the one that wanted to find that out.
So you're now looking at a Browns offensive line that, depending on what you believe about DeJuan Jones, they probably needed all 5 starters. Jones can likely still start, but we'll see. They trade for Titus Young, pretty cheap, but a league average-ish starter. By the way, there's a lot of mixed results when it comes to advanced metrics on Titus Howard. I think PFF had a favorable pass blocking number on him last year, and ESPN had an awful number on him, which is the new age of evaluating players with advanced analytics and chips in the shoulder pads plus eye test stuff, and there's a lot of differences with Titus Howard. But you're looking at, say, an average at best player. I would say Zion Johnson, average at best player, but a lot of money for those players. So we talk about creep back toward average, and average players are valuable, but usually as you plop them in as like O-lineman 5, you drop an average at best player as your 5th offensive lineman and the other 4 are strong, you're in a good spot. But the Browns now spent pretty good money for Zion Johnson at left guard, Titus Howard at right tackle, with questions still at left tackle, center, and right guard. So we'll see how it plays out, but it looks like they're paying a decent chunk of money for players who have been average at best these last couple of years.
Yeah, and I think average would be an upgrade over what we've seen for Zion Johnson. Like, him getting to average, I think, would be an improvement in his play.
Yeah, I've got more faith in Titus Howard, and he's bounced around and played multiple positions. Howard, I have more faith in him at right tackle than I do Zion Johnson at left guard.
Yeah.
So, Browns making moves, though, finding starters.
They are. They're finding starters. I don't know that they're finding good starters, which would be the concern.
Finding starters.
Yeah. Again, it feels like a bit of a throwback to the time where teams would just sell you on, we just brought in a guy who started 16 games. Like, yeah, but how well did he start those 16 games?
Former Bears defensive end Dominique Robinson headed to Houston on a 1-year deal, up to $4 million. Edge rush depth behind Will Anderson and Donnell Hunter.
Yeah. for a while, he was sort of being talked up as like, oh, he's the young potential guy the Bears have got that's going to make noise, and then it just didn't happen.
As we were thinking about Devin Bush, it is one of the things, like when you're talking about scouting and like it's always one of the questions I ask, like how much do you weigh the last thing that you saw versus how much do you weigh the last 4 years or whatever it may be. It's always a challenge to be able to do that and figure it out. So whenever, the Devin Bush signing happens, I think it's important that we just play both sides of it and explain both sides of it, right? And say, look, the last couple of years have been great. Just like when we talk about Geno Smith or Sam Darnold, like, waiting for him to turn back into a pumpkin, just to add the proper context to linebackers that we do.
The obligatory phrase.
With quarterbacks. All right, quick break to talk about our friends over at Root Insurance.
You do
Believes.
that. I'm gonna use this opportunity to leg it to the bathroom.
Yeah, you do it.
We're perfect. No one will ever know.
Root Insurance believes that good drivers deserve better rates. Watch out for that camera, Sam. They've created a new kind of car insurance that rewards good drivers in an easy-to-use app. Traditional car insurance companies focus on demographics like age, zip code, occupation, and credit score to price your coverage. But when Root offers a rate, your behavior behind the wheel gets more weight than any other single factor. They don't use occupation or education level to negatively affect your rate. While you drive, Root gathers and analyzes data from your smartphone sensors. After a few weeks, you'll get a car insurance quote based primarily on your driving. Save up to 44% off your initial Root quote after you take the test drive. If you need a tow truck jump start or lock your keys in the car, Root will cover the help you need to get back on the road when you opt into roadside assistance. The Root app makes it easy to edit your coverage, update your policy, or file a claim in just 3 minutes. You get started today at Root.com. Finally, a show all to myself, all by myself. I don't know how. You're not supposed to show. Come on, Will. Hide. Just keep the soul. Yeah, there we go. No one knows that Sam's not here. No one knows. We're very professional here. You can't even tell that he left to go to the bathroom. And then I'll be going soon at some point. He'll have his own chance to vamp and talk by himself. The news is coming in fast and furious. We've got a report from somebody. I don't know who that is, though. I don't know who that is. Can we confirm that report? The Alec Pierce report? Is that guy real? He is verified. And he follows me. Reports that the Chargers offered Alec Pierce more money than the Indianapolis Colts, but he wanted to stay home. Interesting move for the Chargers if they could have added Alec Pierce to that receiving corps. Nobody left. Nobody went anywhere. There's the tweet. Alec Pierce, more money than the Indianapolis Colts, but he wanted to stay home with the Colts. So still waiting on Trey Hendrickson news. Still waiting on a couple of those edge rushers. Odafe Owe, I still think is going to make a lot of money. Who are the teams? As you're back here, we didn't even know that we.
Nobody noticed.
Nobody knew.
Seamless.
People may have known because we went to the wide shot.
The wide shot.
Yeah,
it's all right.
It's all right. It's
yeah.
all right.
All right.
We got this. You're doing a good job.
Otherwise, it would have been perfect. It was the classic dilemma of, the longer you leave it, the longer you actually need to be in the bathroom when you finally go,
Oh, yeah. Sometimes
tricky.
It's way longer than
so you can no longer just, zoom out and get back.
Chat's expecting Odafe Owe to the Commanders. I was expecting more fireworks from Washington. There was a lot of rumors that they were going to go nuts.
Right.
I could see the Patriots, even though they already got Draymond Jones.
Yeah, the teams at the top of the sort of effective cap space list. The Raiders, okay, they've made their splash with Linderbaum. Titans, they've been bringing in everyone Brian Daboll's ever met. The Commanders are next. Chargers, they've dabbled. They brought it back a couple of their players, but haven't yet been big spenders yet. The Jets have been making their moves. The Seahawks have a lot of cash, and they haven't done much yet. Anything.
And they're losing some players.
Right.
Nothing on Reek Woolen
potentially
so far. Reek Woolen's
haven't lost them yet.
A domino.
Yeah.
Potentially. Because you got Stokes and Watson, two of the top corners already signing. Jamel Dean signing. So Reek Woolen, maybe the next cornerback to keep an eye on here.
Mm-hmm.
But that's always interesting. The teams you haven't heard from at the moment, just sleeping through free agency, which isn't always a bad thing. It used to be the best thing. It used to be the Patriots and Steelers and Packers. They don't make any moves. The Ravens, they don't make any free agent moves, and they're always the best teams in the league. It's not exactly that because it is a part of team building that you want. But the second wave is crucial. Still more releases too as we get closer to the league year.
Yeah,
I don't think everybody's compliant yet either.
No, still a lot of stuff to happen. I mean, we've got, again, this is free agency doesn't start for 2 days.
Right. Any other big, ask the chat too, any surprises so far from you? No news on Elijah Vera-Tucker just yet. The Bengals have lost 2 defensive ends with Trey Hendrickson and Joseph Asai out. That is correct. And I can't open this. What is this? Happy to take any questions from the chat if you guys have them.
Wow, you just zoomed into that was nice. It's like afternoon drive time radio voice.
Oh, yeah.
Happy to take any.
So we used to have this, I forget the guy's name, but
Soothing.
up in Massachusetts we had Magic 106.7. And they would do bedtime magic. It was all like
bedtime magic. That's
soft rock type of.
That
just
sounds a little bit.
classic love song type of deal, you know?
Yeah.
David Allen Boucher, maybe that was his name.
Wow. That's a name for that, all right.
Bedtime.
That's a guy that should be doing
Bedtime magic.
bedtime magic.
Go ahead, bring it. Bring some questions and analysis from the chat.
The goofy left unattended. It's
All right,
pretty
if
good
you're
line.
going to yell in all caps that the Broncos get A.J. Brown, it better be real and not just you either hoping or just making stuff up. Can't have that.
Cans make quite a noise.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
no way the Broncos, that can't be real.
What?
That,
They're not.
no.
No.
We're going to need, we need like if you're actually going to break some news into the chat, I need like a breaking or something, you know? Like a designation. Can't just be like firing out stuff. What are your thoughts on Mutant League football, Steve? Chat wants to know.
I don't play arcade games. I want realism. I want real player names. I want
simulation
Madden.
man only.
I am. Simulation only. I'd love to understand how the Jets may use all these new defensive linemen when they play in a 3-4. So the thing about the 3-4, right? I'll give you this great answer. The 3-4 uses more defensive linemen than the 4-3. Okay? It's a fallacy to think about 4-3 and 3-4 the other way. The 3-4 uses more defensive linemen because we've all started grouping the edge rushers as defensive linemen.
Outside linebackers.
The outside linebackers
are in fact basically
they're defensive linemen. So when you're in a 3-4, you actually need fewer linebackers than you do if you run a 4-3. So what are the Jets going to do? Well, Enigbari's an edge rusher, and Joseph Asai is an edge rusher, and those are called linebackers in the 3-4, but they're edge rushers. Tavondre Sweat's going to play nose. David Onyemata is going to play one of the 5-tech spots, which, of course, that's only 20% of your snaps. Once you start playing in nickel, it's a 4-man front, and you have a Sweat, you have an Onyemata, you have the same edge rushers are still on the edge, and you'll have a rotation of McDonald, Asai, and Enigbari. And when you get into nickel, all 3 of those guys can be out there at the same time. And then if you add Arvell Reese, who can be your linebacker, outside backer hybrid, or David Bailey, or Reuben Bain, you're rotating and you're moving all those guys around. So when a team's in a 3-4, don't start thinking, man, we need more linebackers. You actually need fewer linebackers. There's 2 inside backers that start. That's it. You don't need a third backer. You don't need a Sam, right? It's basically a middle linebacker, 2 middle linebackers, inside linebackers.
There's nuance to all of it, but I think your crucial point is that most teams are spending, most of their time in sub packages anyway, where they broadly look the same. So
but my other point is when teams are in a 3-4, I think fans instantly think we need more linebackers when you need fewer linebackers. Whereas a 4-3, you have 3 actual off-ball linebackers.
But also you
and
think
4 defensive linemen, but the 3-4, you need 5.
I think people still think when people start talking about 3-4, 4-3, you start thinking like old school Steelers/Patriots 3-4 versus Tampa 2 defensive lines. You're like, these are, those were radically different defensive systems that required radically different personnel in order to make them work. Now, the difference between 3-4 and 4-3, even in teams where it's a thing, is they're much closer together. Like, you do not need this massive overhaul in personnel to shift from one to the other because most of the time you're in sub packages where they're broadly lined up exactly the same anyway. Now, news.
All the news is coming in. Starting with the Tennessee Titans signing Broncos defensive tackle John Franklin Myers. 3 years, $63 million with $42 million guaranteed. Jordan Schultz, I'm seeing that coming from him. This was, I think they were tied in pre-free agent rumors here. John Franklin Myers maybe the top defensive tackle on the market, going to the Titans, who have a massive need for pass rushers.
Indeed. I think there's a connection there, right, with Salah, isn't going back to the Jets?
Yes, that's all former friends.
Former friends.
What is Mike Bergonzi doing anyway? He's just getting all the coaches, guys.
Well, it's just, I mean, guys, who do you like? You know, they came in. Who do you guys like? You know, and they just gave him a list, and he went shopping. That's all that's happening. There's nothing wrong with that.
I've got Franklin Myers as a 90 in my predictive NFL score. Multiple high-end, solid, and elite seasons for him over the last couple of years. Multi-gap ability at 6'4", 288. Mm-hmm. Excellent pass rusher.
Yes.
And disruptor here for the Titans.
That's a big thing. I mean, he is a consistently really disruptive force of pass rush. He's had, I think, 50-plus pressures almost every single season of his career. That would have led the Ravens last year, right? And every year of his career, basically, you're getting that as a solid baseline from his perspective, whether it's with the Jets or the Broncos. And now coming into the Titans, I think he's pretty good against the run as well, though I'd say that's the weaker area of his game. But yeah, like that versatile player, really kind of useful chess piece on the defense. It is, I mean, that's not insignificant money for him, $20 million a year or whatever, but I think he's worth it.
We're talking about a pass rush win rate in like the 12 to 15% range with a peak at 17% over the last couple of years. That's outstanding. So the Titans, they've added Jermaine Johnson now and John Franklin Myers to that defensive line over the last couple of years, and they're in line at pick 4 to get a David Bailey, a Reuben Bain, Arvell Reese, whoever else you want to add to that defensive line and get, fill a massive need, which we assumed they were going to spend a lot of overall capital in that area this year. Now it's all coming. It's all happening right now, including a favorite signing. We'll get to it. Arden Key, former Titan, going to sign with the Colts, 2 years, $20 million, $11 million guaranteed. Love this for Arden Key. I keep referencing him as a 2/3 type of rusher. You've got Laiatu Latu there, Kwity Paye hitting free agency. I think this is a really nice replacement for Kwity Paye here. And probably the starter opposite Latu right now, unless something changes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I would imagine they're still going to be in the market, but he's been a pretty consistent source of pressure for the last several years of his career. I mean, this is a pretty good move for them.
Yeah, another guy that started kind of slow and then really took off with the Niners a few years ago, put together a couple nice seasons for the Titans. I know it's always funny when you're like, hey, the Titans have a massive need at pass rush, and here's this former Titan. That's a great signing, but it's the truth. If you could push him, if he's a tick below starter on the depth chart, you're feeling better about it. So we'll see how much pressure, like if they want him to be like the starter opposite Latu with DeForest Buckner and Grover Stewart on the interior. I don't know if that's the best way to go, but add another body in there, and as part of a rotation, I think Arden Key is a really useful player.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good, solid move for a pretty low cost in relative terms that definitely makes them better and more consistently difficult to stop or consistently get some more pressure.
And then we've got linebacker musical chairs continue around the NFL. It is just different. Everybody's Alex Anzalone's with the Bucs and linebackers everywhere. And Devin Bush is a Bear. Well, former Bear Tremaine Edmonds is signing with the Giants. 3 years, $36 million, $23.7 million, fully guaranteed. And it was negotiated by an agent as well.
Indeed, negotiated by
Tremaine Edmonds heading into year 9 of his NFL career, and he's like 12.
That's crazy.
He came out at 20 years old. He's like only 28, which is nuts.
Yeah, he was one of the youngest players in that draft, if not the youngest, right? It was this classic or fascinating A/B analysis of him who'd actually played a lot in college but was extremely young versus Leighton Vander Esch, who'd barely played but was actually reasonably old relative to him. It's an incomplete because Vander Esch got injured and kind of ran his way out of the league that way, whereas Tremaine Edmonds has played a lot, and a lot of it hasn't been great. He's an incredible athlete, which is why, number one, people are always in love with the idea of what he could become. But number two, he does get given more difficult assignments than some other linebackers because plausibly he can run with a running back on a wheel route out of the backfield, 50 yards downfield in a way some linebackers, simply can't even be asked to do that, right? Like we cannot ask this guy to even take this assignment. It's death. Edmonds can at least theoretically do it, so you'll ask him to do it, and he'll lose sometimes on those plays. And so I'm never quite sure what to do with that as a as an analysis of how well a guy can play, the athlete is going to be asked to do more difficult things, but if he doesn't do them consistently well, is that a plus?
Yeah, he's the classic example, Tremaine Edmonds, of when you look at advanced metrics, how inconsistent they are for linebackers. He had an elite season from a coverage perspective in 2022 that helped get him signed with the Bears. Had been a below-average run defender throughout much of his career, but was better last year with that. He's a pretty good tackler, and he's 6'5", 250, right? You've got a built-in-a-lab linebacker that every coach is going to say, give me that guy from an overall physical ability standpoint. And it's funny because you talked about the A/B analysis of not only he was young but played so much football at Virginia Tech, and it's been similar at the NFL
Like the
level.
miles on his clock are spectacular for a guy who's that young.
He's been incredibly durable, over 800 snaps in every season, and over 900 in all but one season.
And I will say,
Tremaine Edmonds.
I mean, that's pretty modest money for someone who's still that young, who's got that much experience and is coming off, a year on a pretty good defense like that. I mean, that's not bad money. Now, look, I don't generally love Tremaine Edmonds as a player, so I'm never going to be tremendously over the moon at the idea of adding him to my defense. But 3 years, $36 million with only less than $24 million guaranteed, that isn't bad money for him.
And a throwback Giants linebacker.
Sure,
Remember, way back, they used to only
6'5",
take
250.
250-pound linebackers, including my old friend Zach Diossi, who was 6'5", 250, and weighed in at 250 at the Combine to make sure that he hit the threshold that the Giants and the Patriots had at the time in 2007. A throwback Giants linebacker at 250
How much water
pounds.
did he need to chug for that to be the case?
He was close. He chugged enough water to get from like 247 to 250 or whatever it was.
That's quite a lot of water.
Yeah. Whatever the cutout, he was close. All right, and then one of my favorites, Chargers mopping up, man. Charlie Kolar, the tight end, former Raven. You got the Ravens connection with the Chargers. Joe Ortiz helped draft Kolar with the Ravens. 3 years, $24 million contract. I think he's a very good run-blocking tight end who still has a little bit more to do in the pass game. And a nice compliment if you consider Oronde Gadsden.
Yeah, that's
a
the
tight
thing.
end. It's a nice 1-2 punch. Gadsden as your Isaiah Likely compliment.
It's a nice 1-2 punch, but it also sort of leaves the door open for quite a large role for that blocking guy to take on. Not only are you going to be out there for all the blocking snaps, et cetera, but like Gadsden is not so entrenched and so dynamic and so elite at that position that you're like, man, you're never going to catch the ball. Like there could be a reasonable role there for Charlie Kolar to do a lot of work in the pass as a pass catcher in addition to being a blocker.
The Tennessee Titans have signed a former
Giant
Cordell Flott.
Seriously, you need to start sending some texts and finding out how this is working. Okay, 3 years, $45 million with $32 million guaranteed. Remember, we brought his name up recently as a guy that was getting talked about as someone that could get paid quite a lot of money. So yeah, I mean that's not an insubstantial deal at all for Cordell Flott.
Was this a 1-year breakout for him this past year? 3 years, $45 million. L'Jarius Sneed has not been officially released yet, but we're expecting that to happen at some point here for the Titans. Just to add, they've got a lot of money to spend. They need to add talent, need to add starters, and they're doing it in Tennessee.
He's played both slot and outside in the NFL, but only one of them well. I think he's been better as an outside corner than he was in the slot. But I'm curious how much teams value just that theoretical inside-outside flexibility at all, generally. Now, does it still count if you can only really do one of them well? But the experience of having done both, I think, probably stands in his stead a bit.
All right, that was a lot going on. Just to finish the Kolar, I didn't want to end that analysis, though. He's one of the few tight ends, when you watch him, that can make the backside cutoff against a six-tech. When you've got...
Nobody knows what that means.
I know. But when you've got a good NFL defensive end head up on you, and they run zone away from you, and the NFL makes this play call all the time.
So you basically have to beat the larger, stronger defensive end to the gap to get in, to cut him off.
Yes, to cut off Nick Bosa and Micah Parsons and all these TJ Watt, these elite players. In most tight ends, you're like a traffic cone to them, right? They toss you aside. Right. They get down the line. They make the tackle for 2-yard loss, 2-yard gain, 3-yard gain. He can actually make the cutoff. And I try not, and I know you see how NFL teams value blocking tight ends. And when you watch how often that most tight ends lose in these moments, you see why. Because when you find a guy that can do it, like what Jackson Haas did for the Bills, I try to like isolate those guys every now and then. Kohler can do it, and he's pretty athletic as well. 4th round pick for the Ravens. So I think he's got a little more to do for the pass game. Made some big plays last year for the Ravens, and he can block. He's one of the few guys I think you could trust as an inline blocker in today's NFL.
Yeah, I think that's a really nice signing for them. Obviously, there's a space for that on the offense. They've upgraded at center as well. I mean, this is an offense that's trying to fix what ails it.
All right, there are 2 more pieces of news here. J.K. Dobbins returning to the Broncos.
Okay, like that. I mean, look, J.K. Dobbins is a great player who has had incredibly bad injury luck.
Sign him and Jason Verrett every year.
Seriously, like he's becoming that version, except, I guess the same. Like every time he's back in the lineup, every time he's healthy, he immediately makes the run game, makes the offense better for whatever team he's playing on. It's amazing. Like the injuries he has suffered at a position where you could argue injuries at that position are more important than any, because the second you lose 10% of your physical traits, you're just done as a running back. Every time he comes back from an injury that should be changing his career, it doesn't. He just picks up where he left off and still keeps on trucking and is the best running back on the roster, but inevitably gets hurt again. Like, I wish he's one of those guys that I wish you could just wave a magic wand over and say, no more injuries. From now on, you will be healthy, and just see what it looks like. The dude is awesome. I have amazing respect for his sheer perseverance and determination to keep coming back time after time after time, but also amazing respect for the fact that every time he does it, he's still really good.
All right, there was one more I wanted to get to, but the Titans have signed a non-Robert Saleh, Brian Daboll guy, Alante Taylor, former Saints cornerback, going to Tennessee on a 3-year, $60 million deal. $42 million guaranteed. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
Man, that's a nickel corner there, man.
It is?
Is that real? We going $20 million a year for Alante Taylor?
But he's another guy that's played, inside and outside, more in the slot, admittedly, than outside. But he's done both. He's got the size to do both. I mean, he's 6 foot, better part of 200 pounds. So, I mean, they're adding they're adding flexibility now to that group, like guys that can move in or out.
Alante Taylor's a fascinating player. He's coming off his best season. He's the type of guy, when you watch the Saints, always seems to be around the ball. High-energy player, makes a lot of plays on the ball, but he's also gotten beaten a lot throughout his career.
Right.
And so it kind of works both ways. It reminds me a little bit of like Quan Alexander years ago at linebacker, where Quan would make a ton of plays, but you're like, well, there's negatives in there too. Like Devin White, like those players, those are linebackers. But he's like the cornerback version of that, where if you it feels like he's always a big part of the defense and always around the ball. But there's some bad plays in there as well. Last year he cut down on some of those. He was better but he runs 4.36, and you mentioned good size, and always felt like a little bit of potential more than production for him, but maybe put it all together last year, coming off his best season.
Yeah, it's entirely possible.
But I think there's some risk associated.
I mean, that's a lot of money dedicated now to Taylor and Flott, who have quite a lot of not great tape between the two of them over their NFL careers. Like, they've also got some pretty solid tape, and the most recent stuff is pretty solid. But, I mean, that's quite a lot of cash dedicated to guys that you wouldn't necessarily source as, like, I'm very confident they'll be good in this defense going forward.
Yeah, that's what happens with free agency. The tricky one here is if you said this a year or two ago, like those guys are going to – Flott and Taylor are going to make huge money.
Right.
So Taylor, I kind of get it, but –
let's contrast that
rep-wise
for a second with the Seahawks are re-signing cornerback Josh Jobe to a 3-year, $24 million deal, right?
Yeah.
Now, number one, you're going to feel better about him playing at that level because you've just seen him do it for the same team with the same scheme and blah, blah, blah. You're not projecting anything new. And number two, it's a lot cheaper. Like, those are the types of deal that make you go, man, did we overpay a bit here?
And then the other deal, the Bengals get their safety. Former Chief Brian Cook, 3 years, $40.25 million per Tom Pelissero and the insiders.
So they did not just bring back Jesse Bates.
They did not. They still could.
I guess, yeah, they could.
Brian Cook added the couple years ago, they go the Geno Stone route in free agency at safety. Now they're going Brian Cook, former Chief, who's had a really nice career for the Chiefs.
Yeah, coming off a really, really good year for them. Career year for him. He was very good for that team last season, just incredibly consistent. Did not, I mean, not ironically, they're doing the thing that teams often do, which is overcorrect in the opposite direction of a thing that was a real problem for them. Like everybody in the entire Bengals defense was missing tackles for fun last year, and Brian Cook was one of the best tacklers in the NFL last year. So that's a natural, let's overcorrect there. But he was also good in coverage, good as a run defender, just a good player across the board.
Played a little bit more in the box each of the last 2 years. That coincided with his two best seasons with the Chiefs. So he plays... can play free safety, can play split field safety, which is what the Bengals generally are looking to do. And as you mentioned, coming off of his best season last year for the Chiefs. Good. Another one of they had such a good draft in 2022, by the way, the Chiefs. That's where they got Trent McDuffie, Karlaftis, Watson, Brian Cook. Some of these guys are leaving. A lot of them aren't here anymore. Leo Chanel. Mm-hmm. The Chiefs got 5 or 6 starters from that draft. Some are not still with the team, but they're going to be getting comp picks coming back and the whole deal. And they got some really good play out of that draft class. Outstanding 2022 Chiefs draft class, even despite missing on Sky Moore in the middle of that.
Who's still there's no reason he shouldn't have been good. Everything says he should be good. Hate those ones.
Everything says Sky Moore.
Hate the ones where even in hindsight you can't work out why it didn't work.
So you mentioned Seahawks getting Josh Jobe, 3 years, $24 million. I like that. I mean,
so that's part of, we mentioned, Seattle had been quiet with their war chest of money. I mean, here's bringing back one of your own who played well last season on that defense. 2 of their top 3 corners were hitting free agency with Jobe and Reek Woolen. They bring back at least one of them so far with Jobe, who had become, like he had taken over that job, right, and been the primary, or the other guy opposite Witherspoon.
I think it's a solid move for Seattle. Maybe not done at corner. I don't know if you want him being the full-time starter there. It'd be awesome if he's the 3, but decent money at $8 million a year.
Yeah, I mean that's a fraction of what he's not been spectacular or anything, but that's a fraction of what those other deals are getting for a guy I don't think that's been significantly worse, if worse at all.
Agreed. Let's talk Chiefs for a minute here. As I talk about Cook leaving, you're now talking about 2 starting corners, starting safety out. Leo Chanel still out there as a free agent. They brought in Tonga to that defense at nose tackle. Kiaris Tonga from the New England Patriots. But a lot of starters leaving Kansas City. In the
secondary.
In the secondary in particular, and then they invest in running back in Ken Walker. They have all this draft capital, a lot of picks here, but far more questions in the secondary than we've seen in a long time in Kansas City.
Yeah, I mean, we're
back 7 generally.
That buzzword of coverage or the secondary is a weak link
system.
Yeah,
I mean, it's all a weak link at the moment.
Like the whole secondary is a weak link. The entire secondary is basically left. You've got Noel Williams, who's a second-year player without much sample size behind him because he got injured at times last year. He's the best player left in the secondary. So, and what you did, you lost some things, you gained some things. What you gained is a running back and a nose tackle.
Is this going to be...
And draft picks, I guess.
Is this going to be more of a run-heavy team? Because with Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, I don't think they're ever fully converting into a run-heavy team. Like you could look at they're always going to be compared to the Patriots because they're trying to be dynastic like the Pats. And the Brady era, you could say there were times where they were more run-heavy. There were more. Sometimes they employed a fullback. Sometimes they were 2 tight end with Gronk and Hernandez. Sometimes they were running spread. So the offense evolved. And it was high volume passing, lower volume passing. It kind of did everything. Will the Chiefs ever move that way? Ken Walker coming in and, maybe a question at long-term right tackle, but the O-line's not awful. They still have to figure out another receiver, but do they go that route? Are they going to try running the ball more? And what are they going to do defensively, losing all these starters on that side of the ball?
Yeah, I mean,
it does feel like there's a lot more run game emphasis, as you said a little while ago.
I do think they want to run the ball more. I do think that they want to be able to be able to run the ball more, aside from anything else. I don't think that they want to. They sort of feel like where the Bills were a year or two ago, where they made like a conscious institutional decision that, you know what, we really don't want to have Josh Allen being Superman from play one every single game. Like the less he needs to do that, the better we are. Remember last year, from like week 1, Mahomes was out there doing the 3rd and long scramble thing where he makes the he extends the drive, and like it felt like he was carrying the team the way he's done in the playoffs before, but hadn't needed to do during the regular season. And it was like immediately last year, it was clear that he felt he needed to do that. I think they want to take that responsibility or weight off his shoulders and say, if we can run the ball more, his job gets easier. We're not in as many third and longs. We don't need him to do that as much. Everything gets better. And that, I think they thought that was a problem last season during the year, and then I think they want to do that more now.
I wonder how much of it the defense already struggled getting off the field on third down last year, even with all these players. And I wonder how easy it's going to be to reload on that side of the ball. So I think they're threading the needle, man. They're threading the needle to be able to get back on top. A lot of pressure on those 2 first-rounders and all the draft picks. And then it's like, all right, where are you putting those? Are you replenishing your defense like you did in 2022?
Well, now the question becomes, like, where are you getting a secondary from? I mean, obviously, we're still very early in free agency. There's a ton of players still out there. You've got a lot of draft picks now, in part because you traded away your best corner. But you now need to restock that group.
Yeah, you do. In addition to, like, what's the long-term?
In addition to fixing the things that were problems. Yeah.
It's not Ken Walker's team going forward, right? It's still Mahomes, and who's your long-term pass catcher now?
Right.
Kelsey's coming back for a year. Rashee Rice has probably got one last year. There's no way you're going to sign him long-term.
Yeah, like all the problems.
So now who's your long-term pass catcher that you trust for Mahomes?
All the problems that were already problems are still there, and then you've added an extra one in the secondary because you've let a corner walk. You traded away your best corner, and you've let a safety walk. So all of a sudden, the entire secondary basically needs to be replaced as well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see this second tier of corners and safeties because, look, there's still talent, and like the Reed Blankenships of the world are still out there as starting caliber players on the back end. We'll see what happens with the Chiefs and their ability to fill in some starters there. All right, man. What a day so far. What did we say? We'll go till 5?
I don't think we really said anything. It was kind of a TBD thing.
I think we assumed 5.
Sure. 5 works for me. My only hard out is Scout has an orchestra recital tonight.
So what's your hard out? What time?
5 would work. Hopefully she's been working on her slurs, which only makes sense if you know anything about, violining. I've explained this to you.
That's right.
That the term, when you play multiple notes at once, I think it's called slurring, even though it sounds very different if you don't know anything about violins.
Oh, sneaky good one.
What do we got?
Former Browns defensive end Cameron Thomas signs with the Falcons. 1 year, $3.1 million.
Ah. That's a sneaky good one. You like that?
Yeah, he made some plays in a few games last year on the Browns defensive line with Das Wunderkind, Alex Wright making plays, and Cameron Thomas making plays. I liked it.
Okay. He also did something really dumb, didn't he? Didn't he have a terrible penalty that Myles Garrett had to be like, hey, leave him alone?
Probably.
Yeah.
Marcus Mariota back with the Commanders, 1 year, $7 million.
Jackpot, baby.
Played pretty well each of the last 2 years.
That's good. I mean, keeping him around, I think, is pretty good for them. He's, A, pretty good backup. B, he's stylistically very similar to Jaden Daniels. So I tend to like that as a quarterback thing when you don't need to change anything in the offense. Like, they're not as good, but they can run the same things, and you can tap into the same stuff.
I like when Tanner McKee's backing up Jalen Hurts. I like when it's completely opposite.
Chaos. Right. When they had Josh Allen and, what's his name, Jake Fromm.
Like,
what are you talking about? You have to junk everything.
Jake Fromm, State Farm.
Literally nothing can stay the same when he comes into this offense. We have to change absolutely everything.
Can you explain the slurs thing so people don't think you're teaching your daughter to be racist?
When you play multiple strings or multiple notes with the same stroke of the bow, it's called slurring. So the orchestra teaching woman, whatever she was called, right? We're at this like parent teacher or whatnot, and she kept saying things like, they've been working on their slurs so hard, and I was just like giggling in the front row like a child, right? I'm like, how is that not funny to anybody else in this building?
Googling it.
I can't be the only other person in here that has the sense of humor of a 12-year-old, right? Now, actually, interestingly, none of the 12-year-olds were laughing at it either. It was just me. So whatever unique area of childishness my brain operates at, that just resonated with me and nobody else. But I think it's pretty funny. So every time she's saying it, it's like, the kids have been working really hard in their slurs. You imagine like a whole stage full of like 12-year-olds all screaming. Like, but that's not what they're doing. It's not what they're doing at all.
It's good to know. So reports from New England media.
What the hell is that sound?
I believe that's the wind.
The wind is just making a long, steady whistle. That's what's happening?
Yeah.
Okay.
Boston media, 7 News, that there were charges against defensive tackle Christian Barmore. They've all been dropped by the Commonwealth.
The Commonwealth?
Of Massachusetts. Yes.
Yeah.
So the case is no longer viable per the judge, and I don't know if that affects Christian Barmore's future with the Patriots. They just released Stephon Diggs, who had legal issues of his own, plus he's Stephon Diggs. Whatever other issues he's had with various teams. There was questions about Barmore's future with New England. I don't know how dependent they were on his legal case, but it has been dropped. And so that's news.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
if there's not a defensive tackle need and they want to keep Barmore around.
Well, particularly, yeah, because they have him signed long-term. They don't want to do what they did with Diggs and get out from it. They would like to be able to forget about that. So if it's been dropped and it's all good from that point of view, from their perspective, that's great.
We did find a connection. So the Titans have had former Giants, Daniel Bellinger, Cordell Flott, Wandale Robinson, all Brian Daboll connection. John Franklin Myers, your Robert Saleh connection through the Jets. Alontae Taylor, the connection has been found. Assistant GM Dave Ziegler was in New Orleans with Alontae Taylor. Look, I'm not hating on this. Like I said, it's like part of the process, knowing what you're going to get, as long as you don't overdo it and only sign people who you know when you may be passing up better players or
now
paying too much money just because you know the guy.
This is now becoming a thing, though, for the Titans, where we need to find, do they make any signing whatsoever this offseason where there is no previous coaching connection?
Did something just happen?
Like, just sign one person that you haven't already had experience with.
No, it did not. All right. How would you reset today? People asking for a reset so far today.
Wow.
Go to Ari's page, Ari Mayrov. Ari's the best at
You're going to have to find a
little reset.
Tracker.
We've been live on air this entire time, so.
It's true. So we haven't got one.
We're going to go till about 5. I got to pick up my kids as well. Apparently they're going to the park, and I need to pick them up on the way home.
Okay.
Per my wife and sources.
Yeah. Sources, yeah.
Sources tell me I need to pick up my kids at the park. They went to play some ball.
An agent has instructed Steve that he needs to.
They just walked to the park.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is that far?
I mean, it's a decent haul.
Decent hike.
Yeah. They're walking there now. They're going to be exhausted by the time they get there and complain and want to go home.
Well, that's less good. But it does mean that when you finally get them back, they'll be tired and they might just go to sleep.
No, my kids.
Doesn't work.
They don't go to sleep. They don't go to sleep.
No, mine doesn't either. Well, no, when she's just late at night and then doesn't get up for the next forever.
Oh, yeah. Well, who we got for the WBC? When's USA playing? You keeping up with the WBC?
The what?
The Italian World Baseball Classic.
I saw Britain didn't win.
No, they got smoked by Americans.
There was a great tweet.
1776 all over again. All over again.
So it was like, we were this close to being able to reinstitute tea taxes or whatever. Where's the tweet that I sent?
Oh, we got Mexico tonight. Ooh, this is going to be good.
Local derby. Where's the tweet that was great?
That's going to be a good one.
Here you go. I sent this to Ben Stockwell.
Don't we play Italy sometime too?
As mockery. The Fox Sports MLB, Great Britain has been eliminated from the WBC title contention. And then there was a tweet from somebody called 1 Dozen Rats at a Keyboard. It's easy to laugh at the British when they fail at sports like baseball or basketball, but it's important to remember that they have their own rich tradition of sports like soccer, cricket, and rugby that they also repeatedly fail at. And that was just after England lost to Italy for the first time in the rugby.
That's like the most connected we've ever been, because you're all about England failing at the sports that you love, and now they're failing at baseball too.
Anytime they crap themselves in any sport, I'm all for it. It's great.
Plus multiple wars they lost to us.
Yeah, I guess.
Multiple.
Yeah.
They came back.
Yeah, that's
in
right.
1812. See you later. Didn't we win that? We talked about that on the show at one point. Question about me being on the Italian WBC team. I was in
contention.
I was working on it. My great-grandmother was born in this country in 1900. My grandfather's mother.
In this country?
So she was born in America. And in the 2010...
What's the rule for baseball? Is it like a grandmother thing?
So... For the WBC, it's like Mike Piazza played for the team or managed the team because his name's Piazza.
But so it's usually like a lot of these sports have a grandmother rule. Like if it's a grandparent, you're
in. So this was it. So I needed paperwork to prove that my great-grandmother was only an Italian citizen when my grandfather was born.
Okay.
In like 1923.
And that would have validated him, which would have
right.
validated
So if
you?
she was already an American citizen,
you're screwed.
I was not eligible. If she was still only an Italian citizen at the time, I would be good. So then my grandfather was born to an Italian immigrant or a citizen. And we couldn't track down the proper paperwork at the time, in addition to me being probably fringe good enough to be on the team. I would have been good enough to be on the team.
Right. But you certainly weren't.
I would have been good enough to be on.
You weren't worth the hassle of investigating.
No, and they weren't going to skew some paperwork to get me on the team or anything as like the 10th pitcher, Mm-hmm. So I was almost close. One of my former teammates was on the team though, because his mom was born in Italy. Yeah. So Chris Colabello was an Italian legend. He made it through the ranks of indie ball and became a major league player.
Good for him.
And then may have gone suspended for steroids and never made it back. But it is what it is.
Oh well.
He made it though.
It sounds like everyone else was doing juice.
It was a great story though.
You might as
for a period of time.
Yeah.
So I was almost close to being considered. It was like the Josina tweets where it's like multiple teams are thinking about almost having interest on this one player. I was like almost in consideration to be considered for the team had they considered me.
It would have been.
Didn't make it.
It would have been a great. Would have been a great story.
Jamal Adams is listed as a linebacker on the Jets. Why is he listed? Did he sign with the Jets?
If he did, we missed it. Is that a thing?
If he's listed, listed as a linebacker, it's because he played linebacker.
Did it
last
become
year.
retroactive?
Is why he's on the Jets. I don't know if he signed with the Jets.
No, but has it become retroactive in his career since he shifted to linebacker?
Well, the question is, can you ask your PFF buds why Jamal Adams is listed as a linebacker on the Jets?
Do you have PFF buds anymore?
No comment. I have no one to talk to over there. But if the question is why is he a linebacker, it's because he played linebacker. If the question is why he's on the Jets, then I have no idea.
Yeah, well, also,
but
it might be the case that he's listed as a linebacker on the Jets from the first time around, is what I'm saying.
Oh, like when he was on the Jets?
Right.
Yeah, it's probably like a player's only assigned one position at a time, and they don't. Whenever it's displayed. I don't know. I mean, it depends on where you're looking. Now we're talking about product questions.
Right. Did he sign with the? Have we just missed that?
I don't know.
Is that a thing that happened? Where's the latest tweets for Jamal Adams?
I doubt it.
Yeah. Look, there's people saying it.
Did he?
I mean, look, some guy that has no blue tick is saying it. Now,
there we go.
Can't find anyone that has an actual blue tick saying it yet.
Another deal with the Jets. Who's Ian Swanson? He's the one posting it.
Yeah, see, I don't know who he is. And I also don't
432 followers.
I also don't know who Brandon Howard is, who's the other person with no followers who's tweeted it.
Oh, he used to be on Draft Breakdown.
Okay.
I believe.
Well, he's got it for a 2-year, $11.3 million deal. He's also got the deal negotiated by an agent. So it's either a good fake or.
No, that might be real. If it's Brandon Howard, that might be real. But we won't report on it yet. Here's a quick pet peeve in defense of the insiders.
The propaganda.
So there are some people that just reported this thing that said, Jamal Adams, whenever Schefter or Rapshi, whenever they get it, they're going to report it as via a source. And the people who originally reported it, who have 432 followers, are going to be mad that they didn't get credit.
Right.
As if Schefter or Rap Sheet are like searching Twitter. They're just like, it got reported, like somebody told them and they reported it. They're not looking to see if someone had it before them.
In their defense,
to give them credit.
They're sitting there on the phone all day. There's no way that they could be expected to check Twitter to see if somebody else has already tweeted this first, and if it's some rando that has 400 followers, credit them. I don't think that. I mean, look, I think this entire process right now is a joke, but that's an unrealistic expectation of insiders, I believe.
V. Spenceful in the chat says he remembers Steve as a minor league prospect.
Really?
What do you remember?
Remembers Big Goofy.
Because the word prospect is usually associated to people who have like a chance.
Yeah.
I was never a prospect, although.
It must have been a prospect. It doesn't mean you were
like a prospect is usually like of age, like you're young enough and you get listed on these lists and stuff. Like I was almost a player called up to the majors. But I was never like a prospect, as in like we expect something good from this guy.
No, but there's like
in the future.
There's there's undrafted free agents that are technically prospects. Are they ever really going to stick on an NFL roster? No, but are they prospect? Sure. Not a good one, but they're a prospect.
Mohall's looking for my minor league baseball cards should be out there. I get sent. I'll send you a card, Mohall. The next time somebody sends me a card looking for an autograph, and I usually deny it, I will send you. I get sent autograph requests all the time.
You must have, at minimum, been a bad prospect at some point.
I mean, it depends on how you. I mean, when you're in AAA, like you're always a prospect. You're always
That's what I'm saying.
Available to be called up.
So you must have been, you know, at least a not a good prospect.
It's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Not a no prospect, but not a good prospect.
Just not a good prospect,
you
know? But you were a prospect.
That's a step above the Red Sox scout calling me a dime a dozen righty.
Wow. That's,
Which in hindsight, he kind of nailed it.
Caught it. It's like that's the curmudgeon Steelers scout that had Ryan Leaf absolutely pegged and was trashed in a magazine.
I was so mad.
He spelled it out 100%.
I was so mad. I'm going to prove this dude wrong. I'm not a dime a dozen righty. But, when you just top out at AAA and never make it to the big leagues, you kind of are.
Mike Garafolo points out that the 49ers were originally slated to pay $27 million for Brandon Ayuk this upcoming season, but they voided his guarantees last summer after Ayuk went AWOL and just stopped showing up for the team. So they've effectively just taken Brandon Ayuk money and given it to Mike Evans.
House money.
Job done.
House money for Mike Evans.
Yeah.
Question in the chat about the Jamel Dean signing. We did. I don't know if we're going to be able to get timestamps and everything on this show.
No, it feels optimistic at best.
Yeah, but it is back within the last hour or so, I'd say. Hour and a half. Because it's almost 4.
Basic recap, though, we liked it. I think he feels like a Steelers type of corner as well, and we both feel that Jamel Dean has been fairly criminally underrated for most of his career.
Joe Bateman. I missed Joe Bateman by a year, I believe, in the Giants system. I heard a lot about him. Seemed like a colorful character that I missed by a year. I believe Giant system. Everybody had Joe Bateman stories. Somebody in the chat knows Joe Bateman. I don't know.
Okay.
We're just doing question time right now. We talked about Zion Johnson. We talked about everything.
Yeah.
Everything. Jamal Adams hasn't officially been reported yet, so we won't. If he is signed, he'll be called a linebacker because that's what the position he played last year. If they're going to move him back to safety, it's on the websites to adjust that accordingly.
Yes.
More O-line help for the Lions. They've agreed to terms with Larry Borum. Fun fact, Sam, I got him in our expansion draft a couple years ago. Hoping he'd develop.
How'd that work?
He hasn't yet.
So. Is now the time? Is it Larry Borum breakout
We did not miss Jamel Dean. We raved about Jamel Dean. We talked about how good he was. We talked about how he was underrated in Tampa Bay. Yeah. We talked a lot about how him and Joey Porter Jr. are going to be incredible as bump and run, press coverage, corners together. We did discuss.
Correct. We did. We discussed all of these people. Zion Johnson we didn't like. We loved the Jamel Dean move. We talked about the Barmore thing. Yeah,
Don't love what the Browns are doing on the O-line overall, given the money for Zion Johnson and Titus Howard.
Yeah. I mean, look, I had no problem with the Titus Howard move. I think that flipping a 5th-round pick for Titus Howard is fine. I don't like paying Zion Johnson that kind of money. I would be surprised if he's worth that. Now, look, it's worth pointing out that, as you said, he's at the age where offensive linemen tend to break out. As a former first-round pick, you would assume there's talent there. There are some tape watchers who like him. And you have to at least factor in that for most of the season, the guys either side of him were terrible, right? Bradley Bozeman was so bad he retired at the end of the season, and he was ranked like 37th out of 32 starting centers in the NFL by PFF, which is the graphic that goes viral every time anyone mentions his name. And then the left tackle for a lot of the season was Austin Deculus. So it was bad, right? So if you're a Zion Johnson advocate, you would say in his prime, former first-round talent, there are some tape people that like watching him, and everything around him was awful last season. Therefore, it's fine, right? If you were of the other persuasion, you'd be like, he hasn't really played well at any point in his NFL career, and he's played a lot. So the chances of that just upping and changing, not great.
Yeah.
Particularly because, by the way, the Browns, either side of him right now, is terrible as well. It's not like you're like, wow,
no, right.
At least his left tackle and his center are not great.
You say not great. Like I said, I'm more empathetic to the year 5 O-line breakout. Now, it could be anywhere from years 3 to 5. It would have to be now for Zion.
Yes. It's also worth pointing out that every player that was never good, if he made it that far, like it also looks the same, you know?
Yeah.
So as much as, the players that break out now, but also the players that are just bad for all the time, they stay bad.
I don't know how well you could hear. I didn't know everybody could hear the train that well.
It's quite a loud train at this point.
It is.
We may have dialed up the gain. Who knows?
I got a lot of baseball questions here. We should answer. You can answer too.
Monson is a moron. The numbers figure what cost they want to financially schmuck. I don't even understand what that means.
But you're the moron.
I understand that bit. I don't understand what the rest of that sentence is supposed to be saying.
Question about my all-time favorite MLB pitcher. You can answer this as well. I don't really have one. Although time frame wise, Pedro Martinez from 99-2000 was the greatest pitching performance I've ever seen.
Okay.
Clemens with the Red Sox was fun for me growing up. And Greg Maddux overall, just watching him was masterful.
Okay.
Do you have a favorite MLB pitcher?
Which is the guy? Is Roger Clemens or is it Greg Maddux, the guy who at like 80 is still able to out-throw you at 80?
Nolan Ryan.
Nolan Ryan. There you go. Nolan Ryan. Or actually, the truth is Randy Johnson because he killed a pigeon.
Randy.
Also, he looked kind of funny.
Former teammate, Randy Johnson.
Yeah. So I think Randy Johnson would be my honest answer, but Nolan Ryan would be my alternative.
All good selections. Was just watching an old game where Nolan Ryan and Randy Johnson were pitching against each other.
There you go.
Actually.
Dude,
I used to love watching Nolan pitch. Randy was incredible. Just couldn't relate to pitching. I could relate to the hype, but not throwing, low lefty 99 miles
Nolan
an hour.
Ryan right now is 79 years of age, and he looks like just a random dude that's been plucked out of like an office board somewhere. And yet I saw him go out there relatively recently looking exactly the same, and he was throwing 80-something. You with a 40-minute warm-up couldn't top 75, and you're 6'10", almost $3 bills. It's unbelievable. How much people that you see this all the time, that some people just have a natural ability to do stuff that's cheating, right? Effectively. There's nothing you can do. You can spend the next 25 years of your life in your prime working on whatever. You're never going to be what he is. He's just got that.
Yeah, I mean, he was like 19 years old in the majors throwing 100.
Yeah. It's like,
and
it's
then
just
he
unfair.
pitched until he was 46. He pitched until he was 46,
right.
Nolan.
Like I had speed.
I got 3 more years in me, 2 more years.
It's always terrible. I mean, your pitching and the miles per hour thing is your thing. But like when the thing that you're supposed to have, right, and you're good at relative to most people, when you then run into the next level up of those people, there's something utterly soul-destroying about that. Like I was fast, right? I was the fastest person in most sporting occasions I ran into. And then every now and again, you meet one guy who's like really fast, right? Like genuine professional level speed. And you're like, man, that guy, I can't get near that guy. You're like, well, that's it. I got nothing. I'm done. Like, there's no point in me even participating anymore.
So because of the next name asked, is Jeff Samardzija my favorite receiver turned pro pitcher? I had the opposite feeling because everybody told me how good he was coming out. And I was in spring training facing him after he left Notre Dame. He goes to the Cubs. And I'm watching him in spring training. He's throwing 91 with an 83-mile-an-hour slider. I'm like, and he's got hair flowing out of his hat. And he's 6'5". And I'm like, I'm this guy. Everybody, all the hype for Samardzija.
You're like,
and I'm watching. He's 91, 83. Like that's me. That's my stuff. Until 2 years later, he's throwing 99.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, maybe if he just focuses on pitching, he is an incredible athlete, and he put it all together. So there was a point where I looked at Samardzija and said, well, I could definitely do that.
Yeah.
Until he absolutely surpassed me and became a pretty good major league pitcher.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
So there you go. It's that point of spring training. I mean, where are we? Free agency.
Yeah.
It's that point.
We are.
So what are we going to do going forward here? This is the biggest news comes out these first few hours. When the other big stuff breaks in between recitals, slurs, picking up kids at the park, we'll go live with instant reactions as needed here.
So, yeah, we still got quite a lot of big dominoes to fall. But the frenzy part of it seems to have died off, at least judging by the pace of the news right now. But no answer on all those effectively free veteran quarterbacks that are out there where their money's being paid by somebody else. Kyler Murray, the Arizona Cardinals, are picking up his tab, so he's basically $1 million quarterback for somebody else. Kirk Cousins, Geno Smith, these guys are theoretically available. Tua Tagovailoa is going to get cut. No news on where any of those guys are going to wind up yet. There's a pretty good tier of secondary running backs that are still out there. Rico,
Dowdle,
Rashad White, etc.
It's a good bit.
Yeah. It'll be even better when we have the actual button. Those guys are still out there. There's a pretty good group of secondary wide receivers as well. Rashid Shaheed, Juwan Jennings, Romeo Doubs. There's the perennial question about where Stephon Diggs is going to wind up. The X factor that will be Brandon Ayuk at some point. So there's a group there that haven't fallen. The tackle market, there's really two high-end starters. High-end is stretching it. Two people that are in a tier by themselves, I think, in the tackle market. Rasheed Walker at left tackle and then Braden Smith at right tackle.
Plus Trent Williams watch.
Yeah. If anybody wants to jump into the trade market with the 49ers. Guards, Elijah Vera-Tucker, Isaac Seumalo, left and right guard. Then a tier of second guys to look at. The center market is pretty much dried up. If you need one, you've got to be throwing your money at Ethan Posich and Hope. Defensive line, there's still some edge rushers, particularly Adafe Owe, I think is the big name, and Trey Hendrickson are the two dominoes to fall there. And then you're into the second level guys. And then off the ball linebacker. Devin Lloyd is one of the theoretical prizes of this free agency. But then you've got Quay Walker, a very divisive evaluation. Nakobe Dean, I think a lot of people like. Leo Chanel that a lot of people like. And that's kind of it. A couple of corners.
Have you neglected Jermaine Illuminor? Because I think he is. So he's actually, even at his age, a little bit older, ascending. Whereas Braden Smith has been on the descent just a little bit, decline a touch over the last couple of years. I think you could put Illuminor. I was watching him a little bit more last night.
I've been talking him up for years.
I know, but you didn't put him in the tier.
I didn't put him in the tier. I think he's been...
Put him in it.
Okay, fine. Illuminor, too. He's 31.
Put him in it.
He's also one of the largest heads I've ever seen in my life.
No one's hating on Illuminor, though. Question about positions that are going thin. I thought corner was always thin as far as free agents go, and now that you see Dean and Jamel Dean, Jalen Watson, Eric Stokes, Alante Taylor, Cordell Flott, a lot of names off the board. Monteric Brown back to Jacksonville. A lot of names off the board there. I think corner's thinner. We'll see what happens with Reek.
Corner is such a beauty is in the eye of the beholder position, where it's like so much of it is it's wildly volatile year to year, and then so much of it becomes what do you covet? Do you like guys that make plays on the ball? Do you like guys that have inside-outside flexibility? Do you like length? What is it you're actually chasing at the cornerback position? And you see this in the draft as well. Like depending on the scheme you're playing on the back end, you have a completely different board to other people, right? Like corners that would be number one on your board are basically not even on other people's boards because they're just completely different stylistic players. I think you see that in free agency play out as well, where you would pay big money to a corner that another team has no interest in, like literally no interest, would not take for anything effectively.
Yeah.
Mohal is asking, can Illuminor play guard? He can, but I don't like him there. I think he's a tackle.
Yeah, he's established himself as a pretty good pass protecting right tackle, and I think that's valuable right now. We will recap. The plan Wednesday and Thursday is to go each conference, so we'll do like a team reset. I assume we'll go team by team, but there might be not a lot for certain teams, but we'll talk about it. We'll go team by team Wednesday and Thursday of this week. And along the way, between now and then, we'll just go live whenever necessary, whether it's at home or wherever it is. But we'll go team by team, AFC and NFC, Wednesday and Thursday. Take your questions, take your emails, check the mic at the33rdteam.com if you have any questions, emails that we can answer. And but we'll go through each conference and recap everything that they've done. When free agency starts on Wednesday, we'll already be recapping it. Jeez. I'm just looking at the question that's been posed to you. It's too long. Question? A.J. Brown or Jalen Carter, who gets moved first?
A.J. Brown or Jalen? Yeah, Jalen Carter, because it's easier to trade him.
I don't know who bites on A.J. Brown.
Or
even if the Eagles actually want that.
Yeah, it's such a hard contract to shift. I think the deal needs to be off. Like, it needs to be insane for them to even do it. Like, it's just such a hard contract for them to get out of. They would need to really want to move him for that to happen. So somebody needs to come in with a massive offer, and I just can't see somebody doing that for current version A.J. Brown.
I don't know if it's hitting me this year versus others, but the 2022 draft feels like it was yesterday in some respects.
Okay.
And those are all the guys that are hitting free agency right now, or in A.J. Brown's case, he was like the impact trade of that night. Remember him and Marquise Brown both traded for first-rounders that night?
Yeah.
And Cardinals came out on the worst end of that. But A.J. Brown being traded that night and the Eagles wheeling and dealing, making sure they had an extra one next year, which turned into Jaelan Carter. And now a lot of those players either hitting free agency, getting paid big money, or in this case, talking trade with A.J. Brown.
Yeah, I mean, the Brown thing I think worked out great. It's just that now, I think last year he genuinely did get disgruntled. The question is, can you put that back together again? Like, was that is that the start of the rot? Like, I think people tend to view these things as once you start to have problems with a guy, right? That's it. You got to get rid of him. It's time to move on. It might just be that, he got disgruntled in a specific situation with a specific group of people, some of whom aren't there anymore, and this whole thing can be put back together with some, with a couple of steak dinners, right? And some targets, right? A couple of steak dinners and some targets, and A.J. Brown's a happy camper again, and all's good, right? And if that's the case...
Maybe another book. Give him another book to read that puts him on your side.
If that's the case, A.J. Brown is still a very good wide receiver, and his contract is such a pain in the ass to move, you're not even going to think about getting rid of him.
I could be swayed by steak dinners.
Right. But if it is a case of, like, whatever bridge is there between team and player got burned, and now you've got to find a way of getting him out of the building, I mean, that becomes more complicated because... Number one, usually the guy's value goes down when he's disgruntled or malcontent. But his contract is so onerous to get rid of, you kind of need a massive deal to ship him. It's very difficult, I think, to move on from him.
The Barbarian has been re-signed in Jacksonville. Did we miss that?
Yeah, I didn't see that.
It's embarrassing from our show.
It's disappointing.
It's embarrassing from us that we...
You would think we would have some kind of notification set up.
Allowed that. The Barbarian's back in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Excellent. Jags PR.
That helps the hair disguise.
Love it. That's great. It's a good move for them.
Absolutely. Anytime you can re-sign the Barbarian, you got to get it done.
You got to get it done. 48 tackles, 6 for loss, 2.5 sacks, 9 QB hits, 2 pass deflections, and a forced fumble last year. He's good. It happened an hour and a half into free agency, apparently.
Really? Wait, we missed that completely.
Yeah, we apologize. We dropped the ball.
No, that's an oversight.
On the Barbarian.
That's definitely an error on our part.
We take full blame for that. Mm-hmm. The guy's the man.
So now they've got at least 2 that they can deploy interchangeably, a safety and an edge rusher. So that's confusing.
All right, I was going to do something. Let's see if I could pull this off. If I'd go, I'll give you, if we do like a one-liner on every team and where we are so far.
Oh, here you go. Wait, more news. The Packers are, in fact, releasing Pro Bowl center / Swiss Army knife on the offensive line, Elton Jenkins. I am surprised nobody was willing to give them a pick for him. In this landscape of extremely offensive line needy football teams, I'm surprised nobody was willing to take on that contract for a low pick.
So there's another potential center, left guard, 5-position player with injuries.
Right.
With injuries, though.
Sure.
What if the Chargers go back to this well?
Yeah.
And this is like the bow on their offensive line.
And this is one that's been coming. So, it's not like this would have been a surprise to any team that needed offensive linemen. Like, they would have known he was available for a low draft pick if they wanted to take on this contract. So clearly the entire NFL has decided, nope, the downside outweighs the good. We're going to wait until he hits the market and hopefully get him cheaper if we want him at all. I'm kind of shocked that no team was willing to take that on.
So all the teams with a left guard question here, or center, and with the center carousel's out of control in today's NFL. But they should. I'm thinking of the Chargers wanting to do that and not. Oh, that's a good one. The Chargers wanting to do that and not deal with the comp pick deal and everything like that. Feels like their type of move. Adding him with Biotish. Mm-hmm. Here's a move from right down the street here. Cincinnati Bengals signing Boye Mafe.
Oh, okay.
As one of their edge rushers here. I think the Bengals now with Brian Cook at safety, filling a need at pass rusher now with Boye Mafe, with Trey Hendrickson out and Joseph Asai out. You now have Boye Mafe added to the mix with Shamar Stewart and Miles Murphy, a couple of former first-rounders.
I like that. I think Boye Mafe is a pretty good player. Now, obviously, it's a massive downgrade over Trey Hendrickson because Hendrickson's awesome. Yeah. But if you look at it as a replacement for Joseph Asai as opposed to Trey Hendrickson, then it's I think a solid move. I mean, he's in his prime. He's a decent run defender and a decent pass rusher. Just a solid football player all around. I think it's a good move.
It is. And then
now again, pending money.
Pending money. You don't have to force anything in free agency. I mean, in the draft if you don't have to. And then if a Reuben Bain was there, and like I'm still going to be a Bain fan despite his arm length. If you added Bain with Mafe and some of those other guys, it's like, all right, now all of a sudden we have a pass rush presence up and down this defensive line. It can happen quick if you get the right guys. Definitely depends on money, because I don't know if I want Boye as my number one pass rusher. He wasn't even close to that.
If the money says that he's the Trey Hendrickson replacement, I'm a lot less keen on this move. But if it says this is instead of Joseph Asai, they've taken the money and brought in Boye Mafe, then that's good.
A couple good years against the run. I think he's just good, solid player overall. I'd consider him an edge 2 type.
He's the classic, like, a lot of times these guys in the second round, like every time you get to draft time, you're like, don't worry, we can come back in the second round and get an edge rusher. There's not that much difference. And actually, there seems to often be quite a large difference between the second round guys and the guys that go in the first round. Mafe is the guy in the second round that actually ended up being, he worked out that way. He's not great, but he's good. He's turned into a solid player. Like, that's the gap you would expect from a first round to a second round guy. He's not been a dominant player, but he's been a good, solid member of a defense that you absolutely want on the team. And normally these guys in the second round are just total bust. They just don't work at all. But he's actually the guy that's become just a good, dependable, solid player.
Somebody's saying $60 million
for
him?
$60 million according to Diana Rossini.
3 years, so about $20 million per.
20 a year. Bad. But again, it's the guaranteed number is the one that sort of gives you an indication.
I don't think that's not bad at all. I mean, that's like edge 2 type of money.
Right.
It's not creeping to 30, which is, I think, good for the Bengals. I keep coming back to what the Chargers did with Khalil Mack, just getting him for $18 million a year each of the last 2 years, and he's just happy, and you move on. I think that's a steal for them. But that's good. I like it.
Yep, agreed. Again, depending the guaranteed number is the one that actually gives you an idea of the structure of the deal. But worst case, this is still a solid number for them.
I'm going to go in with Bengals optimism again this year, aren't
I? Every year.
I mean, you fill a need at safety, you fill a need on the edge. They bring Reisner back at right guard to just have their entire starting offense back intact.
Ball king.
And I think they're off to a good start, I would say, the Bengals.
Mm-hmm.
Cowboys adding to their defense, free agent safety Jaelan Thompson, 3 years, $36 million. I had forgotten Jaelan Thompson. I don't know if he was the last, but one of the last. What was the supplemental draft? He was a third-round supplemental draft pick, which I just was reminded of recently.
Yeah,
out of Washington State.
I didn't either know or remember that at all.
Third round supplemental draft pick. Been a good, solid starter for the Cardinals, and now goes to the Cowboys. Presumably, is he going to replace Malik Hooker when Hooker gets released officially?
Right. Another player that's been solid really across the board.
Yeah.
He's been a good player for them for basically the whole way.
That's all I got.
And it's solid money it's solid. Solid across the board. Solid player, solid money, solid addition, solid everything. So it's win for everybody.
Let's see. Do we need a score for him? Let's see what I have. I got him as a 43.
Okay. Let me, this has been sort of floating around out there all day. Connor Hughes says the Jags are entertaining offers for wide receiver Brian Thomas.
Not a fake account doing this.
Correct.
This time.
Both the Jets and the Giants explored Thomas at the trade deadline last year, but Jacksonville wasn't willing to do any deal. That stance has changed. Thomas had a down year last year, blah, blah. But effectively, they are now fielding calls and are at least entertaining the idea of trading away Brian Thomas Jr. at this point. What do you make of that?
I think I would call. We gotta hit this news first before coming back to it. Odafe Owe's off the board.
There you go.
Washington Commanders signing Odafe Owe.
There's your splash.
4 years, $100 million, $68 million guaranteed by an agent. Owe to the Commanders, back to that area.
Yeah, right. Probably
a huge need for
the house.
A huge need for Washington. So we just saw Mafe, who I'd say more of a second tier. He goes for $20 million, and now Odafe Owe. Now Rap Sheet has since deleted that tweet or restructured it. Back to the DMV. Sorry, that's what Garofalo says.
Oh.
For the former Raven.
Yes. So former first-round draft pick, 27 years old, and coming off his best year as a pass rusher. I guess his numbers kind of match the year before, but I think
he had all the sacks with the Chargers at the end of the year. Wasn't getting them with the Ravens, but I think we always look at the underlying metrics where he's getting after the quarterback pretty well overall.
I think it was a career
seasons.
best pass rushing grade for him at PFF as well. I think his pass rushing win rate was the best of his career last year as well. So by a couple of different measures, I think you would say it's a career year for him. Hitting free agency at the right time, and in this world of there's not that many kind of clean, second contract, peak of his powers type of players in this draft. Free agency group. He's one of them.
Better pass rusher than he is against the run, but given what Washington needed, need somebody they can get after the quarterback.
Still
extremely athletic,
right? Like 6'5", 255, 260, who ran a 4.39, right?
4.37 is what I'm seeing.
4.37.
Yep.
In the 4.3s at that size, anyway, which is nuts.
4.15 shuttle, 6.84 3-cone.
Also nuts,
right? And so he wasn't. He's often cited as, well, he had no sacks at Penn State. He's the guy that bucked the trend. It's well, no, he had good pass rush win rate, pass rush grades, and he could get after the quarterback in college. He just didn't have the sack total. The Ravens bought into that, and I think he's been an above-average pass rusher who's gotten better these last few years. So that's why he's making so much money, and that's a big domino to fall here. Going to Washington, hitting a big need.
His spider chart at Mock Draftable is pretty funny. It's 90th percentile in the short shuttle, 93rd percentile 3-cone, 99th percentile broad jump, 96th percentile vertical, 99th percentile 40-yard dash, 95th percentile 20-yard split, 87th percentile 10-yard split, and then pretty good in arm length and wingspan and height, and then 25th percentile weight and 9th percentile hand size. So the hand size is the only thing lacking in his athletic profile.
That's pretty impressive. So similar NFL score numbers for me as Gregory Rousseau each of the last couple of years. 24 Hutch is actually in a similar range for him, just from a predictive standpoint. Jaelan Phillips the last couple of years, and Marcus Davenport when he was good.
That took me a beat there to say 2024 Aiden Hutchinson.
It was Hutch. I shouldn't even use that as a comp because that was when he missed half the season. That doesn't really count.
But that sounded like some sort of weird ass numerical designator you were giving. 24 Hutch.
24 Hutch.
Oh, of course.
Take Hutch out of there because I shouldn't use that year. But say Rousseau over the last couple of years and Jaelan Phillips, who just went to the Panthers here. That's good for the Commanders there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of splash that we were saying they haven't made yet. So they've taken a bunch of the war chest, they've thrown it away, who's one of the prizes, I think, of that free agent group. It's finally adding the edge rusher they haven't had since they traded theirs away in Sweat and Chase Young. Makes sense for both parties.
Just to extend this a little bit to discuss Washington, I thought last year they made a mistake for all the moves that they made, not making enough moves on the D-line. They brought in Javon Kinlaw, and I think they just kind of trusted that they had a lot of sacks in 2024 and go to the NFC Championship, but it just didn't feel like an impact pass rush, and I think that came back to bite. Remember how dependent they were on Frankie Louvu, who's a linebacker, kind of a hybrid player, and this is big for them. They need guys that can win one-on-one. They need to win with a four-man rush. I think that helps. Louvu's still there. Helps Kinlaw, who can be disruptive at his best, but they needed a guy. It helps Dorrance Armstrong, who you said has been their best player, but he's probably best as a 2. And I think that combination of Owe and Dorrance Armstrong is a good foundation for the Commanders here.
And it sounds like massive money, but if you look at where the edge rusher market is now, it's really not. I mean, Micah Parsons reset it with 46-point-something million a year average. Aiden Hutchinson then got to 45. Before that, Myles Garrett had got to 40. TJ Watt jumped him a little bit, with the tit for tat arguments that they have in their careers. Danielle Hunter just got a year tacked onto his deal at 40. So this, it's really not that bad relative to those guys. Now, he's not the player those guys are, but it's, you know what I mean? It's a big gap between them and him.
Yeah, it's the whole market for edge rushers it's really stretched out, right? It is top heavy. It's not really like quarterback where the next man up just started to make the most money, and it felt like, well, this guy's making more than Mahomes and making more than Allen. The edge market actually kind of makes sense.
Yeah,
it's layered properly.
it's a different structure of deal, but he's in terms of average per year, he's in the Nick Bonito range, which is fair right now.
Is this the only position group, by the way, where like the right players are in the right order?
Probably,
essentially.
Yeah. Actually, the contract that's probably closest to him in terms of average and percentage of it guaranteed is actually maybe Brian Burns, but you're in that kind of world, right? Like he's in 26, 25 million a year average, a chunk, like a big percentage of his is guaranteed, 68. I think it's where it should be.
I don't think I ever realized that till you start to see all the names. It's like when you list all the edge rushers by AAV or whatever you want to call it, it's like the right guys.
Yeah.
Micah Parsons, Myles Garrett, Aiden Hutchinson, TJ Watt, Danielle Hunter, like Max Crosby, Nick Bosa.
Yep.
That's the right 7.
With Will Anderson on the way.
Right, with Will Anderson getting up there, and then the next tier of Burns and Jaelan Phillips, and you throw Owe in there, and it's a couple names maybe out of order, but I think it's the right group.
Right.
So ends up being, I think it's a good deal for the Commanders. You pair him with Dorrance Armstrong, and I think you're in pretty good shape there. Mm-hmm. If you want to circle back to the BTJ
Jr.
discussion,
yeah,
I think if I'm a wide receiver needy team, I'd be willing to give up a 2 for him.
The problem I have
what
with
do you
this,
do with his 2 seasons?
That's the thing. I don't have any earthly idea what he is anymore. I didn't like him at all as a prospect. So much lower on him than basically everybody else. We were saying this the other night. We've all had swings and misses, Steve, in the draft, particularly when it comes to wide receivers.
Sure have.
You know? Jonathan Mingo comes to mind. I have, however, had a pretty good eye at spotting guys that weren't going to be good that everybody else liked, right? The guys that I've been way down on relative to a lot of other people, it's like N'Keal Harry, Laquan Treadwell. It's a whole series of guys that generally stink.
You had a list of like 6, by the way, that you sent me the other day.
6 or 7.
There's more.
Right.
Yeah.
Really didn't like Brian Thomas Jr. relative to other people. And you were lower on him as well than the consensus, but not quite as low as I was. And then year 1, he looked like the best receiver from that draft class and like a surefire number 1 superstar going forward. Like he looked better than Malik Neighbors, albeit close, better than Adunze, better than Marvin Harrison Jr. He looked like somebody that could be everything. Vertical threat, number 1, elite athleticism, could be a high-volume guy within the offense as well. Like he was the new number 1 superstar wide receiver. Like, wow, this is going to be insane. And then year 2, it all kind of fell apart, and he didn't look good. Him and Trevor Lawrence couldn't get on the same page. The offense got better when they sort of phased him out of the lineup as much, or out of the workload, started going elsewhere with the ball. And it's like, was he all put together mentally? Was he sort of dialed in? Did he lose confidence, or just was it off field as well as on the field? So now you're heading into year 3, and like, I don't know what he is anymore. I went from not liking him to loving him to not liking him. And the most recent thing is not liking him. And you're like, well,
is that
the
worth
upside
the 2, or am I crazy?
Right.
You've got 2 years of cost control plus the 5th-year option.
So that's huge. And the upside is still massive, right? Theoretically, he could still be that number 1 superstar receiver. The talent is clearly there for him to be that guy. But I don't know if it's just a busted flush at this point. If he's going to have like I think at one point I compared him to this guy as well, but at same school scouting too. But his career could end up like DJ Chark, where again, I didn't like him coming out either. Year 1, he looked really good. And everyone's like, you're an idiot.
You looked like an idiot, right?
And then from that moment on, everything was bad for DJ Chark. Like his career peaked as a rookie, and he went downhill from that moment on and never recovered. And it's like, well, if his career matches Chark, then we would have been right in not liking him.
And my thing on being lower on BTJ was more about, I thought what he would be was a vertical threat with size, speed, win down the field. What was so surprising as a rookie is how he, getting in and out of dig routes and winning on the outside, and the number of times that he was just behind the defense to the point where we said he put up huge numbers. And, oh, by the way, playing with Trevor Lawrence and Mac Jones that year, they overthrew him like 5 or 6 times for what should have been 60-yard gains. Like he should have been even better that season. And then last year, it's like, is he cutting off his routes? He's ducking over the middle. Lawrence is missing him a little bit, and then when he's not missing him, he's dropping the ball. But he looked better down the stretch, too, in a low-volume role.
Yeah.
And then you have that aspect of it. So he was better when you asked less of him. So what do you do with that?
But the bottom line is 2 years into his career, I could be convinced that he will end up as almost anything going forward. Like if you told me he eventually clicked somewhere else and he became one of the best receivers of his of his generation, I would buy that based off what we saw as a rookie. If you told me that his career was going to completely unravel and he ends up just like hanging around on the roster for the next 8 years as the next Marquez Valdes-Scantling was the other guy I compared him to, right? If you told me he was actually going to end up as the next Marquez Valdes-Scantling and 8 years' time, he's still on the roster, but he caught like 8 balls last year, I'd buy that as well. I honestly have no idea what to make of him anymore, which makes it really difficult to figure out what you would trade for him.
Maybe not a 2, with all the uncertainty, though.
But they're not going to take less than a 2, right? Like if somebody pitched you a 3, you're not taking that for Brian Thomas.
You have to really not like him internally.
Right.
And not see a fit. And maybe, you already have him on the roster. And him as a complementary piece to Parker Washington and Jacoby Myers, the in and out of Travis Hunter.
But why
that's a good place to be on paper.
But why it's so intriguing is if you're one of these teams that has the gap, and their gap is the number 1 wide receiver specifically, like the guy who changes the whole receiving core, and there's a few of them out there. Like if you're one of those teams, you're not finding one in free agency, right? We went through the names. Alec Pierce is gone. He's not that player anyway. Mike Evans is gone. He may have been that player at one point, but probably isn't anymore. Rashid Shaheed isn't that player. I mean, he can change it in a different way, but he's not that. Juwan Jennings isn't that player. Romeo Doubs isn't that player. Like, they aren't there, right? Stephon Diggs is probably the closest you've got to that player, and, he's got his own problems, right? So, and Brandon Ayuk. So you're either going, maybe Brandon Ayuk can keep it together for 5 minutes. Let's get him in. Or you're saying Brian Thomas Jr. could be that player.
Yeah.
Now, is he? I don't know.
Well, then so if you're New England, say, who's been in this A.J. Brown market for, say, a 1 and a 2 or 2 1s or whatever they're offering, and if you could just get Brian Thomas Jr. for just a 2.
Right.
I'm making up
but like
what he's available for, by the way. He was a first-round pick 2 years ago with an elite season. His value could be way higher.
Yes.
But his stock's down right now, as you said.
So you mentioned, they're a team that I think fits that category. The Saints, with their uncertainty over what exactly Chris Olave is and how long you want to buy into that. The Saints could see themselves in that market of Brian Thomas Jr. could completely transform this receiving core. I mean, the Browns are a wild card and everything, but they need a guy like that. The Titans, even though they just brought in Wandale, the Titans need a player like that. Now, in the division, that's probably not happening, but you know what I mean. There are teams out there, quite a few of them actually, that are in need of that type of player. Several of them probably look at this draft and go, if there's one of those guys in this draft, maybe, is it Carnell Tate? And if he's gone, what are we doing? I think there's a lot of teams out there that could talk themselves into rolling that dice for Brian Thomas Jr.
All right, man. Comp picks are out officially for this year based off last year's free agency. Should I read them out?
Okay.
I'm not going to read all of them. There's 4 third-round picks that will be added to this year's draft. So, again, based off of last year's free agency. For instance, the top one is the Minnesota Vikings earning pick 97 in the overall third-round pick for Sam Darnold leaving. So Minnesota gets a 3, Philadelphia gets a 3, Pittsburgh gets a 3, and then Jacksonville via Detroit, they get a 3, which is pick 100. And then the only other interesting thing that stood out is San Francisco at the beginning of the 4th, or at the end of the 4th, they will get pick 133. They're going to get 3 fourth-round comp picks, 133, 138, and 139. So the Niners are going to have 3 out of 7 picks at the end of the 4th round and into the 5th round.
That's pretty good going.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Baltimore has back-to-backs in the 5 and the 5th. Dallas has 2 out of 4 at the end of the 5th. And there's a bunch of 7s. So, again, that's all based off of last year's free agent movement. You get assigned these comp picks in the following season. So next year at this time, we'll be reading out what happened.
Last part, by the way, with the Brian Thomas Jr. thing. The 2 teams that were mentioned, the New York teams, New Jersey, the Jets and the Giants. Would you, let's say it's a second. Would you do that for either of those teams?
For who now?
Brian Thomas Jr. to either the Giants or the Jets for a second-round pick.
The Giants are really intriguing there. I think we mentioned them as BTJ and Neighbors.
Right.
And then with...
Reunited.
Oh, man. And who did they just bring in?
That receiver?
Yeah. No, Isaiah Likely.
Yes, tight end.
Right. They brought in Isaiah Likely. Yeah, that's intriguing if I'm the Giants. Just to reunite with Neighbors. We brought up the Commanders. The reunite with Jaden Daniels as a compliment with Terry McLaurin.
A couple of connections.
So with the Jets, what's intriguing there is they're not sacrificing draft capital. They've got so many firsts this year and next year.
Well, I mean, yeah.
I mean, you're sacrificing. You're in such a good position.
You have it to spend.
Right? When you have that many draft picks, using one for an NFL player or using two for an NFL player on a rookie contract still.
Yeah.
I like that if I'm the Jets. Now, look, I might not get my quarterback till next year. It's so funny because they're rumored to be in this Carson Wentz deal. And so they're going all in on defense and short-term fixes on defense. And they might bring in Carson Wentz to just, tank it to the 2. I don't know what they're going to do here. So Jets are intriguing just because they have so much draft capital over the next 2 years.
Right. But if it's so, for a second-round pick, you'd pull that trigger.
I think I would, yeah. And yeah, is that a crazy ask right now?
Again,
either side?
No, again, I don't think anything is crazy because you could convince yourself that Brian Thomas Jr. is anything based off his first couple of years. Now, the Jets have got 33 this year. They've also got 44 this year because of the Dallas Cowboys trade for Quinn Williams. So if you could flip 44 overall for Brian Thomas Jr., you'd do that, right?
Yeah, I think I would. Connor Hughes, the reporting's interesting because he says the Jags are entertaining offers for Brian Thomas, which usually means, teams are calling about a player. That's not really news. But he later says the Jets and Giants explored at the trade deadline, and now
shift.
that stance has changed, that they weren't going to trade him. So
that's the shift. They're willing to do those or to talk about it now.
Because it's not really news that teams are calling. I'm calling about Patrick Mahomes.
So the Jets have 44 overall in addition to their second-round pick. The Giants would have to trade 37 overall, which is their only second-round pick if they were doing it.
Given what I have, if I'm the Jets, I would do it with all those picks. With the Giants, I'm more wary. I'd probably rather build through the draft.
Yeah. The Giants basically have their draft picks for this year and next year, and that's it. The Jets have...
But that's why it's so important to have picks.
Yeah. That's the thing.
So that you
Jets
can
have
trade for players
and a bunch
when available.
more for both drafts. Like they've got an extra first-round pick next year, and they've got a ton of extra picks this year, including an extra second, which might be the thing that gets it done.
Sneezed again. Like McAfee would never.
No.
Dude's never sneezed, probably. Vince McMahon hates sneezing. Can't get into WWE if you
sneeze anywhere near him.
Can't have that.
Still need to get to the bottom of why Vince McMahon currently looks like a skunk.
I wonder if Sam knows. Sam's probably can text him.
I asked him. He didn't know.
He didn't.
Didn't know. Didn't have the answer.
I'm glad you investigated.
He's the foremost source I know
Get the bugler on
of
it.
Vince McMahon, and he had no idea why he was currently looking like a skunk.
Foremost expert on Vince.
Yeah.
Bugler investigates.
The Jets already have A.D. Mitchell. They do, but you know.
I hope that's a joke. We're all set. We got AD. We're good. We're good. I'm going to do it. Ready? Arizona pretty much laying low like the Allgeier signing. Atlanta really laying low. They're just going all second-tier signings. That's all they can do. Baltimore, they made their splash move with Max Crosby. They're hanging out. Buffalo made their splash move with DJ Moore. Hanging out. A little more work to do if they want to win a title. Carolina, one big move. Jaelan Phillips, like it. Adding to that defensive line. Bears, lots of turnover here. Who'd they get? Devin Bush and safety. Decent moves for them on the defense to fill some holes. Cincinnati, two big signings. Safety, edge rusher, Mafe, Cook. Filled two needs. Reisner a little while ago, I like it. Browns, don't love the way they're going on the offensive line. I don't like the price for the linemen that they're buying. Like if these were cheaper, Zion Johnson and Titus Howard, I'd like it. I don't like the price they're paying for their offensive line. Dallas, Rashawn Gary, a bold move. It's a 4 next year. And then bringing in Jalen Thompson, but they're adding some talent to the defense. It's kind of a buy low on Gary, which I don't hate, even though 4 might seem rich for a guy that was going to get released. Denver brought back J.K. Dobbins. Of course you would. Detroit, I think they're playing with fire a little bit on their offensive line. Cade Mays money that they brought in at center. So TBD on Detroit. Some work to do on the O-line. Green Bay, similar, laying low, doing what they do. Trade, you get a 4 for Gary. I think I like that. Houston, they haven't done a whole lot, right? They brought in backup edge rusher. Good job. Colts, aggressive with Alec Pierce. Get something from Michael Pittman. Got to replace a high-volume possession receiver still, so go do that. And then who'd they get on the edge next to Latu? Oh, Arden Key. I like that. Find someone else for Key, push him to the 3, and I think that's a really good move for the Colts. Jags, let's trade Brian Thomas Jr., brought back Monteric Brown, brought back the Barbarian, keep some guys intact. I think those are solid moves for Jacksonville. Kansas City, Kenneth Walker at running back. Changing times. Going with the running back investment in Kansas City, 3/5 of their secondary hits free agency, and they're gone.
Yep.
So got some work to do there in the draft. I love what the Chargers are doing because a lot of their signings were before free agency hit. Khalil Mack, Tyler Biadasz, the fullback. What else did they just do?
What did they just do?
They just did something else I liked. Oh, tight end, Charlie
Yes.
Kohler. Maybe not for the money. I mean, it was decent money, but a nice blocking tight end that I think was a good fit for the Chargers. I like what they're doing a lot. The Rams, aggressive as always. Trent McDuffie plus the contract. Jaelan Watson contract. So you got the two Chiefs starting corners. You brought back one of the Cams at safety. Mm-hmm. You have no acute needs heading into the draft with pick 13. Rams are in really good shape here. They're just in an awesome spot right now heading into the second half of free agency plus the draft.
Are you upset that they haven't addressed their critical Achilles heel of special teams?
Well, no. We'll get there. Law of averages, they'll be better on special teams next year.
Okay.
Law of averages. We'll get to the breaking news here in a minute. Las Vegas Raiders, aggressive. Tyler Linderbaum. They're keeping JPJ. We got 3/5 of an offensive line that we believe in. Got to do a little bit more there. A little curious move with the receiver that they brought in. Who'd they bring in with Trey Tucker?
Jaelan Naylor. No,
Naylor. Yeah. A lot of money for Naylor, but good player. I get it. Got to attack that defense next, but love what they're doing on the offensive line with Linderbaum. Miami Dolphins, Malik Willis. I think it's a buy low. It's a good deal for Malik Willis. The question's going to be the supporting cast. Is it enough to even get what you can out of Willis right now in Miami? Minnesota, have they done anything today? Not really. Have they done anything?
No, right?
It's cool. Laying low. Let it go.
Move.
New England Patriots, Draymond Jones.
Oh, no, they did. They got a corner.
I liked who they got.
Pierre.
James Pierre. Good buy low, James Pierre. I can't do everything off the top of my head. I'm trying, though. It's fun. New England Patriots, Draymond Jones.
We're too old for this.
Way too old for this. Draymond Jones, solid. They're lurking, though. They're lurking. They're missing. I don't know if they're in on OA, but they're missing out on some of the big name players that I think people anticipated there. See what happens if they bite on A.J. Brown or Brian Thomas Jr. But I would at least explore. New Orleans Saints, what'd they do? Running back. ETN. Yep. Okay move. Not bad. Maybe a lot of money for ETN.
They also, didn't they say?
And I like the left guard move. David Edwards coming in. I think they're the makings of a really good offensive line in New Orleans, which you couldn't say a couple years ago. They had one or two pieces defensively as well. Giants.
They also lost some, though.
What's that?
They also lost some.
They have lost some as well. Isaiah Likely with the Giants. I enjoyed that move. And they brought a punter in. Enjoyed it. Okay. Likely's good. Harbaugh making those moves here. Jets, they've done a lot.
Yes.
Is it confusing? Is it aggressive? I don't know. But they're going to be much better next year. 5 starters on the defensive side of the ball, overhauling the entire defense, but still in good position with all their draft picks. So they're going to be a fascinating team to watch. They got better, is all I could say. They brought in good, solid football players who are not necessarily tied to them long term. So I think they're in the short term going to get better as they continue to add a ton of draft picks to get better in the long term. Philadelphia Eagles laying low. See what happens with A.J. Brown, Jalen Carter. Big deal on Jordan Davis and how they're going to handle their finances in the future is going to be huge. Pittsburgh Steelers love the Jamel Dean signing at corner. Pair him with Joey Porter Jr. to just beat up on some receivers. Cole Holcomb back, solid linebacker. And trading for Michael Pittman.
Huge. Aggressive
move. Re-signing him, and you get the 1-2 punch with Brian Thomas Jr. DK Metcalf and Michael Pittman. I missed Tremaine Edmonds to the Giants. I forgot about that. The classic quintessential 6'5", 250-pound giant linebacker. Okay move for the Giants. Seattle Seahawks laying low. Who did they take? Oh, Josh Jobe back. Good Josh Jobe for the good price for him. Niners aggressive. They go get Mike Evans. They're back.
They're back, baby.
Mike Evans, George Kittle, Ricky Pearsall.
That's really testing the substation jinx.
It is. See what happens now with Trent Williams. On the trade. Tampa Bay lost a lot of talent. Mike Evans, Jamel Dean, and who else out the door?
Running backs are gone, but they've made a swappity-do at running back.
Alex Anzalone at linebacker, Kenneth Gainwell at running back. Good, solid pickups, but some turnover here for the Bucs on both sides of the ball. Tennessee Titans, if you knew Robert Saleh, if you knew Brian Daboll, you probably signed with the Tennessee Titans today. Alante Taylor as well, so a lot of former Saleh players and a former Giants with Daboll. They got better with Wandale Robinson at receiver, better on the defensive line with John Franklin Myers. Still more work to do, but I think they're moving in the right direction, both sides of the ball. And then Washington, the splash move with Odafe Oweh, needed a pass rusher, and they got their guy.
Yep. Now we got news. Breaking news.
That's my recap.
According to Adam Schefter, and in fact ESPN sources, and this was not labeled from an agent, so it might actually be a real source. Former Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa plans to sign a one-year deal with the Atlanta Falcons. The move will now give the Falcons 2 left-handed quarterbacks.
Big day for lefties.
Tagovailoa and Michael Penix heading into the 2026
If they could
season.
lure Mark Brunell from the Lions to coach
The 2 lefties.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be the only way
Better
to
to
do it.
coach 2 lefties than a lefty.
Got to get Brunell coaching.
This is great because all the way through the combine, they were blaming lefty Cole Payton for your spins throwing all the gauntlet people off. You got the first throw, it's coming the wrong way. People are confused, they're dropping it, it's jacking everybody's gauntlet. Now you've got 2 lefties, so it doesn't matter what goes wrong. You got lefty to lefty.
Jacking everybody's gauntlet.
It's perfect. We finally get the lefty back up to the lefty quarterback, and so everybody can deal with the same spin. Nobody's confused. Nobody's dealing with the ball coming the wrong way. Just lefty all the way.
Look, I think it's a good move for Atlanta. All of these QBs, I'll say, is a fine buy low. I don't know even when Penix is going to be ready to play.
Yeah.
And now he's your cheap backup. I mean, Atlanta's going to tread water until they could get some draft capital back.
So on the one hand, it's like we said, where I think there's some like Mariota behind Jaden Daniels, right? There's some stylistic comps to those two that are very similar, so you don't have to really change anything in the offense. If and when your starter goes down, you just pitch it to the backup, and he's doing more or less the same things, albeit at a worse level. On the one hand, you've now got 2 lefties. That's great. Everyone's dealing with the same spin of the ball. It's perfect. Nobody's having to worry about which quarterback threw this, which way is the ball turning. I don't know if I can catch this.
Overrated.
On the other hand, in every other stylistic way, it's difficult to find 2 quarterbacks or,
I mean, they're both
further
going
apart.
to be pocket passers, but
That's true.
One
Okay.
guy's throwing 100, one guy's throwing
100
84.
to the cover 2 hole shot 35 yards
Yeah.
downfield on a rope. The other guy is only looking at the middle of the field, and he's throwing it like a minute and a half before his receiver makes the break.
Yeah, and I'd say Penix is a see it, throw it type of.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
I see you, and now I'm going to throw a laser
Total
beam
polar
to you,
opposites in a
and
bunch
Tua's
of different
gonna-
ways within that offense.
which is fine. Like, I don't think your backups need to have the same exact skill set. I don't think it matters that they're both lefty. It's just kind of fun. It's a buy low on Tua as a hedge, and here's the deal: you don't know what Penix is long term, and when you are in that place as an organization, you're uncovering every stone, as they say, for the quarterback of the future. So you've brought in somebody to compete with Penix, and Tua's played good football before. I'm not saying you're building your franchise against him. It's the same thing I said about Fields last year. Like, it doesn't, like, if Fields sucks, it's like, oh, you invested in Fields, you're an idiot. It's like, if Tua is not good, fine. But if he is good, in a dome, in the right, like, it's the right situation to kick the tires on rejuvenating Tua's career. And he might not have an opportunity, but he also might have an opportunity given Penix in his injury history.
Yeah, I mean, with all these quarterbacks that are getting cut with monster dead money hits, like, they're all basically free for the team that's bringing them in. So it's difficult to hate it too much for any team signing them because there's almost no downside, right? Theoretically, they're a veteran quarterback who's got experience starting, and it's costing basically nothing. So it's hard to hate that too much. Serio says that he's basically the perfect physical hybrid of both Penix and Cousins. He's basically a left-handed Cousins, which is
true.
It's pretty accurate.
A left-handed cousin.
Pretty accurate, and also not good would be another thing about that.
I mean, Tua's had some good years and had a rough finish in Miami. We also have the Raiders signing Kwity Paye, former Colts edge rusher. Remember Paye and Oweh? We were debating them, again, just a few years ago in the first round. Different style players, but 3 years, $48 million.
Friend of the show.
He's been on the show.
He's been on the show.
Yeah.
He was
just a little guy.
Just another one on the list of NFL players that you've made look like tiny human beings by sitting next to them. Even though he was in full pads straight off practice and you were just sitting there in whatever you normally wear, you still made him look like a child.
Kwity Paye, as we talked about Oweh being a better pass rusher than a run defender, Paye's the opposite. He's an okay pass rusher at best. Good run defender, though. Powerful player.
Yeah.
Takes on blocks, defeats blocks. He's a disruptor up front. I think he's not Max Crosby. He's not a Max Crosby replacement, but you're at least getting some of that like high energy, stop the run ability from Kwity Paye. I mean, he's a fraction. I hate putting him in the same conversation, but that's at least the style that you're getting from him. He's just not, he's an average at best pass rusher off the edge and started to get phased out a little bit with the Colts.
Yeah. No, they had moved away from him. It hasn't. Difficult to call that. Is that a failed first-round draft pick to get that kind of production out of him and then let him walk somewhere else? It's a bit harsh.
Yeah, like he was still starting and everything. He was still playing. It's just he's not a good enough pass rusher for them to lock him up.
Right. That's the thing. When that team isn't re-signing the guy to the second contract, it feels like a failure, even though it wasn't necessarily. But, I think it's probably the right move for the Colts to let him walk, and then, you're bringing in a solid player, if an unspectacular one at that cost.
He's just going to be a little bit different than Mafe or Oweh and some of these guys where you're saying, this dude's rushing the passer for us. He's on the field on third down, and we expect him to get, for lack of a better descriptor, 8 to 10 sacks. Like, we're expecting these guys to be 10 sack guys. I don't think Paye's that type of impact pass rusher, but he's a good, solid player to have on your team.
Never gotten to 10 yet.
Yeah. He's not that type of player.
As Ari Meirov tweets, the Raiders' free agency so far signed Tyler Linderbaum to a 3-year, $81 million deal, reset the center marketplace. Signed Jaelan Naylor, the wide receiver from Minnesota, 3 years, $35 million. Signed Kwity Paye, who we just spoke about, 3 years, $48 million. Re-signed cornerback Eric Stokes to a 3-year, $30 million deal. And then they've also traded for Teron Johnson from the Buffalo Bills, too. So they're starting to stack up moves, the Raiders, who, let's face it, needed it.
Forgot about the Teron Johnson thing, or at least to mention that this morning because it happened over the weekend. But, yeah, they flipped like a 6 and a 7 little pick swap to get Teron Johnson before he got released by the Bills. He's been banged up a little bit, but very effective player when he's out there in the slot.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they have a long way or had a long way to go, but these are all. There's no move there you would look at and say that stinks.
That group looks like Linderbaum aside, looks like a group of just good, solid football players, probably overpriced in a vacuum.
Right.
But you're the Raiders with a lot of cap space, with a rookie contract that you can spend it right now. Mm-hmm. You can overpay for the good, solid players to just get this roster back on track because they're all going to start for you. Jaelan Naylor, Kwity Paye, Eric Stokes, Teron Johnson, they're all starters for this Raiders team, and that's what you need right now to, just put a reasonable product on the field now going forward.
Yeah, they needed to make some moves, and, you may have to overpay for some guys. Again, I think the Linderbaum move is the sort of best example of, look, that you are resetting the center market. Like, that is a leap above what the best paid center in the NFL is. Having said that, it's a player you really desperately needed, and you had the money to make it happen. So this, I think, is a good example of, like, the Milton Williams deal from last year, right? Like, did you overpay in a vacuum relative to what your data would say? Like, if you ran the numbers and it spat out, what should you pay Tyler Linderbaum in the contract if there were no external pressures on that whatsoever, right? This is almost certainly higher than that number. But the alternative is you don't have a center. Half the centers that are viable in free agency or trade are all gone now. And now you're really scrambling around trying to find a solution to those 2 to 3 interior offensive line spots. So you're better off just overpaying the guy and getting him in the building and still have money to play. Like, there's no downside, really, other than, you slightly inflated the market, which is more of a problem for other people than it is for you.
Good recap of the Raiders. All right, man. Is this time?
Is it time?
Is it time for us to wrap it? I've had fun.
Yeah.
This is our first free agent, our own extravaganza, and we've gone 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
More. 4 hours and 50
Almost
minutes,
5
I should
hours.
say. 1 pee break. Nonstop. Hit all the news.
1 pee break, one
I tried to
Slim
give
Jim.
every team recap as best I could.
That was good. That was solid.
Thanks.
And a Slim Jim break.
One little Slim Jim break.
Yeah.
Snap into it. Ooh, yeah. If I did a Macho Man impression, do you think we get a Slim Jim deal?
It's worth giving a shot.
They were paying him like
How is he
almost $1 million.
But those are still there. Like, you still get Macho Man branded Slim Jims.
They're only there because of him. There's no brand tied to a person.
But are they still
more than Slim Jim?
That's
and
what I'm
Macho
saying.
Man.
Like, are they still paying the estate of Macho Man for the Slim Jim deal, or are these Slim Jims that have been on the shelf since like 1999?
He may have been the greatest businessman of all time. I remember Eric Bischoff saying when they brought Macho Man in from WWF, they brought him in because he brought Slim Jim. He brought like $1 million a year from them to help pay his own. That was
it's like
part of the justification.
Like the Sirius deal for Jeff Ratcliffe.
Yes,
Exactly. Half of he was subsidized by Sirius.
It sounds like Macho Man was like the greatest businessman, brings Slim Jim, and he probably he's like Bobby Bonilla. He's got this like 30, 40-year deal
annuity
of Slim Jim. Like, it's just that's never going to run out. So
it's
I'll
like
just assume that's the case.
Steve Young's contract with the USFL. Like, that was another Lee Steinberg thing, right? And like the Mahomes with the 10-year, decade-long, $500 million. Like, when Steve Young signed for the USFL, a bunch of the money was supposed to be like an annuity that paid him out every year for the next, 58 years or whatever. Like, he might still be getting paid by the USFL in terms of how that contract was set up. That's the way to go. You keep getting yourself Bonnie Bonilla.
You leave money on the table, but if that's the only way you're going to get paid, you take it for later security. All right, we're going to wrap it for today. It's our first ever live, nonstop free agency breakdown from noon until now. What you're going to need to do is hit subscribe. Appreciate all the new subscribers. They're coming fast and furious lately, new subscribers, after we hit a lull with the Herbert stuff, but we're good. We're good now.
My bad.
So stick with us. We can go live at any time. We're going to go, grab dinner, grab our kids, get them home. And then we'll be around. We'll go live when Trey Hendrickson news breaks, when Trent Williams trade, whatever it is, we'll go live.
Assuming it doesn't break in the middle of orchestra recital, in which case you may be on your own. You can just go solo live.
I'll go solo live. That's fine. I can do it. What time are you out of that tonight?
8. I should be back.
Slurs till 8. All right.
Slurs till 8.
Sounds good. And then other programming note, Wednesday, normal time at 9. Thursday, normal time at 9.
Correct.
We'll give our full recap of each conference, AFC and NFC. We'll go team by team, let you know where things are. And then we're right back into draft season and mock drafting, post-free agency with all the moves.
And we've got a couple of good things, I think. Live from the recital would be great content. That's true. We could just do that.
I'm here at the recital at Trent Williams is a bear.
I'm here in the second row to give you my the music playing in the background, like screeching of 12-year-olds playing violins. Like,
I love it.
It's never in tune. It's always awful. Yeah, that'd be good. Good content. Maybe I could just go to the back of the room and do it, and you could sort of the ambiance, right? Instead of a train in the background, it would be a bunch of screeching 12-year-olds with violins slurring. Yeah, we could do that. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, in the lead up to draft, we want to work in that video that we did last year, everybody's favorite draft prospects. We want to do a version 2.0 of that again. I want to aim for some whales, some big hitters, right? I think
Mel Kiper.
We can aim for Mel. I don't think we're getting Mel, but I mean, look, there's always a risk putting the name out there, and I think we can aim for DJ on the basis that he likes us. We just can't ever seem to get his phone number between the two of us.
We'll go through CD.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. We've got connections, so I think we should be able to get DJ. I think we could get Mike Mayock, too.
We're working on some stuff.
But maybe not, whatever, right, a long show. We might. 60 seconds.
Yeah, we get 60 seconds.
Who's your favorite prospect? I think we can get 60 seconds.
Stopsky can handle that.
So that's what I'm saying. So I think we can get Mayock. I think we can get DJ. There's a couple of people we left off in the show. If you have names that you want added to that, shout us out. Let us know. Put it in the chat, whatever. Let us know what names we should add.
Who do you want us to ask their favorite prospect?
Then I think we're going to have some collaboration shows, right? We've got a bunch of people that we want to do. We want to do a collaboration show with the Stock Exchange guys, Trevor and Connor. Bootleg football with EJ and Brett. Marcus Whitman from, that football guy? Is that his thing? A whole bunch of people. We're going to do some collab shows.
We got a lot. We have a lot of big plans.
Yeah.
The next few weeks. Interviews, collaborations, mock drafts, draft rankings. Lot happening here. So stick with us. Hit subscribe. Hit thumbs up. Do all the things. Check out the membership tiers. We'll be doing some of that stuff as well.
You got to break down Minshew to the Cardinals before we get out of here.
Chiefs quarterback Gardner Minshew has signed with the Arizona Cardinals, 1 year, $8.25 million. This seems like, he might be their starter. Battling him and Jacoby Brissett.
Not really, though. Yeah.
I mean, what else are they going to do? Do they have somebody they love in the draft? They're going to trade down and pick Ty Simpson?
Thing? Like, what are they doing? Are they just battling out two bridges and hoping the two bridges equals one player?
It's one of those with the new coach. You can do that. With a year 4 GM, Monty Austinfort, you probably can't.
I mean, they got a lot of credit, that regime, for just not being the old regime, And it felt like this thing was moving in the right direction. Then suddenly the wheels fell off completely. They had to fire Jonathan Gannon. Now you've got a new head coach, but also no quarterback.
There's more talent than they won 3 games and the absolute defensive collapse that they had last year. There's way more talent on the team than what they showed last year. And that maybe the coaching fixes all that.
But they're
in a half in, half out state at quarterback.
You're moving on from Kyler Murray. You got the dead cap hit on that. Jacoby Brissett was solid last year, but not like we want to keep him starting going forward. I mean, unless they're really looking at him and saying Jacoby can be a starter, Minshew's a good backup. That it's okay. It's not good, but it's okay. I mean, maybe they want to do that for a year and then try and figure out where they're getting a real one from next year.
We'll see with the Cardinals. I mean, you need somebody that can start a game right now. They may have already had that with Brissett.
Yeah.
What are you going to do with Minshew?
That's what I mean. Like, maybe they're looking at this and saying, look, we don't want to be starting Brissett long term, but he could survive for a year. And then if Minshew's our backup, that's at least a better backup, a good backup in the NFL. And there's just not an available quarterback this year that we like.
He just tore his ACL too, right? So he's injured. Because he got hurt the same way week after, same game as Mahomes or the week after Mahomes?
Yeah, like immediately.
The next game.
Alokun.
All right, we all got to go. Appreciate everybody for being here, for tuning in. We'll see you again anytime we go live. And then Wednesday morning, 9 a.m., more Check the Mic.